All right, good morning. Welcome to the Center for Global Development. Thank you all for being here bright and early this morning. My name is Justin Sandifer. I am a research fellow here at CGD. And today is exciting for us. Today is basically day one of a multi-year effort to try to answer a big and broad question that many of you have been working on for many years, which is essentially how can systems of education in the developing world dramatically improve the, frankly, abysmal levels of learning that we see in many countries. And we're excited to have what we think is really an all-star lineup of some of the leading researchers in global education here today. And they have sort of a twofold mission. One is to give us a tour of sort of the frontier of research and the state of knowledge in education research right now. And the second is to inspire some of you and more of them and all of us to get more actively involved in this program, Research to Improve Systems of Education, or RISE, as you see here, and to get more actively involved over the coming years. Before I get started here, we should say thank you to a number of people. First of all, to our partners, both in organizing this and in this multi-year effort. Oxford Policy Management is represented here by a couple of people in the audience, and the Blavatnik School of Government at Oxford University, who will be represented by our chair in the next session. And of course to our funder, the UK Department for International Development, who has been generous not only with financial resources, but with both intellectual and organizational energy to make the RISE program come together. So thank you to DFID. And there are multiple members of sort of the intellectual leadership team who have helped put this all together, who are on our program, and some of them in the audience. I want to thank all of them for coming and being with us as well today. So with that, let me hand over to Claire Lever, who is Associate Professor at the Blavatnik School of Government in Oxford and our Research Coordinator for the RISE program, and she will chair our opening session.
I was hoping to do it from the floor. I should say that I've been on maternity leave, and I just want to give a big special thanks to Jacobus, who's been the acting research coordinator and has helped put the program together. So thank you to Jacobus. So I'm going to hand the floor straight over to our first speaker in the interest of time, Lant Pritchett. You have 25 minutes with 5 minutes of questions. Where is Lant? He was here a minute ago. Lant, great. You're on. 25 minutes, and we'll have 5 minutes of questions after lunch.
Maybe more, maybe less. So I'm Lant Pritchett, and so I am giving an overview of what I think the RISE program is about. And there are two ways to do that. I have a very well-honed set of 5 or 6 slides that sort of lay out the basic predicament that the world is in. And I thought of presenting that, thought of presenting maybe some of the technicalities of the research. Then I looked at who was going to follow and realized that would have some of the effect of having Salieri play a concert to be followed by Mozart. Some of the people following are much more technically advanced than I am. And so I am going to give you a presentation in one slide. And it's about, I didn't realize that I was labeled in this picture, and I'm slightly mislabeled. I am not that woman in the hijab just in front of me. So I literally just last night arrived back from a trip to Egypt. And I think in many ways this trip to Egypt represents and encapsulates what I hope the RISE research agenda is about. So I went on this trip to Egypt with a recent graduate of mine from Harvard, and I don't know how to make the builds build. Is there a, because there we go. This is a student of mine who just 2 weeks ago received his diploma from the Kennedy School of Harvard. And he's been one of my favorite students. And there's some interesting things about this student. So one of the interesting things about this student is he's blind in one eye. He's blind in his left eye. Why is he blind in his left eye? He's blind in his left eye because a policeman in Tahrir Square shot him point blank with a buckshot gun. And to this day, you can feel some of the pieces of the buckshot in his hand when you shake his hand, and one of those pieces penetrated his left eye. And because the government hospitals had given in very strict instructions not to medically treat any of the protesters, it took him several hours to discover medical treatment, and by the time he did, it was too late to extract the buckshot from his eye. And hence, he's lost the sight in one eye. Now that's interesting, because then, in the aftermath of the revolution, the student realized that he comes from the elite of Egypt, the true elite of Egypt. He realized that the elite of Egypt could get the masses to the street, but once he realized the masses were in the street with them, he had no idea what their life was like. He had no idea what really the constraints they faced in their life, no idea how they would actually take the momentum that could be generated in terms of protest and turn it into actual governance. So what did he do? He moved from a house into this particular neighborhood that this picture is taken in. Now, one of the things about this neighborhood is that this looks like a very kind of dramatic scenery. This is garbage. This is a mountain of garbage. This is a neighborhood of 1 million people built on a mountain of garbage. It's the slightly less upscale neighborhood of Cairo that is slightly upscale because it's right behind the City of the Dead. The City of the Dead is the neighborhood in Cairo where people live amongst the tombs. Because if you can't find a better place to live, living in a cemetery actually is not such a terrible thing. This is downscale from the City of the Dead. So if you can't quite afford living among the tombs of the dead, you can live on the garbage dump. So we moved into the garbage dump. I'm guessing this is not quite the presentation you expected. He moved into the garbage dump, and he was an entrepreneur, and he thought what people in this garbage dump need is they need more income. So what I will do is I will help them with my entrepreneurial skills, improve the small-scale enterprises they run, make them more profitable, and he did that. Turns out he was reasonably successful at that, but he found that after a year or so of helping people raise their incomes, he found that their fundamental living style really wasn't changing. And so he investigated deeper. And he turned out that mostly, because most of the incremental income they were generating when they could improve the income from their small-scale enterprises went into education. And why did it go into education? It went into education because the schools that were available and that these children were in was abysmal. Truly, staggeringly abysmal. And hence, like all parents, if you hope for a better life for your children and you make a little extra income, what are you going to do? You're going to try and make a better life for the children. What did they have to do? They had to devote an enormous amount of that income to trying to produce a better education for their child. Now, what did that better education for their child consist of? Well, in the first instance, it consisted of paying bribes to the public school teachers. And what did they get from the bribes from the public school teachers? They mostly got that the children at least wouldn't be abused in school. Didn't necessarily in the first instance get them that the children would learn anything. It just got them so that the teachers in the school wouldn't spend a fraction of their day harassing these children to provide the incremental bribes that the teachers were demanding from all the students just to be there. So in the second instance, they were seeking private tutoring. So he shifted the focus of his NGO efforts from income generation, and it continued on. There's also a continued path on income generation to education. And what did he do in education? What did he do in education is he wanted to work in the government schools. He knew that you could found a little boutique NGO school and provide an incredibly superior education to what the government was doing, but he also realized that wouldn't have long-term sustainable effects. So he founded a program that took and had to work around the government. And so since the government formally had a program for first, second, and third grade teachers, first, second, and third grade students, they would only allow him to work with the fourth, fifth, and sixth grade students. So what did he do? He founded a remedial program that tested the fourth, fifth, and sixth graders and said, how do we remediate the educational deficits of these children? So what did he learn? He learned that when he went into this neighborhood and tested to see who needed remedial education, they gave a very simple assessment that by happenstance looks a lot like an assessment used by Protham and Asser. He learned that started with, can you recognize the letters of the Arabic alphabet? This isn't English, this is Arabic, the language these children speak as their mother tongue. Can you recognize the letter of the alphabet? If you can recognize the letter of the alphabet, can you recognize a few words? More than half of the children in these schools in fourth grade could not, zero coded on this assessment. This is an assessment. Before we get into the psychometrics of, Karthik and others, this is an assessment. Can you read the Arabic letters? More than half of the children in fourth grade, having completed and been pushed through 3 years of an education system, zero coded on an assessment that started with, can you recognize the letters? The rest could do something. They could recognize some letters, but zero coded more than half of the students. So then he started a program of pulling these children out, separating them to the levels of learning they actually had, providing tutoring. Not surprisingly, or I don't know, depending on your point of view, you could in fact remediate these deficits very fast. The pre-post, you could actually improve the number of children who could recognize letters in a 2-hour-a-day after-school program. Not because it was a particularly pedagogically sophisticated program, but just because you paid some attention to the actual children in the program. So these children, when my student came back from Harvard, being entrepreneurial, he found some Harvard t-shirts that had been misprinted in the color purple instead of, as many of you who might have ever been to Harvard might know, red is the color of Harvard. So for a very cheap price, he could get lots of Harvard t-shirts. So being entrepreneurial in Egyptian, he negotiated. Are the star students of the remedial program. So the students who've been in the remedial program and do particularly well, they run a summer program, and it's the summer season, so kids are out of school, but these are in a summer program that is attempting to take the students that were first identified in remedial and push them forward so that in fact they have some chance of not just doing adequately in school, but actually doing well in school. And the speech that he was giving to these students was, if I can go to Harvard, you can go to Harvard. And so brought Harvard t-shirts for all the students. At the same time, just before school had ended, and I'm sort of circling a bunch of children because I don't want to identify particularly which, one of these children had been beaten. So this is a child who was identified in an after-school program as being particularly outstanding at wanting to learn, had been beaten so badly in school her parents had to take her to the hospital. I mean, this isn't, I'm not making stuff up. It was one of these children. We talked to this child about it, right? So, now, this is the beginning of the trip. So we're probably, this is my wife, by the way, in the hat. Doesn't this have a laser pointer? This is my wife, who would come along on this trip with me. So, unlike, we're probably one of the first tourists to Egypt that, rather than going to the pyramids first, went to a garbage dump first. But this was our first, the first thing we did when arrived in Egypt. Now, as these trips so often turn out, this is a slightly sarcastic, but as these trips so often turn out, the trip ended with a meeting with the prime minister. You know, like it happens. You go to countries, you visit some stuff, and then the prime minister says, "I'd like to meet with you." So I had a meeting with the prime minister as one of the last things I did on this trip to Egypt. Now, let me take one step back. No, let me take one step forward. Fortunately, the meeting with the prime minister was about some economic research that I've been doing, in which I actually have reasonably coherent and likely true things to say that are empirically validated. So in my 15 minutes with the prime minister, I could tell him something new and useful about a topic that was important to him, about which I was reasonably confident I was right. I was reasonably confident I was right because we had a body of research. The body of research had some empirical foundations, had some theoretical foundations, and had been, in some sense, validated in practice. I was very glad that the prime minister did not ask me, what should I do about the education system in Egypt? Why am I glad? Because I am not that interested in the fact that an NGO run by an Egyptian elite who can get a Harvard degree can make a big difference in some children's lives. That's interesting. That's terrific. I love the guy. Love what they're doing. But come on. That's not the problem. The problem is, as Louise Crouch put it dramatically, Louise Crouch put it succinctly and well, as Louise Crouch so often does. This is Louise Crouch. You'll see him later. In a meeting we had a few weeks before this trip, he had worked in Egypt. And as part of his work in Egypt, he had reviewed the... you're giving me time signals? You have time signals there. Are you giving them to me? I'm going to give you a 5-minute. Great, thank you. Okay. He had the first grade reader that was used in the Egyptian schools reviewed. In the first grade reader that was used in the Egyptian schools, there were 700 unique and difficult words that were being used. Okay? So again, the interesting point of that is this is an incredibly crappy educational practice, right? You don't have to be that. I'm not a pedagogist, I'm an economist. But you don't have to be that informed about the world of pedagogy to realize that you're not going to do very well to teach children how to read if you introduce in their fundamental primer 700 unique, unique meaning words that were only used once in the entire reader, right? You're introducing 700. And Luis said, the point that was wrong isn't the point, right? The point that was wrong is how in the world has Egypt maintained a system of education that's so unbelievably crappy that can happen? Right? The point isn't that this reader was stupid and that we needed to fix this reader. The point is that this was the routine performance of the way in which the Egyptian governmental system of education was performing. So fixing that reader, which I hope, confident, Luis put whatever efforts he could into fixing that reader. But fixing the reader wasn't the problem. Fixing the reader was symptomatic of a much, much deeper problem that Egypt is not 10 years into attempting to build an education system and is making rookie mistakes. It's not 20 years into building an education system and making some mistakes of teenagers. It's 60 years or 80 years into building a system of education. So the fact that kind of thing can routinely be done, the fact that this kind of performance can routinely persist, is a deep fundamental flaw in which the system itself is locked into a very deep, persistent, perverse equilibrium. So, suppose the prime minister very glad he hadn't, asked me, what should we do about our education system? I'm reasonably cognizant of a fair amount of literature about education systems that's been produced in the last years. And what would I have told him? I could have said, here's what the Finnish system does. The Finnish system pays teachers really well. And, a McKinsey study shows that systems that pay teachers really well and attract the best into teachers are really high-performing systems. I could have told him that, but I'm also cognizant of some recent work done by my friend Karthik that evaluated, and others, if others are in the room, sorry that I don't know your names too, but is Joppe here? Anyway, so Amanda I know is not here. That showed that they doubled teacher wages, and when, at least the first time I saw Karthik present the research, the randomized experimental excellent estimate of the impact of that doubling of teacher wages that costs Indonesia $4.5 billion a year to sustain those wage increases was exactly zero. It wasn't a small number close to zero, like 0.01. It just turns out the computer rounded the number to zero, to 2 digits. So I also knew that recommending that he increase teacher wages, I could have recommended that he reduce class sizes. Class sizes in Egypt are large. And I could have said, we know from Tennessee that, reductions in class sizes from small sizes to very small sizes for certain disadvantaged students produce test score gains. But I also knew some pretty rigorous research from India and from Africa that reducing class sizes with existing civil service teachers, again, not as fortuitously perhaps as Karthik's results, but produces very near zero impacts on student learning. Matter of fact, there are impacts of reducing class size through expansion of civil service teachers. Turns out to be slightly negative, so slightly more embarrassing perhaps even than exact zero is slightly negative for something you thought would be positive. So I knew that class size reductions is kind of conventional wisdom and there's some evidence for it, but I knew there's also a lot of accumulated evidence that ceteris paribus, without any other changes in the system, class size reductions per se, with the existing incentives, the existing teachers, the existing curriculum, the existing structures of relationship between parents and students, would produce nothing. Now, I happen to have just written a book about what education system reform should look like. I could have launched into what is in my book. But honestly, what's in my book is my best guess. Do I have a lot of empirically validated country experiences that really flesh out in any sufficient detail how exactly those system reforms have played out to produce sustained and large increases in the learning of students? And again, I'm shocking you, I hope, in lots of ways with this weird presentation about students shot in the eye and girls beaten in the head. And this is an academic saying, no, I didn't really have all the evidence that I would like to have to be sure that I would be confident if I were talking to a top policymaker in the world. So what is RISE about? RISE is about each of you put yourself sitting face to face with the prime minister of a country who has, in his country, a large, dysfunctional, non-learning oriented education system, and you have his ear. He will trust what you say. Are you imagining this? What do you tell him? What do you tell him? The purpose of RISE is so that there's a community of practice out there that has theoretically well-founded, empirically validated, concrete, relevant research that we can say we're reasonably confident that if you launch on these particular paths of systemic reform, you can produce sustained, lasting, large gains in the learning of your children. Because until we can do that, we are stuck in a very dangerous situation in which the Prime Minister meeting wasn't, in fact, the last thing I did. Just before my 3 a.m. flight, I had a meeting with some of the elite of Egypt, many of whom said, after we discussed some other things, isn't though really our problem that we should just spend more on education like the East Asians did? Because there's just this super hopeful, faithful, that if we just spend more on education and devote more priority to it in some way, that will fix a country's problems. And you have to say to them, first of all, you have to separate what you mean by schooling from what you mean by education. And I can 100% guarantee you that if your problems were caused by a lack of schooling, your problems would be much better now. Because you've expanded schooling. In fact, they didn't even know that Egypt, in terms of measured years of schooling, has expanded schooling more than the East Asian countries did. Number of years of education has actually gone up by more in Egypt than in most of the successful East Asian countries. Then secondly, if what you're saying is, would a dramatic improvement in the learning performance of Egyptian kids and the opportunities that were created and the competencies and skills that I acquired in school really honest to God provided opportunity for these children, including for some of the better of these children to go to Harvard? If you could do that, yes, you should do that. But I don't know how to tell you how to do that. Right now, today, I do not know how to tell you how to do that. Lots of people have lots of ideas. Lots of you are in the audience thinking, but I know how to do that. Maybe you do. We're hoping to hear that. But maybe you don't. Maybe we really have not yet tackled the question of how do you move from dysfunctional, locked-in systems that have been logistically been able to put every butt in a seat in order to put creativity, skills, competencies in the, and opportunity and the hope in the minds and heart of every child. Thank you very much. Does someone have a pen they could throw me? Just so if I do collect questions, I remember them. I can't use a pencil. Sorry. Okay, thanks. This is the kind of pen you get when you ask for a pen in this room. It's a Hilton pen. Okay, questions. Let me take one question from the back. So why don't I wait and get 3 or 4 questions, and then, so 1, somebody else has a question. 2, 3, and then we'll take 3 more after that. So 1, 2, 3. I'll take yours next.
Sorry. My name is Felipe, student of Divine. I'm from Sierra Leone, West Africa. Thank you very much for this wonderful presentation. My question to you as a teacher I taught chemistry geography in Sierra Leone for 16 years. And according to this topic today, the teacher, the student, and the infrastructure, how are you going to improve it? The teacher, the student, and the infrastructure, how are you going to improve it? Now, let me present a simple scenario. I was a teacher 16 years ago, coming to the classroom. If my student fails, I fail as a teacher, any professional teacher. You can have everything, but if your output is not reflected in the student academic performance, you have failed. Coming to the classroom, as you rightly said about that Egyptian, late payment of salary, nothing in my stomach. How will I be effective? The teacher, the student, the community, and the infrastructure. How are you going to improve it? This is my question.
Who was the second
Yeah.
question?
That's quick. I'm Alec Gershberg from the New School. I
sorry,
love
from what?
the quote from Luis Crouch. I just want to know if he actually used the word crappy to describe the Egyptian education system.
Very detailed question. Yeah, over there.
I don't know if I was reading something into your remarks that you didn't intend, but it seemed that you were ruling out the possibility of discussing with the Prime Minister that the solution was to get rid of civil service employees in schools and to actually have a system of charters, vouchers, whatever that would be regulated, would be inspected, but that the only civil servants would be the people who were actually doing the inspections and making sure learning was taking place. And so my questions are, A, did you implicitly mean to say that's not on the table? B, if so, because you believe it's just politically impossible, or C, for another reason?
I should have recognized you sooner and not called on you. Yeah, that was like, who's that nice-looking gentleman in the blue blazer? Damn, that's Derek Neal. Okay. So let me address the first question, which is, I fully agree that you need the teacher, you need the student, and the infrastructure. So partly the way our systems approach starts is it starts from the front back, right? And I don't know, why did we take this picture down? Let's go back to my picture. Who's doing what? Did I go? I'm looking at those black windows, hoping there's somebody behind them in control. Yeah. So, because part of the question is that when one of these bright, fresh-faced children shows up with hope in their heart that education is going to transform their life, right? One of the things we did before we went up to take this picture, by the way, is we gave each of these kids an award, and we gave each of these kids an award. The T-shirt was given as an award for something specific that child had done, not about their schooling work, but about being kind, being generous, being helpful to others. So this little boy shows up for school. What does he need? Right? He's a student. He needs a teacher. He needs some infrastructure. But then what you have to do is trace back from the proximate determinants of what to happen to the deep systemic determinants, right? And I think part of the RISE research agenda is working backwards from the proximate to the systemic, because it's relatively easy sometimes to say, these are the following things that need to happen in order to have an effective educational system. The approach is to say, why, if we have reasonable confidence, these are what needs to happen, why isn't it happening at scale? And moreover, and again, I'm going to quote Luis again, Luis famously at one point said, and I'm going to paraphrase him in a way that is less polite than more polite, is that in lots of countries in the world, you can walk into an urban environment and you can find a school that's operating very near best practice. You can find an excellent school in nearly every city and nearly every country in the world, right? But then, you can take a rock, you can put it on a long string, and you can swing that around, and you can hit a crappy school. You can hit a school that's disastrous. That's a really important question. Why is it that excellence doesn't diffuse? Why is it that the well-known proximate determinants that need to be put together to produce education systems aren't happening? And part of a system approach to research of education, as opposed to a proximate determinant of education, isn't saying we need excellent teachers. It's saying if we know we need excellent teachers, why is it that these excellent teachers have not yet been recruited, attracted into the discipline, and rewarded and kept in the discipline and supported? So it's those, what are the supporting systemic features of the proximate determinants, and why are those lacking? That's where we want to push with this research. The second, obviously, are we being recorded?
Yes.
Oh,
no one
geez.
can hear you on the live stream.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, you just have to use the microphone.
Hello. Or maybe I'll just stay here. The second question is easy and obvious and simple. No, he did not say crappy. The third question is no, not at all. I did not mean to rule that out. Not ruling that out at all. That's what we mean by a potential systemic reform. But even suppose, and I'm not ruling it out at all, and I'm not ruling out because it's potentially politically impossible, I'm just not ruling it out. Yes, maybe that is the alternative system, but if I were going to guide the prime minister from where he is into that system, do I really have all the knowledge of how to constrain that? And I've been deeply affected, because I'm 56 years old, I've been deeply affected by the experience of Chile. I was old enough to remember in 1981 when Chile municipalized the schools, went to a voucher system. I'm also then old enough to remember that the first time Chile and Argentina participated in PISA, they had exactly the same scores. Now, if you're going to tell me that a free market system of vouchers and parental choice was going to produce dramatically superior learning results, Chile and Argentina should not have been exactly the same place in 2003, 22 years after a market system. Which isn't to say I can't make a market system or a system of charters and vouchers and everything else work, but I also want to know, do I really know all the details how to make that happen? And I'm not ruling it out. If we did know all the details to make it happen, and we're confident that that would make it happen, maybe we could make the politics of it happen too. So I'm not ruling out anything of the type you said. I'm also not ruling out, and I should be ruling out things out because it's interesting, and I mean it's sometimes important to rule things out. I'm not ruling out anything. Anything I could come up with that I was empirically confident that if I could make it happen would improve the opportunities for these children, I'd be willing to fight for, right? But I want to be confident, and the experience of other places have not yet let me confident that we know all the systemic features that it would take, and one of the things we know is one by one, it doesn't necessarily happen. So if we look at Karthik, who's moved and replaced with this guy, oh no. I thought a much more handsome version. This is good. Oh no, Karthik. If you look at Karthik's research, many of the ways in which private schools compete in India are absolutely dysfunctional with respect to learning. So an unstructured market of choice, is not necessarily going to operate in a way that's going to enhance learning performance. In particular, what they move into English medium schools in which the teaching is really unprepared to do English medium and which isn't pedagogically appropriate. And it doesn't necessarily produce superior learning performance, even though it can attract people in a market. So I'm not ruling anything out. The day is not ruling anything out. We're not ruling out the most radical ideas you might have, but we do want to have, can we translate those radical ideas into empirically validated, theoretically supported, practical advice? If we can, I'm all for it. She's holding up a sign that says 0.
I'm going to be tight here. We're really good time today, but I want to flag that there will be other opportunities to ask blunt questions during the lunchtime meeting, and also that we have a panel session this afternoon where there'll be more time to clear the room. So I'd like us to move on now, and if you can get ready.
Okay. Thanks. Keep improving this as we go. Yeah.
That was a tough act to follow. I'm not going to put up a photograph of schools. I'm going to put up things that look like photographs of schools. What I wanted to talk about was briefly the following, which is when we started working on education in about almost 15 years back, I think the group of people who were actually working on education was fairly small. I mean, it was about 10, 12 people starting to work on low-income countries and education and what was going on. And just looking around the room and looking at the program and reading through the papers that are being presented at this program, I really think that we now have some of the best researchers working on education in low and middle income countries, right? So it's almost, I was telling Lant the other day, it's almost time for us to step out. We're kind of in the way. So, what I wanted to do in this presentation is just think a little bit about a program that we have had of work in Pakistan over the last 15 years or so, and try and see, because we have diverged a little bit from the way that, from other sets of studies on education. I just want to kind of think about, is that divergence a useful point of departure? Because frankly, it's not that we are the best economists or the best statisticians or the best econometricians, and there's always doubt in our own minds about, are we doing the right thing? Is this the right way to think about things? So I wanted to present a little bit of that and just open up to say, okay, is this useful, right? And really, so what I want to think about is kind of delineating what are the potential differences in the way we have approached what's going on. Maybe have a little bit of a discussion on whether it's productive, and I'm completely open to the idea, well, no, this is the wrong way to think about it. But if it is productive, maybe, how do we start to fill the gaps in what we understand, right? And the motivation's really been the following, right? I mean, this has been a model of schooling that we have held in our mental, our mental model for a long time, right? I mean, which is there's one village, there's a public school in it. In a public school, you have to give A, B, C, D, E inputs, and what we need to do is say which input produces how much, and then expand that to all public schools, right? And of course, that's not the way that reality now functions in a lot of places around the world, right? I mean, so this is, this is a village in Faisalabad in Pakistan. And I told you I'd have a photograph, but it's not as impressive. So it's a small village, right? I mean, it's, I've walked it with kids who are 7 or 8, and it takes about 15 minutes to walk diagonal to, along the diagonal. It has 7 schools, 7 schools in it. 5 of them are private, 2 of them are public. And about 60% of, Punjab's population of 80 million live in villages like this, right? Is this a phenomenon that's only in Pakistan? No. If you look at India and kind of enrollment growth curves, which is saying, so these are wealth deciles on the x-axis, and it's how much did enrollment grow in different sectors between 1995 and 2005, which was about the time when the government started investing very heavily in education. There was one part of the distribution of these enrollment growth curves where people came more into public schools, right? But the rest of it was an exodus, right? I mean, so, you think about that. You're saying at the same time that you're pumping money into public schools, the proportion of students that you've managed to bribe to come back into the public schools is only among the poorest of the poor, right? And I think, there's a bit of fairly careful work now saying, look, you really have to be careful about those numbers as well, because a lot of people enroll in the private schools to get the benefits, but then actually attending a different kind of school. A public school. Yeah. So this is the second piece of that way it is now, right? So here's one more village in our survey. I don't know how to do this better, but the one more thing that I want to point out is these are not uniform schools, right? Every school seems to be doing something different, right? I mean, this guy, I don't know how the clicker works. I guess if I press the red. Oh, clickers don't work on LCD screens. So if you look at this school, right? I mean, this school has a poor student-teacher ratio, pretty poor facilities, bad test scores. But here's a private school that's decided not to have the best facilities, and it doesn't have great test scores. Here's a private school that decided I'll have really good facilities, really good student-teacher ratio, high test scores in my students. But here's another private school, that's probably not invested heavily in teachers and has different kind of input mixes, right? So these are not, one size fits all, even within the same geographical area, same kids competing for the same markets, right? Where does that get us to? This is the point that we've had a hard time with, is how to fix the system depends on what we want out of it, right? And the fundamental problem has been who decides what schools produce, and what's our measure of welfare here going to be, right? I mean, so before my children joined school, I never realized how insane the American schooling system is, right? For the following reason, which is this, right? All the policy debate and what economists seem to be worried about, and what the newspapers write about, is test scores, right? Now, granted, this is my neighborhood, but it's also true for the American Time Use Survey. If you look at primary schools, right? Parents spend very little time outside school purchasing test scores. How could you purchase test scores? You could put your kids in tuition centers, you could work with them, you could do a bunch of stuff, right? They spend an enormous amount of time outside school purchasing sports, okay? Now, one of the things about econ is it helps you distinguish what that tells you about parental preferences, right? Now, if you have a budget constraint that's kinked, so it looks like this, you have to go these many hours to school, and then you have a regular budget constraint, what you're saying is everybody is at that kink, okay? That can happen only if, without the kink, you can be tangent at that point only if you have such an efficient political system that you've actually got exactly the right inputs in there, right? Under most other circumstances, that says, according to parental preferences, your schools are overproducing test scores, right? What parents want your schools to do is scale back on test scores and produce more sports, right? So, so I find that a really confusing kind of conversation for me to think about. And it's a very ancient debate, right? I mean, so this debate goes back, well, the earliest example is Pliny the Elder in Rome, who decides to buy, get teachers for the city of where he is, for the town of Como. And he says, I'm not going to pay these teachers. They have to be paid by the local guys, because otherwise they're not going to be accountable to the parents, right? But of course, schooling went exactly the other way. So the Massachusetts Teacher, which was a publication in 1850, says in too many instances the parents are unfit guardians of their own children. The children must be gathered up and forced into school. And I think this is one of the points that Lant was making, perhaps more implicitly than I do. But it's really how do we want to adjudicate welfare? What do we think about a school where children are being beaten up but have high test scores? I mean, are we okay with that, right? The California State Superintendent of Public Instruction, the child should be taught to consider his instruction in many respects superior to the parent, in point of authority. The vulgar impression that parents have a legal right to dictate to teachers is entirely erroneous, right? You can go back to 1520, and this is where the system of schooling really starts. I mean, Martin Luther really believes that schooling cannot be left to parents, right? So he says, it's to you, my lords, to take this task, education in hand, for if we leave it to the parents, we will die 100 times over before this thing could be done, right? Fights break out all over. So in Heidenheim, Germany, for example, the city council takes out this representation saying our young people, most of whom have no aptitude for Latin and are growing up to be artisans, are better served by a German teacher than a Latin master, for they need to learn writing and reading, which is of great help to them in their work and their livelihood. So there's constant tension, right? I mean, between, a school administration wants X, but parents want Y, right? I really think that the rise of private schools has been important because it allows you to guess a little bit at what parents want in a system, right? And I feel that this time it's going to be different, not because we're not going to have all these debates again, but it's because we can now look and answer fundamental questions regarding the functioning of a private sector without subsidies and minimal regulation, albeit with a state sector alongside. And at the very least, I think what we can do is kind of bring modern empirical methods to bear on these issues. I mean, what this should lead us to is some idea of what are the fundamental parameters of what parents want from a schooling system, and some better ideas about what should the role of the state be in this circumstance, right? And so the agenda that we've been following has been very different in that we are interested in saying, if we don't necessarily want to make ex-ante judgments about what input mix, about two things, about what is the right input mix for a school, right? So, I have two kids. The two kids are completely different. One loves to be taught. The other is completely self-motivated and hates being taught, right? So you have to treat these two kids completely differently in the way you behave with them, right? What I find difficult in understanding, and I've talked to almost now 150 private school head teachers. One thing they all agree on is, we need good teachers, right? And then they agree on nothing else. So somebody says, look, this area we had a really bad harvest. The kids are coming to school hungry. I put in a meal program. Somebody else says, my teacher's really weak at math. I've put her in a training program, right? I don't know what to think about an estimate that says, what's the impact of a meal program in all schools, right? It really seems to me that what these schools are doing is figuring out some optimal mix that's optimal for their own populations, right? So, if we don't want to make ex-ante judgments about what input mix is correct for a school and what matters to parents, we've been thinking pretty hard about and made some progress. Can we use a market failure approach to the role of the state, right? And what's the idea here? So we hypothesize a market failure. Where this hypothesis comes from, I'll leave untold. But try and fix it. We can take a strict approach. So if there are no externalities, you can say under market failure, if there was a market failure, any increase in trade must be an improvement in welfare. A market failure will always lead to lack of trade. That's what a market failure is, right? So if you can improve lack of trade without improving resources, you have a market failure, right? You can go one step further. You can check to see what happens to what outcomes we choose to measure, which is, we make a welfare judgment. But what's interesting is if you fix a market failure and you see these measures improve along the very lines that we keep talking about, math, English, that tells you something deep. It tells you when you fix a market failure, parental preferences are such that they actually want those things to improve. Right? Remember, I have not taken the stance either that private schools are better, private schools are X, or anything of that sort. The stance that I have taken is say I can deduce what parents want, right, and have a role for the state from market failures that lets me get back at this in some way, right? Why is this, so if there's an improvement, I think we've learned something quite deep about parental preferences and market failures, right? Why is this important? I was partly influenced by, I have it in my pocket, by this, right? Can anybody see what this is? Oh, good, because if you could, it's a piece of a croissant from outside. If you can't, it's an apple cinnamon Cheerio. Right, and the reason it's an apple cinnamon Cheerio is the following, which is there's a very famous paper that said, well, how do you value new goods, right? And Jerry Hausman wrote this paper, and he said, look, basically the way you value new goods is you construct the demand curve. You do a lot of fancy things to construct a demand curve. Then you say, what would the price have to be for that demand to be zero? What's the price right now? And therefore, what's the consumer surplus from this demand curve, right? Apple Cinnamon Cheerios, the market, at a market share of about, I can't remember exactly, but it was between 3 and 4%. He computed the consumer surplus gains to that to be $80 million a year, right? Private schools right now have a market share of about 40% in a lot of countries, right? And our only measure of welfare is what did they do to English test scores, math test scores, and something else, right? I mean, if you say parents really care about that, that market share is really, really informative about what these things are producing, right? So what's the approach we've taken? Now, let me just give you 3 quick examples. So we did one example where we used information as a market failure, and this is a randomized study. So when you provide information in markets, so this is not at schools, this is in markets. So every village that I showed you in that picture gets shocked with new information. We show there's an increase of enrollment by 5%, so it increased trade. And we show that it reduces private school prices for initially higher performing ones on test scores. It increases village level test scores, and it increases public test scores, right? We show that this is very consistent with theories of pricing and quality choice under asymmetric information. In fact, it's the first test of a market level intervention for asymmetric information, which says, you know, if you had a separating equilibrium, it must have been the case that higher performing places had an informational rent. We see that informational rent go down, right? We've now been working on thinking about credit as a market failure. So we did this little experiment where we gave money to schools, and we separated it into 2 bits, right? In some villages, we gave money only to one school, and in some villages, we gave money to all the schools, right? I mean, this was all, it's a multi-level randomization, you know, village, schools within that. What we find higher monthly revenues in both groups relative to the control. This is coming from, and this is coming from 2 different sources, right? So in places where we gave it to only one school, there was an enrollment increase, but almost no increase in either test scores or anything else, right? So they put in, you know, a little bit more infrastructure, desk stuff, and they poached from the other school who had no money to do anything at all, right? When we gave it to all schools in the village, we found pretty significant test score increases across the board, along with increases in their prices, because they're now providing higher quality. That's the place where welfare actually goes up, right? So us, this has been fairly important, both as a test of whether there are credit constraints in the market, as well as a test of saying, you know, how should we go about this? I mean, so if you think about the usual way IFC or other people invest, they try and pick a winner. They say, here's the guy we should invest in. We're saying, no, that's really a terrible approach because you're building up monopolies. It's great for venture capital in the private sector where you actually want to build up Facebook and get a monopoly. It's a terrible model for the social sector, right? What you need to create is a level playing field where everybody can be equally treated, right? Last one we've been looking, you know, we've kind of made some progress on is teacher supply as a market failure. And this is a nice example because, you know, the experiment we tried to run is, you know, we helicopter drop teachers into villages, right? And this is really I wish. What we actually do is use an IV strategy for placement of girls' secondary schools who we hypothesize produce potential teachers. What's interesting is if you want to look at teachers at a constraint, right? If I helicopter drop in these teachers, would it be reasonable for me to say, you know, 20 years later, did a government school come up there? Well, not really, because there are so many constraints to where and how a government school is placed that I can't say much about it, right? But I can look at markets, because markets respond to supply and demand, right? And what we show is that private schools are 3 times more likely to arise in villages that receive this helicopter drop. So that's an increase in trade. And it's a supply effect because the wages are actually lower in these villages, right? I mean, so that's what the private sector allows you to do. You've taken out all these hierarchical and bureaucratic and administrative stuff you have to go through. And if you want to start to say, what is it that parents care about? What is it that underlying supply and demand looks like? I mean, this is a good place to start, right? Let me summarize. So it's really, you know, a kind of, I don't know whether it's I'd call it an alternate research agenda, a different research agenda, that's using the rise of private schools. So, you know, we're fairly agnostic on whether private schools are better, private schools are worse. We can tell you with instrumental variables and fairly clear things. And we've been tracking these kids now for 10 years. So we have this paper looking over 10 years what happens to kids who went to private schools. You know, we find that they do better on all the margins that we can do. I mean, in fact, the differences are much larger than Karthik's. I mean, they seem to be about a standard deviation in some cases. but you don't actually need, and that's important for the debate. But it allows you to return to this fundamental question, which I think Lant's been pushing a lot, to say, how do we want to adjudicate welfare in these cases, right? And does think about the role of the state. And I think we've made some progress on some fronts. I think there's much we don't understand yet, and I'm happy to talk in questions about what we don't yet understand. But essentially, it's not. I'm not saying that this is the right way to go. This is the wrong way to go. But I think this is an alternate way to think about some of the stuff, which has become possible in low-income countries, because you're going to have this 10-year period where these schools remain unregulated, don't have administrative thing. The problem is the moment they become big enough, like in India, that period is almost at its end, right? So if we want to really go back to saying how should a state function, the only place we can look at markets are these places. And I think they're starting to provide fairly useful information on what is it that parents want, how do these markets actually function, and therefore what should the role of the state be in these circumstances. So let me stop there. And if there are any questions, happy to take those. Sure. 3 questions. Yep.
I'm Lori Torres from More Than the Academy in Liberia. And my question is about the parental, about the parental involvement and asking them what they want for their children. Especially in the Indian and Pakistani context, is there consideration of the bonded labor, pervasiveness in the villages, or other impacts that prevent children from being in school as part of your research, or is it more just around parents who are already engaged in that system?
Should take 2 more questions.
Hi, I'm Pauline Rose of the University of Cambridge and a DFID Senior Research Fellow. I'm just intrigued about the setting of the scene for the RISE programme with a presentation on the private schools, and just wondering how it is seen in terms of fitting with the overall picture of systems, in as much as some of us are acutely aware of how contentious this is. Is it seen as something that is an entry point, or obviously in many countries it is something that is quite key to their education systems as they currently stand, but how is it being conceptualized within that overarching framework?
You can pick it.
Jane Benbow with the Global Reading Network. I would like to know if there's any research around the issue of market effects that give us indicators of equity. Indicators of equity, equability in the outcomes.
So, I should, so bonded labor, I should stress that kids here are not, if you look at time use of children in India and Pakistan, until about the age of 12, 13 for girls and about 14 to 15 for boys, there's almost no time spent working. It's 0. When kids are not in school, they're out playing, right? I think that's very different from Ecuador, for example, where there's much higher child labor because of the banana plantations. Because really, I mean, average child in an average village, there's no labor going on, right? And this is this phenomenon of what's called idle children. I mean, they're not, they're playing, right? I mean, I don't think they're idle, but they're playing. Conceptualization within a broader structure, I don't know. I mean, I'm not, I'm not designing the RISE agenda, but I think the way at least we've been thinking about it is it's very hard for us to understand what a role of a state should be unless we know what market failures in a system look like. And I think to understand market failures in an industrial organization sense, we need to start looking at places where there are markets. It's, I find it quite hard to understand market failures without looking at markets, right? So I take no stand on whether private schools are better. I don't know on what grounds one can say whether something is better than another. Are apple cinnamon Cheerios better than honey nut Cheerios? I don't know. It depends on whether you like cinnamon or not. But I think that's it's an important question that one should think about, which is it an important agenda to start thinking about? An opportunity do you have to look at what the role of the state should be in these circumstances, right? Equity, I think, what we do know is just in terms of the facts that the equity can be in two margins. You cannot go to a private school because there is no private school around, and I think we have a fair bit of evidence that that's a big part of the puzzle. So yes, a lot of equity is because there isn't enough private schooling, which seems to be much better. And in places where there is private schooling, it's clearly the fact that the richer and more educated are sending their children there. But there's always considerable overlap in the distribution. Now, what to do about equity, I'm less clear. So I'm not, I actually think that unlike so I don't completely think that we have got the voucher story down, right? For the following reason, which is, the private sector is efficient. We have a saying in India that the private sector is inefficient in direct proportion to the subsidy it receives from the public sector, right? And the problem is going to be that two problems that we have really seen. I mean, one is if you look at pricing in the private market, it's very subtle, right? It's responding to all kinds of things, and within the same village, you'll get 5 prices for 5 private schools, right? Now, I don't think we have had enough research on how to replicate, right, the pricing in the private market with a public subsidy. And this is the mess with health insurance everywhere, which is how do you price these products, right? So you can say, look, we are just going to have a single price, which means in equilibrium, you're going to have a single quality. But it's not, we haven't done the experiments yet, and we don't have enough of a notion of what is going to be important in saying how these things are going to be priced, right? The second problem I have is I don't think that the idea that if you can't provide, you can regulate, I'm not sure how right that is. So in India, for example, we put in the world's largest voucher scheme ever, which is applicable to roughly 100 million children or something of that sort. And things are a mess, right? So the word on the street is that the politicians are buying up the private schools, and they have been using other useless regulation on the books to close down the other competing private schools, right? Because now there is significant money in that sector, right? So it's just very unclear to me. We don't even have a conflict of interest disclosure required of our politicians, right? I mean, it's just, very unclear to me that the political economy of that situation can be fully handled without some fairly deep thinking and experimentation. So I don't want to put something out there that says, look, I think equity can be perfectly handled through vouchers. We're not finding that. I mean, at least across the board, the voucher experiments are giving very different results depending on specific design and context.
Okay, at this point, I'm going to move us along to the next speaker. The first thing, just before doing so, I'd just like to pick up on Pauline's question. Pauline, that's precisely the type of thing that would be great to bring up at the lunchtime session as to what kind of things would be suitable under the RISE agenda. So we'll revisit that at lunchtime. So can we say a further thank you to Jishnu and welcome Karthik onto the stage.
All right, can we figure this out? Is this working? Okay, there we go. Okay, So thanks to Lant and DFID and everybody for organizing the program. It's a bit of a confusing brief because there was no brief for this opening session. I think Lant partly just wanted to put together a range of people who he thought would have something useful to say. And I take the brief as partly being about agenda setting as opposed to an individual paper, because we've got a bunch of high quality papers later on in the day. So the way I saw my mandate on this session is partly kind of representing the experimental tradition, and because one of the things that come to mind when I think about why we're doing systems research is that there's a sense in which we've gotten a lot of research done in the past 15 years that are kind of smaller RCTs that are teaching us useful things. But what we don't know is when you find an intervention that has a positive effect of 0.2 standard deviations, we have no idea how do you take that and embed that in a system and get that to deliver outcomes at scale, right? So I think, the way I came at this was to saying we've gotten a lot of progress in the RCT agenda. People like Lant and Justin have been, slightly skeptical about the full extent to which this agenda will give us everything we want, but I found it very gratifying that all of Lant's examples actually came from RCTs, and so I kind of rest my case, right? So I kind of rest my case that those of us who've been kind of doing this for the past 15 years, have generated nuggets of knowledge, that are informing this larger systems point. So what I wanted to do was first do a very quick overview in about 5 minutes of where we've gotten in this experimental agenda, what we've learned. Spend maybe 5-10 minutes being very explicit about the weaknesses, so that those of people who methodologically try to throw stones at RCTs kind of recognize that those of us who are in the inside kind of know this pretty well, right? And then to kind of move the agenda forward in a slightly constructive way, which is to say, to give you one example of the sort of project I'm working on now, which I think is trying to move us towards doing system level research, but doing it with RCTs. And as those of you who know kind of some of my work, is I like to do experiments at very large scale. And we've got a particular project in mind, that I think fits quite well with pushing this agenda forward. So I think it's pretty amazing. So is Dave Evans here? I see Svetlana. Oh, there's Dave. Okay, exactly, right? So there's been this explosion in quantitative research in education in low-income countries. And one way to see this is just that there have been 6 to 10 review papers of the research in education in just the last 2 years. And then you have Dave Evans and Popova coming and doing a review of the reviews. So the good news is that there's at least enough underlying fundamental work being done that people feel that there's stuff to be reviewed. But what comes out of this is that synthesizing research and meta-analysis is not easy. So one of the ways we've kind of pushed this agenda is to saying, let's get together a lot of these little studies, and then we'll build up an edifice of knowledge from these little bricks that are made on more solid foundations. And I think it's promising, but you kind of realize that even synthesizing that research is not easy, that even high quality studies are very difficult to compare. And my contention here is going to be not because the studies are bad, it's because I think the studies per se, kind of RCT's version 1, happen in an extremely ad hoc decentralized way, in a way that we didn't quite design these to maximize learning at a system level, as opposed to kind of saying, oh, here's a study, here's an intervention, let's randomize, what do we learn, right? So part of what I'm going to offer is then a roadmap for how, as a systems research program, we can kind of create the public goods and the architecture required to allow better learning from these individual studies, right? But I think the good news, and again, when we try to do these comparisons, one of the things that comes out to me at least is that variations within the theme are often bigger than variations across themes, which suggests that the details of how interventions are designed and implemented really matter. But there are some broad themes that do emerge. And so if I had to kind of put a one-slide summary of the class of interventions on which we've got a lot of research in the past 15 years, on which we have learned stuff, you can broadly think of these as 4 categories of interventions. Things that are doing things on the demand side. This is everything to do with households, students, and interventions at that level. There's stuff at the school level, which is, of course, what people who run education ministries and think about education systems research usually focus on the school side of the puzzle. And then there's kind of, you've got a whole bunch of inputs that you're putting into your schools, and then there's the pedagogy, which is what you actually do with all of this stuff. And then there's governance, which is at a system level. How are you kind of organizing your system for performance? And I think if I were to summarize broadly what some of the broad patterns are, I think what is not working is almost as important as what is working. And if there's something we're even more clear about than what works, is we're pretty clear about what does not work, right? It's amazing how many high quality studies and just providing schools with more resources find exactly 0 impact. Okay, so I'm going to show you that in the next slide. There's at least 4 or 5 studies, high quality RCTs, that actually just put more money in schools, let teachers, communities do whatever they want, find close to 0 impact. Okay. On the other hand, interventions in pedagogy, some of the highest returns have come from relatively simple interventions in pedagogy. And we've got good evidence that well-structured reforms in governance, can have impacts. Okay, so that's kind of just synthesizing where this is. But what I want to do in the next 2 slides is kind of push the RCT crowd further, because I thought I have 2 audiences. One is there's a bunch of researchers who are going to be applying for funding under this program and trying to do research. And what I want to push the RCT crowd to think harder about is to design your studies up front so that when you get a 0 result, if you get a 0 result, that you've thought very hard about how many different reasons there could be for that 0. So just to give you one example, I think interpreting 0 effects is something that people have not thought enough about. So the traditional view of what you get from a 0 effect is that you have an education production function, you have an exogenous change in one input, you get a 0, that means the marginal product is 0, right? That's kind of what this is supposed to mean. But once you get to a developing country, there's many different possibilities for what the 0 means. So I'm going to give you 4 studies with the same result, but with 4 different explanations, at least, of what have been pushed by those papers. And this is kind of in the context of finding close to 0 impact of providing books and materials to schools. So you talk to teachers, you talk to people, one of the first things that comes to mind when you go to developing countries, oh, there's 11 kids sharing a textbook, let's give them more textbooks. Okay, so that's just the most visceral impression you come back with when you go visit these schools. And we've got 4 studies now, okay, providing these kind of inputs, finding exactly 0 impact. So the first of this is, again, by Dave Evans and Svetlana, right? So they've got this RCT providing textbooks in Sierra Leone, and they find an exactly 0 impact. And part of the reason was that the textbooks were stored in beautiful cupboards by the teachers, right? And not actually distributed to the kids. So because the teacher's objective function in some ways is that if the books are used, God forbid, if somebody were to come and check on where these books went, I need to have the books to show this person so that they didn't think I stole the books or resold them in the open market. So the objective function is more to kind of show that these inputs are beautifully there when the donor comes to see that the inputs are in the school. So coming back to what's welfare, the welfare here is perhaps perfectly incentive compatible with what the system is doing, which is make the donor feel good, that when the donor shows up to the school, that you see my books are here in the school, making the school look better. Okay. But the reason this is important is I think about this really as a form of non-implementation. So in a developing country, when you get an intervention and you get no impact, you can't directly go and infer that the marginal product of this input is 0 if the intervention wasn't implemented to begin with. Okay, so I think these implementation issues are first order enough that when you take an RCT from a small RCT run by an NGO that gets implemented to saying, now let's think about this at a system level, I think it's really important to actually just not assume implementation and do everything you can, to document and study implementation, and in fact potentially even consider interventions in improving in implementation, which may well be the first order constraint. So in fact, the dominant pathway for former RAs of mine who've spent time in the field is to go on to public policy master's programs. But what I find interesting is how many of them come back to me and saying, you know what, the research was great, but I really think I need to be in implementation because that's kind of what the binding constraint is in most of these settings. Okay, so that's kind of point number 1. So point number 2 is then the study that Jishnu and I have with data from both Zambia and India, where you find that you provide schools, again, with resources and grants, and you do this over multiple years, and the first year, you get a nice positive impact on test scores. But the second year, the impact has gone right back to 0, okay, even though you've given them another round of money. So now the question is what happened? So there's 3 kind of classes of explanations. The first is just that there's diminishing returns. They spent on the high impact stuff and then there wasn't much to do. That turns out not to be true because they use up the books and the books get bought again. The second story is by the second year they figured out how to steal the money. There's more corruption. And that turns out not to be true because we've got reasonably good monitoring. And the answer is just Econ 101. And the answer is that in the first year, this grant comes as a surprise. Okay, so it comes as a surprise. And so people have not re-optimized their behavior. But in the second year, once you know that these grants are coming, the households have cut back their own spending by almost 80% of the value of the grant. So because the households are buying on books and materials. So it's Econ 101. All the time we spend in public finance is saying, how do individuals re-optimize when you have a public program? But that's not something that's been done enough in education research because we say, even with the RCTs, you get the helicopter drop and you get the impact. But if you're not then looking at how the other parts are moving in response to this intervention, how you interpret your effect is going to be very different. Okay, so again, what this would suggest is not that the production function, like from this guy, from the first study, you can say nothing about the production function because the input didn't actually change. In the second case, you might infer that the production function effect is 0, but what you're getting is a little more subtle than that the production function effect might be positive, but the policy effect might be 0 once this has been counteracted by re-optimizing behavior by everybody else. Then you have this third study by Michael Kremer and Paul Larry and others, which is probably the closest there is to like a straight production function interpretation, which is you kind of gave the textbooks reached the schools, there was no substitution, but the effect was still 0, okay? And so now what happened is they have a pretty kind of intuitive, theoretically motivated basis for thinking about the fact that there might be heterogeneity here. And the insight is very simple, that you need to be able to read to benefit from textbooks. So if you looked at the impact on the top 20% of kids in the baseline scores, those kids benefited from these free textbooks, but the other 80% didn't, mainly because they couldn't read. So going back to some of the anecdotes that Lant started the story with, and at least if there's one set of facts in the past 10 years that are now just incontrovertible from multiple parts of the world, is just that over 50 or 60% of kids are behind grade level. And so giving them a textbook is not going to have impact if they can't read. But the other thing this flags to me is when we think about why are well-designed interventions often found to not have an impact. And I think, so the more I work in education and in policy in general, I think the biggest disconnect that we don't reconcile with is that the people who make policy tend to be positively, extremely right-tail selected for being the best people in the system, assuming the systems broadly work the way they should, right? So the teachers who are chosen for the Best Teacher Award, like to come and give the inputs to the Minister of Education of what are the inputs that we need to put in, are probably the teachers who won a Best Teacher Award. And so for a teacher who's highly motivated, the binding constraint is in fact the lack of the materials. But that might not be the binding constraint for the average teacher or the average student in the system. So, and I think a lot of the schizophrenia in education policy and research, I think we can explain a lot by looking at the fact there's no malice, right? Just that the perspectives of what the binding constraints are for the elites are extremely different, from what they are for the averages. And that's partly sometimes what the RCTs help you do, is to say, here are interventions conceptualized by people at one end of the distribution that might not be where the binding constraints are, okay? And then the last thing, stealing a little bit of Isaac's thunder, but he'll talk more about this tomorrow. So this is ongoing work Isaac and I have in Tanzania, where again, massive school grant, okay? A massive school grant that more than doubled the per child expenditure in the school, non-teacher salary expenditure in the school. Okay, it's a non-trivial grant. And first year, 0, second year, 0, okay? And these are not even going back to something Jishnu said, which is important. It's not just a question of giving everybody a textbook, because you might well have given everybody a textbook in a setting where 90% of schools have textbooks, in which case you're not alleviating a binding constraint. But the idea here was you give the schools the money, give them a fair bit of flexibility in how they spend it, as long as it's audited and accounted for, okay? And you get exact 0. But the difference here is now we have another treatment with teacher performance pay. And for the first time, to my knowledge at least, we've kind of designed this in an interaction way that gives you enough power to test for the interactions, okay? And what you find is that there is strong evidence of complementarity, right? So you have a teacher performance pay program, you have school grants. By themselves, neither of them not that effective. But together, that interaction effect is robustly significant. And so what that suggests is that the materials in the books may have been useful inputs, provided you got the incentives right in the system to use those inputs better. So again, the inputs might well alleviate a binding constraint for a motivated teacher. But for the average teacher who's not motivated, that might not be alleviating that constraint. And so that's kind of testing for these complementarities then becomes really important, right? So this is hard. So in fact, Michael's AER paper in 2003 about designing experiments talks explicitly about the fact that the first wave of experiments ignored interactions partly because of budget constraints, but that if interactions mattered, then that this would be important to test. And what we're seeing here is that there are settings where these interactions could really be first order. So again, when I think about the difference between individual RCTs and system level stuff, it's kind of thinking harder about interactions that we're not able to pick up in individual studies, and seeing can we do more about designing research programs that help us understand these interactions. Okay, so the summary from this for all the this sounds scary, but like Jishnu said, the younger researchers, right, who are applying for grants under this, is that think hard about everything you're going to measure and how you're going to distinguish between different alternative explanations, even for a 0 effect, because there's a lot of subtlety embedded within those estimates. So I'm going to go faster through limitations and external validity. I think all of us know this. And I think we've, there's even within the same context, let alone taking RCT estimates across context, even within the context, there's concerns about representativeness of the study universe. Is this a self-selected sample? There's implementation quality, that what happens when it's NGO versus government. There's tweaking the policy, right? And RCT can only give you the estimate of the exact intervention you randomize, but it doesn't tell you what's going to happen if I change the value of my transfer by 20%. So sometimes you need to think about embedding these in models to do that. And then there's GE and political economy concerns. So I think what I want to do is, the implications for the RISE program is, I think sometimes I've been reading a bunch of papers in the past few years that kind of are, anti-RCT is too strong a word, but are pushing back on RCTs in terms of saying, oh, this is not quite the magic wand it was made out to be. There's a lot of limitations. I think the answer is it's hard, okay? And let's not forget how we got into RCT world. We got into RCT world because we were at a place where just changing what you control for changed all your estimates. And what we're doing is getting more credible estimates in individual studies that's then giving us the solid building blocks to then understand systems in terms of where the constraints are. Okay, so I think we broadly agree that RCTs provide the best answer, but there's severe challenges to learning from this in a systematic way. So I see RISE kind of broadly trying to do three things. This is not my mandate. This is my input as an ILT member. I don't get to decide. I just get to advise. Okay. But one part of this is, I think, creating public goods that enable comparisons across studies, right? So especially on topics like measurement and common scales, both in terms of outcomes and in terms of processes, so that we have a slight studies. So so recently, Esther and Abhijit are putting together the handbook for field experiments in education. So Roland Fryer gets to write the chapter on developed countries, and I get to write the chapter on developing countries. And Roland, very happily redefines this as kind of basically being US. Okay, so and he gets to write in one country, and I have to deal with 160. Okay, so and so the problem then when you sit down and try to do this stuff is these tests are standard deviations comparable. It's not obvious. Sometimes you're measuring on continuous scales. Sometimes you've got discrete scales of Pratham style interval scales. So it's just really, really hard. Okay, and whether it's the World Bank or whether it's the RISE or whether DFID or people who are funding the stuff should be thinking hard about how do we create these public goods that allow the kind of research community to learn more from individual studies. And then there's kind of creating administrative public goods. So to me, it's kind of staggering that what we had in Andhra Pradesh over 5 years is the first annual longitudinal data set in student learning outcomes. I mean, the fact that we don't have this in other settings, to me, is completely crazy. And again, I would say from affecting the policy environment, what Uwezo and Usser and folks have done just by documenting data year after year after year in the past 10 years has probably been the most important in terms of just the salience of the learning crisis. But those are still repeated snapshots, and we learn a lot more if you can start doing this longitudinally. And then the last thing which I wanted to do was, given that I am clearly the card-carrying experimenter, is how would I kind of adapt the needs of systems questions, into experimental analysis? And so if I was funding a research program over 5 years, what I would think about was that or if I was applying for funding, I would encourage people to think about creating structures that combine iterative intervention design, which are done kind of by education experts. So again, I think it was Stefan Durkon or somebody who said that a lot of the high quality empirical research in education in the past 15 years has come from economists. The problem is that because it's done by economists, we're blinkered into asking questions of interest to economists. So we've done a lot of work on contracts and incentives and choice and information, but we haven't done nearly the same amount of high quality work in pedagogy, the same amount of high quality work in just how do you teach kids. So maybe all that's been happening in education systems historically is that, certainly when I think about the Indian education system, it's all been about selection and filtration of who's already smart. It's not been designed to add value to first generation learners who don't actually get it before they come to school or don't have other inputs at home. And so maybe an entire part of this research that's not RISE, but in terms of thinking scientifically, globally, that part of the big evidence gaps might well be how do you teach effectively in these settings. So I would like to see more kind of interventions that are coming from people who are deeply in the classroom, interventions coming from educationists. The problem is when I then try and do a little bit of a review of the evidence and say, when you look at systems research, the first place I think about how do you affect a system is not by saying, oh, here is a result that I take to the prime minister in my meeting and say, go change this. Systems are kind of sociological, organizational creatures that reproduce themselves in certain ways. And the way things get reproduced is through the professional development system. So everybody says teacher training matters. But what I've not seen is enough of, say, a high quality content analysis of teacher training programs. So one of the things I tried to do was unpack why we never seem to find positive effects on teacher training and learning outcomes. Okay, so you talk to educationists, the first thing they'll say is more teacher training. You look at all the data, there's not a single study, right, I mean, that uses kind of credible identification or even panel data that seems to find positive correlations between teacher training certifications and effectiveness in the classroom. Okay, so what's going on? So one of three possibilities. One is a lot of these degrees are fake. Okay, you can just like buy your degrees, and so that's not surprising. Second is, even if they're not fake, what is in the teacher training programs, a lot of this is history, theory, philosophy, sociology of education, but remarkably little on how do you actually teach. And then when I try and figure out what's the epistemic basis for what we're putting in our teacher training programs in terms of the evidence basis, so if you look at medical training, you don't put things in there that don't have RCT evidence. Nobody seems to have that qualm about what goes into teacher training programs. Okay, so in general, I think there's a lot to be done with having interventions designed by education experts, but partnered with people with more quantitative evaluation skills. I mean, so that we can bring that same amount of rigor to what we learn. And then the last part is to do this in a setting that then lets you embed these findings in organizations to deliver these improvements at scale. So let me just talk for 5 minutes about a project which I'm really excited about. And this is something we've been doing now for the past year with the government of Madhya Pradesh, which is the 5th largest state in India, about 75 million people. So that's bigger than the UK, you know, just for reference. About 120,000 government schools. And what's interesting about MP is we're in a setting where the government is really cognizant of the crisis in learning, and they really want to do something about this, okay? So they've tried to do annual learning assessments. They've tried to introduce some kind of exams in grade 5 and 8. They're working on improved school governance. And so what this all led to is the school assessment program. So this is what I mean by an intervention that was not led by economists, but an intervention that was driven organically by the system with a view to system level change, with strong DFID support led by ARC, Absolute Return for Kids, inputs from Ofsted. And the idea is really a 4-step school governance architecture that incorporates some findings from RCTs, or other evidence that monitoring and supervision matter. So it's got 4 legs. The first is that every school gets visited by a superior officer once every 3 months. But then they kind of realize that this is just the starting point. It's not just saying, oh, more inspections, but it's really about using this as a point for doing a comprehensive school quality assessment on 7 to 8 metrics, and then coming up with a school-specific improvement plan. And then the key thing is to follow up with that. So if you look at RCT evidence from, say, community empowerment programs in Uganda versus UP, the Uganda intervention seemed to have had effect, and at least from what it looks like, one key step there was coming and not just providing information that you're bad, but providing information and following that up with an improvement plan, an action plan, of what would you do with this information, right? So this is kind of embedded in the thinking. And then it's these quarterly follow-ups. At every quarter, you're going back and saying, how have you done on each of these 7 metrics? So the idea is not to say how you're going to become Finland. The idea is, can you be better than what you were 3 months ago? Okay, so it's very much like not one intervention does this intervention work, but it's much more of a Kaizen philosophy of improvement, take kind of continuous improvement. And then to improve the monitoring, all of this is embedded with technology, where all of this is captured in a website with Android. So this is fine. Okay, there's been other programs like this. So I'm sure when the World Bank goes into kind of designing country sector programs, I mean, I trust this kind of thing is not that uncommon. What is uncommon is that we managed to convince the government to randomize at a scale of 20,000 schools. Okay, so what we've done here is we worked with them from the very beginning to kind of say that there's this first phase of program design of 100 schools that was kind of prototyping and pilots. And then in the next phase of 2,000 schools, we convinced them to randomize this. And then the next of 20,000, we got another wave of randomization. And what's happening is each of these waves of randomization are happening in increasingly larger administrative units. So again, when I take this question about how do I take an RCT with 100 schools and 0.2 standard deviations and embed that in systems to kind of do this at scale, the key building blocks of that system are these block and cluster level coordinators and the district level coordinators. And so what we're doing is we're randomizing at these systemic units, right? I mean, so that you're kind of seeing the pathway of an entire system trying to improve stuff. So I see this as filling a key gap between progressing from efficacy studies of the smaller RCTs to the effectiveness studies of embedding this in real systems, and what do you get from that? And we'll, again, as with a lot of our work, so this is joined with Abhijit Singh, who is the better looking version of me, as Lant has famously already named him for life. Okay. And we'll be collecting extremely detailed data on kind of processes and outcomes. So this is the state of MP there in the middle of India. And the first wave of this, the 2000 school RCT, happened kind of expanding radially in these 5 districts. But this year, we're kind of in every district. So what we've done here is a state of 51 districts and 75 million people. And we've randomized 1 block in every district into the program. And that's going to allow us to get evidence at a system level scale. Okay, so let me just, it's my last slide. That I think it's a great setting for systems research, right? The results are informative regardless of positive or negative. If it's positive, that can accelerate scale up. My suspicion is it's not going to have much impact, right? At least in the first year. And my suspicion, again, going back to isomorphic mimicry, is that you'll get a lot of copying of form without function, okay? That you will get the modalities of the testing, the modalities of the inspection, the modalities of all of this done without necessarily translating. But the interesting thing is, because we'll figure this out in 3 months and not in 6 years, we can go back and say, listen, like, very quickly that this is not working till you kind of tweak this. And the scale allows us to then embed micro tweaks in the system, right? Now, one other important point between kind of academic research and systems research is one trade-off we had to make is, it's actually quite funny, right? Because we had a hard time with some of our grant reviewers in this because they were like, this intervention is too composite, okay? What do you learn? Is it the monitoring? Is it the inspection? Is it the technology? Is it the improvement plan? And I'm like, you know what? I actually don't care, right? And that's because it's coming from the entire philosophy of this intervention, that it's less about a single intervention, and it is more about improving systems. And you don't improve systems by saying, I'm going to improve one piece and then leave everything else untouched for 3 years, okay? So the idea here is that you want to allow every school to recognize its own binding constraints, and this is Danny Roderick's kind of framing, which I think is exactly relevant, that the binding constraint is very different in a setting of 100,000 schools. You allow every school to identify their constraints and work on what's kind of most locally relevant, but kind of this is in the spirit of the bloom and the increasing work on improving management in the private sector. I think about this as improving management in the public sector. And it's the first step in a much deeper engagement with the state. They've been fantastic. And we're just about putting in place an MOU to make this a lab for scale experiments on a range of stuff from markets, vouchers, teacher recruitment and selection, and all kind of cool stuff. So let me stop there.
One burning question, and then we'll move on. You can take 2, but you answer quickly. Okay?
Mike?
Thank you. So my name is Jean-Marc Bernard. I'm from the GP Secretariat, Global Partnership for Education Secretariat, and I am an economist. So just to say that I think there's a lot of economists talking this morning. I think my question, so usually when I talk to the education community and I'm one economist among non-economists, I'm saying economists generally have very good questions, not necessarily the right answers, but they have good questions. And you just said, well, actually we may not have always the right questions, which is and interesting. I will have to adjust my talking points for the next time. But I would agree with you on the, if we look at most of the questions asked by our cities on education during the last decade, a lot of them are really narrow. And if you want to look at the system level books or the teacher training, there's a lot of potential explanation of, well, I think the first question should have been, why don't you have books in the classroom rather than our books improving learning? But I will have started by that. But if you look at teacher training, for example, you mentioned some of the explanation that could be behind that. So if you want to analyze this aspect, you need to look at that. Mm-hmm. The other thing you need to look at probably, or maybe, is, well, if assessment in the system, the national exams are asking for a certain sort of result, then the teacher are going to continue to do what they are doing because they are assessed on that one. So that's just a few examples of the complexity of system question.
I'm rapidly going to move him to one question.
So my question is basically, complexity means that you need to move in a different way than what has been done by the past, and I'm interested to hear you about how do you think you can approach this. I just took example to say I'm not sure what is the right approach. I'm just saying you need to look at several pieces, how you do that with an RCT approach.
Okay, quick one question.
Is this Beth? Oh, here. Oh, Beth, okay.
Yes, I just wanted to follow up on that previous question. It seems to me economists constantly focus on interventions, and rather than the components of the system. For example, class size. What does class size affect in the first place? Order in the classroom, maybe. And then there are lots of other issues that contribute to order in the classroom. Like this teacher training program. What does teacher training program do? Increase teachers' knowledge, but then tests may affect how the teachers teach. So there are lots of things, but it seems focus on interventions is fundamentally is not a systems approach. Mm-hmm. In fact, you need to focus on the components of the system before even focusing on interventions.
So I'll give Beth a minute and then I'll just.
Thank you. Two questions. No. We're already behind. Two questions. You answer quickly, and we move on. Sorry.
Okay. So the chair.
Next session. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah. So let me just say, I think part of my mandate was not to provide answers as much as to just throw up some questions, right? So I agree. But let's not forget, again, the value of the intervention-based approach. And the reason, I think the best intervention-based approach has taken one of two tacks, okay? One is saying, what are the biggest components of spending in the current system, okay? And if the system does not seem to be working in aggregate, can we, when people say that the answer is pay teachers more, right? Then doing an RCT of an intervention that doubles teacher pay and finding that it has zero effect is enormously useful, right? Because then what you're doing is you're saving the fiscal space to then do the things that actually do work, right? I mean, so that's one value. The other end of the spectrum is extremely little interventions that cost very little but have huge impacts, and deworming is kind of the canonical example of that. That's something outside the box of what a normal education system would think about, but you went and got something that, because of the silos of health and education, that wouldn't usually get the kind of attention it deserves, and you got the attention. So teaching at the right level is another one, right? So the fact that you get these little, huge gains from relatively inexpensive interventions. So you're right. When I think about systems, eventually you're going to have to put these things together, and that's why my last point here is, even in this research program, we plan to embed qualitative researchers in from the very beginning, whether it's kind of ethnographies or organization sociologists, to kind of then think about aspects of systems that are not about interventions, but I think the intervention approach has taught us an enormous amount. So I think
Okay, so I'd like to say that we're going to have plenty of opportunity for further discussion during the panel sessions. So in the interest of time, I regret doing this, but I'm going to move us along. Okay.
Okay, well, good morning, everybody. I'd like to sort of repeat my thanks for this invitation. I'm Kara Hanson from London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine. And you might very well ask yourself, what is somebody from the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine doing at a meeting on education systems research? And the reason for that is that when DFID scoped out the RISE program, it looked to health systems research as an area that might inform this sort of growing field of education systems research. In health systems research, it's sort of consolidated as a field. It has a conference, the Health Systems Research Conference. It has a professional association. It has its own journals. And I think it's gradually sort of becoming a recognized field of work. And I think the hope of DFID is that education systems research will also acquire this sort of respectability as a field, supported, of course, by all the disciplines that will make it up. So there's lots of interesting comparisons between health and education, and my job is kind of to bringing what I know about health to see where those similarities are, but I see them right away in the conference program. I see them in these questions about what is the role of the private sector. I'll show you some data in a moment on the role of private providers in treating malaria, and it's enormous. And so there's these public-private mix issues. There's these health worker teacher motivation issues. There's issues of retention in rural areas, and there's these big issues of accountability and governance and autonomy. And so certainly when I looked at the program for this meeting, I thought, oh yes, there's definitely things I'm going to learn here and things where I can see parallels. And so, so what I want to do as a member of this, part of this, the RISE undertaking, is to bring this sort of comparative perspective. But I don't really know enough about education to be comparative yet. So what I'm going to do is really describe to you an approach to studying health intervention, a health system intervention, and draw on that learning to see what sorts of research we might add to the RISE research. So I'm going to be speaking very much from a non-experimental tradition, although I've also been involved in experimental research, so I'm not entirely unsympathetic. I just think that there's some other things that we should be looking at as well. Now, is there a trick? Was it just the forward button?
I think you just point up.
Up.
Oh, is it off? I may have turned it off.
Did you turn it off? That would be very unkind. If I turn it on again like that.
No, sorry. Oh, it is? No, yeah, this one.
Ah, okay. So one of the things that we've discussed a lot in this sort of broader group is whether education systems research should have a single model. And I would strongly argue from the health field that really we don't have a single model of a health system. There's lots of different models. But I think we do have to come to some understanding of what is a system level intervention and what is systems level research. And so it's looking at a particular element of a system, and it's looking only at the effect of that system, of that intervention on a very narrow outcome. But as you gradually expand out of these circles, you might say, well, okay, if I introduce clinical guidelines, what's that going to do to the delivery of other services? Might it sort of crowd out time and find that providers then neglect other things? Or might it make providers feel like their agency is reduced and make them worry about whether community members will respect them in the same way because they're just following a book, they're not using their own judgment. So you could actually expand that intervention to these broader questions, and I would call that sort of system-sensitive research. The intervention is a narrow one, but the perspective of the research might be to look at the impacts of that intervention on broader components of the system, so gradually getting bigger. Then you might, if you're introducing clinical guidelines, you might see that as part of a broader set of interventions where you're saying that for facilities to receive public money from, say, an insurance agency, they need to be accredited, and accreditation is based on following these guidelines. And so you've got accreditation and financing elements going well beyond the initial narrow quality of care. And I'd say that if you start to look at the broader effects of that, you're starting to see an intervention that's interacting with multiple elements of the system, and you're seeing a research perspective that's looking at the broader effects on more than one outcome. So one of the challenges, of course, of system-level interventions is that it sometimes, not always, raises what are known as small n study design problems. And so by small n, I mean that, that the data are only available for one or a very small number of units of assignment. And there's lots of good reasons why that happens. Very often, I think, even if an intervention is at, say, at national level, you can still have assignment to many, many units. You can still use large n methods, but sometimes the change is such that you have to use small n methods, and that's what I'm going to spend most of my time talking to. So it's really those cases where the treatment is national in scope, and you could think of that, say, a big a change in regulation, or a change in macroeconomic policy, or the introduction of a decentralization policy that really affects everyone at once, and you can't control, you can't persuade, as in Karthik's example, you can't persuade the government to do it in different parts of the country, or maybe it's simply not practical to do that. And that's, so what I want to do is just kind of talk a bit about some of these methods, and at the core really is attribution and dealing with causality. So in large n evaluations, we deal with experimental methods and statistics. In small n evaluations, we often have to be able to articulate in a very careful way what the mechanism is, and then be able to use different approaches to causal inference. So to look through and say, are we clear that there is evidence that supports that a particular causal process has been followed? And are we systematic about looking for evidence that refutes it? So identifying a number of other possible explanations and being very clear on whether our evidence allows us to reject those as possible explanations for a particular outcome. And this is work that's very much taken on by 3IE and their small n evaluation work. So I'm going to talk you through an example of a malaria intervention. So I'm sure you know loads about malaria. Malaria is a massive public health program. There's still more than 500,000 deaths every year from malaria. The heaviest burden is in Africa and under fives. But actually, there's lots we can do about malaria. That's one of the great sort of frustrations and challenges of working in the field, is that there really are effective means of preventing malaria through bed nets and spraying. And there's very clear protocols for case management that involve testing. So that's a rapid diagnostic test that works a bit like a pregnancy test, but with bloods. You look for lines. And then you test those with parasites. You treat them with an effective anti-malarial. And that sort of packaging, there's lots of interventions to try to improve the adherence to a course of drugs, and you can use blister packaging and all kinds of technologies. So I'm going to talk just a bit about drugs for a second. So up until the early 2000s, we used very cheap, very effective drugs. We used chloroquine, and it cost pennies a dose. And as parasites developed resistance to chloroquine, we had to move to much more expensive drugs known as ACTs, artemisinin combination therapies. And by the mid-2000s, most countries had changed policy, and the national policy in most places was that kids with malaria should be treated presumptively with an ACT. But by the late 2000s, you can see that progress in increasing coverage with ACTs was really pretty poor. So those blue lines are the proportion of kids with a fever who got an anti-malarial, any anti-malarial, and the yellow ones are the 20% of kids with fever were being treated with an appropriate drug. So one reason for that is kind of a surprising one. It has to do with where people go to seek treatment. And this is market share data of different sectors. These blue bars, this is across a number of African countries. The blue bars are the share of drugs dispensed in the public sector. So you can see the biggest shares there in Uganda at about half. The nonprofit sector, the faith-based sector, the private sector, and community-based distributors. And so the vast majority of malaria treatment is taking place through private providers. And by those, I don't mean just doctors, right? I mean drugstores and kiosks and open markets. And so if you're going to tackle this treatment problem, you really need to be able to get to the private sector. So that kind of prompted the idea of a global subsidy for ACTs. These new drugs were very, very much more expensive. So in commercial outlets, by the end of the 2000s, they were about $8 to $10 a dose in many, many countries. And so they were very much more expensive than the really cheap drugs we'd used before. And so Ken Arrow worked with the Institute of Medicine to design a global subsidy. And the report was called Saving Lives and Buying Time. The Saving Lives was about getting people to use effective antimalarials, and the buying time was about using it in a way that reduced the development of resistance, so prolonging its effective use. And so this new intervention, the global subsidy, it's actually just a subsidy because it never happened at the global level, had three elements to it. One was negotiating prices with the manufacturers of ACTs. The second was a high-level buyer subsidy at the very top of the global supply chain. And then the third was a series of supporting interventions, education and mass promotion and a logo and a recommended retail price to enforce and support the pass-through of the subsidy to the final user. And it worked a bit like this. So at the top, that sort of chemical thing, that's the manufacturers of high-quality ACTs. You could have first-line buyers. That could be a national wholesaler. It could be MSF or a big NGO, or it could be the central medical stores. And they placed orders with those suppliers that they sent some money for. And then this was the co-payment fund. It sat in the Global Fund for AIDS, TB, and Malaria, and it would pay a co-payment for every dose. And this is a big subsidy. So think kind of the first-line buyer would pay about 5 cents, and the co-payment fund would pay about 95 cents for one of these doses of drugs. And this is on the undertaking that everyone would put them through their supply chains at normal levels of markup, with the ultimate aim that these new drugs, subsidized, should reach final users at a price that was around the price that they had been previously paying for other drugs. So it was that kind of subsidy program. So it was implemented for 3 years in 8 national-scale pilots. And that national scale is important for my small n problem. And I was involved in the team that was commissioned to evaluate this. And so we designed a plausibility design. And I'll describe a bit more what that sort of means in a few minutes. But the key is that we had a baseline, sort of basically a pre-test and post-test design. So we did surveys at baseline of different outlets to measure price and availability and market share. And these were followed up a year later. But in addition to that, we had a very systematic process of documenting what was going on in the context and the implementation process. And I'm going to sort of jump to the chase and show you the results. This is the final set of results across the countries. Quite a lot of green. That meant that countries met the benchmark target with statistical significance. A bit of red where they really didn't. And then some yellows where it was kind of borderline or the differences were not statistically significant. But our challenge in interpretation was not so much the measurement. It was trying to figure out whether these changes were indeed due to the intervention. There's a tradition of thinking about this type of study design in the epidemiological literature that uses this term of plausibility. So it distinguishes a plausibility design from a probability design, where you'd have experimental designs able to say with a certain probability whether a certain change was due to the intervention or not. And it sort of says that you're trying to make a case that an intervention is plausibly due to, that the outcomes are plausibly due to the design and to the intervention. And it has to do, the building up of that argument is it's not a single test, it's a set of evidence that draws upon a range of measures. So one was a theory of change. A second was measuring implementational strength. We looked at changes in subsectors to look for mediating effects, and we also did some comparisons with non-AMFM countries. So the first thing was this theory of change. So I'm sure many of you will have come across this before. It's just kind of a map of the causal pathway by which you think the intervention is going to lead to the outcomes. It shows how and why the program works and makes the assumptions that you hold about how it works, makes them explicit, and also allows you to consider external influences. So we started developing our theory of change by mapping out the main elements of the intervention, the subsidy and the negotiations. We mapped out what we could measure, and then we added on these supporting interventions, the things that were supposed to make this intervention work better. So the communications and the logo and the recommended price. And then we mapped on all the other things that we thought could influence the outcomes of interest. So these are these red boxes here. So things that would affect the price or other interventions that might have been taking place in the setting that could be responsible for the changes that we observed. So then how we used this was to first estimate the changes. We looked at the results, and I can come back to that in a second. And then we systematically worked through our theory of change to say, is there anything else in this environment, in this country, that had been documented in our case studies that could explain these changes that we saw? And two of us did that independently, but we did do it unblinded. And I think if I was going to do it again, I would not look at the results first and see if I could explain them. I would first look at my theory of change and say, what do I expect to happen in these places, and do I see it? But this was the way we ended up doing it. The second thing we looked for was to see whether the intervention was very complicated. It had lots of elements to it and lots of moving parts. So we wanted to see if indeed the intervention had been implemented with sufficient strength to cause those changes. And this is a definition of implementation strength that looks at dose, duration, specificity, and intensity. And we sought to operationalize that, to measure implementation strength. And so we did that for our 8 countries, and we measured things like actually how many drugs were ordered. And you can see that top row is the number of doses per capita of antimalarials that have been ordered. Enormously variable. So in Ghana, about a dose per person, and in Madagascar, 0.08 doses per person. So very different levels of uptake of this intervention. We also looked at duration, and that was important because with a complex intervention, things can get going a little bit slowly. And so we measured the number of months that there were co-paid antimalarials in the country, and also the number of months where the information education activities had been taking place at scale. And again, if you notice here, over here in Madagascar and Niger, those things actually never happened because there were some regulatory problems and there were problems with the Global Fund grants being canceled. And so there really was a lot of variation in implementation. And we were then able to match this up with our theory of change and say, okay, in those places where we saw really big changes, was this because, was there enough implementation to be able to explain that? And in the countries where there was very little change, could it be because actually this complex intervention was really never properly implemented? We also looked at the differences between sectors. There was a view that the AMFM as an intervention didn't actually change anything in the public sector. It just changed the financing source. There was no fundamental changes in the way that drugs were supplied, and so the same old problems of stockouts occurred in most places. In the private sector, we saw there was in many countries, there was an absolutely huge and quick response. And so we were able to look at the differences between the two sectors in availability. So the blue bars are the changes, percentage point changes in availability in the for-profit sector, and the red ones are in the public sector. And you see a much, much stronger response in the private than the public sector. And then finally, we were able to find some data on what was going on elsewhere in other countries that didn't have this intervention. And we use it for two things. One is to look in non-AMFM countries, whether there were secular trends in prices and availability that were happening irrespective of the intervention. And we were also able to look back a little bit earlier and to see whether there had been trends in improvement in the AMFM countries. So in the end, this was our conclusion that where this intervention is effectively implemented can rapidly change availability, prices, and market share of antimalarial drugs, but that it works very differently in different circumstances, but that across a wide range of contexts there had been some success. So what does this mean for RISE? Well, I think my comments are relevant not just to these non-randomized designs and small n designs, but also to the sort of some of the RCT points that Karthik was making earlier about the importance of not just characterizing implementation strength, but trying to measure it. So you can, at the end, be able to say something about whether these complex interventions really have been effectively implemented, to do that in a systematic way and in a quantitative way. But I think it has some other sort of examples. I think some of the system level changes may be things that we cannot explore in large N designs. And so we're going to have to be looking for small N designs and trying to do that research in a way that is rigorous and unbiased, which really means triangulating across multiple sources and being ever so careful to check our assumptions and finding ways of minimizing bias. A bit more blinding, I think, would have been helpful. I think that we're going to have to really articulate those mechanisms and those causal pathways that underpin. So not just, so I think we've been thinking a lot about theories of change at the system level, at the political system. So how are these results going to feed into system level change? But I think we also have to articulate these intervention level theories of change, write them down and make clear the assumptions and think about how we're going to measure some of the factors that influence them. And I think the key challenge here is to do this with rigor, to do it in ways that will give confidence that the results are arrived at in an unbiased fashion. And I suppose my last question is really, do we sometimes get carried away by the potential for confounding on unobservables? And in the cases of large policy change, should we sometimes be able to embrace plausibility and be able to stand by a case that many of these changes are likely due to the policies that we're looking at? Thank you.
So, Cara, you've done us a favour by finishing a little ahead of time. In the interest of moving things along, I would like to still keep questions to 5 minutes, if that's
Sure.
okay. So if you could take 3 questions.
This one over here.
Hi, my name is Boris Valiyev. I'm with an organization called Educate, which works to change education in Africa to help to lead directly to life outcomes. And we've been involved in a reform in Uganda. We've got our core structures in the system and are trying to do the same in Rwanda right now. And one of the questions when thinking about evaluating is ministries of education generally don't want to pilot something. So if reform happens, it gets rolled out nationally. And so thinking about how you build a control group for that to evaluate whether there's any effectiveness in reform is obviously a big challenge. And I was kind of hoping to hear how you would think about that.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, Kara. At the World Bank. Just one question. So you gave a great example of a system research and how to approach it, right? But at least my reading of the med literature is also there's the vast majority of systems research is terrible, right? I mean, it's just full of very mediocre, published work. And the issue, I think, has been how do you then, it seems to me that the clinical RCD work in medicine is just fantastic. And then you get this, vast long tail of poor systems research work and some fantastic examples that you gave. But how do we protect against the fact that it just doesn't become a free-for-all in terms of, oh, it's systems research, therefore we can't do X, but then anything goes, right?
Is there anyone who hasn't asked a question already who would like to ask a question? Okay. So can we just stick with those 2 questions, if that's okay?
Sure. Okay, thank you. So you raised this question about how do you evaluate in a robust way policies where the government really doesn't want to have any kind of systematic way of creating a counterfactual. So I suppose one issue is that although governments say they're going to do everything at once, they never really do. And so national rollout always gives you some variation and exposure. The challenge, and this maybe speaks to Jishnu's issue as well, is when that variation exposure contains systematic biases, how do you account for it in your analysis? And it's very challenging. But I think there's always ways to strengthen that analysis by being ever so cognizant of what are the differences between the areas that got the intervention first and last. I've certainly seen examples of a rollout of a BedNet voucher scheme that was really very planned and phased, but hit all the easy-to-reach areas first, and so it becomes really quite difficult to measure that. But I think there are things that we can do better. So Jishnu, your question, I think it's a very important one. How do we protect from a free-for-all? And I think there's 2 issues. So one is not being lazy about research design. And so there are some cases where you need to use small N approaches. There are plenty of cases of national policy change where you can take advantage of rollout, or you can take advantage of individual choices, or you can you plan implementation in a way that allows you to design it. I think also there's some wonderful examples of very poor quality work being published in the medical journals. And I think the Lancet, I'm not sure if I dare say this, has been called up in particular for publishing some work that wouldn't meet the standards of design and reporting that would be found in economics journals. But I think that that's where reviewers become important. And I think also making sure that the journals are getting enough of this work to be able to review it carefully. So there's a volume issue. But you're right, there is a risk. It's a field. The only other thing I would say is how do you distinguish that across this field there's many different types of work and many different types of question. So I think there's some terrible evaluations, but there's a great deal of work that's really important, descriptive and formative work. And there I think we should make sure that we're very clear in assessing that. What is the question they're asking? And we should be respectful of the disciplinary traditions of the methods that are being used to answer them. So I think terrible impact evaluations are always they're a problem. But I think the field of system research has much, much more to it than just impact evaluations.
Terrific. Thank you very much, Kara. So I think our first 4 speakers have done a terrific job of setting the scene for the conference over the next 2 days. We've learned from Lant why we need systems research, how from Jishnu how some structured theoretical thinking can help shape research design, from Karthik how to approach when experimental methods are possible, and interestingly from Kara, she's just moved, from the health side of things, how to approach research when experimental methods aren't possible, and indeed in particular in small N settings. So I think that's given us a really good kind of perspective to go forwards over the rest of the 2 days. We only have we're already behind. We should be starting right now. So can I ask you to reconvene in 10 minutes' time so we try and kick off again at 11:25 to try and grab some time back, because we've got people joining us for the lunchtime session. So we want to try and get as close to time as possible. Thanks again.
Late. And the mic is not working at the back. Hello? I'll just go to the back. No, it's not.
Yeah, let me see. Yeah, just use that one for now.
Thank you. He's at the back. He's coming now. Hi, everybody. Thank you so much. Can I ask all of you, please, to take a seat? We have a very busy schedule today. There'll be a lot of opportunities for socializing throughout the day. So thank you very much for the first presenters. For the rest of the session, we tried as much as possible to think about important themes relating to systems, education systems. We hope that in 6 years' time, this conference will be populated with actual research on systems, but this is just a starting point. So we'll be looking at themes like non-state providers, school autonomy, school decentralization, the role of measurement, and of course, an important issue of actually implementing reform. The first session, we're going to have 4 speakers talking about non-state providers, and of course, the word non-state providers has the word state in it, so implicitly we're also thinking about the role of the government in non-state providers. So James is the first person up to speak, and he is not available at the moment. Ah, excellent. Thank you, James.
I have a PowerPoint. Hopefully that will... Oh, perfect. So thank you very much for the invitation. I want to start off by saying that this is joint work with Felipe Barrera, who's in the audience, Svetlana Savarwal from the World Bank also, and Pierre de Galbert. And they did a lot of the work. I'm showing up to present, which may not or any mistakes are mine, and they deserve all the hard work. Okay, but I also want to sort of point out that this paper is in some ways kind of it's not about just private actors, but really about essentially kind of the interaction between the state and private actors. And as Jishnu pointed out earlier, I think that, one of the concerns is what happens to whatever sort of efficiency advantages you think the private actors generally have in the sector when they essentially kind of start to contract extensively with the state. Okay, so I will also sort of make one additional point, which is that the ratio of ideas to tables and results is going to be very different from the first session. So this is really a paper about results, and so. I'd like you to sort of have a safe landing from the sort of helicopter vision of the first session, and to get into the weeds of an evaluation with all the problems that essentially kind of that entails, but also in some ways with it's sort of very, very narrow set of answers. Okay, so the first motivation in some ways is to start sort of with Lant's speech is that we've figured out lots of different ways to actually sort of increase enrollment particularly in primary schools, so we know a lot of different ways to actually do that, but we've also learned that in fact there are lots of problems. To use the word that both was used this morning, that learning levels are sort of pretty abysmal in a lot of these settings. Okay, and this paper is in some ways sort of motivated by kind of these two particular problems, and I want to say that in fact this evaluation was incubated both by essentially kind of the Ministry of Education in Uganda and essentially kind of the researchers who were involved. The ministry in some ways was concerned that the strategy they had to sort of increase secondary school enrollment may actually sort of undermine essentially kind of the learning levels. And so in some ways that's essentially kind of one sort of important sort of motivation. Okay, but the second is that in some ways RISE is a response to kind of this big debate about essentially kind of how we organize education provision. And there's lots of different parts of sort of that debate. How we incorporate technologies. Some big bang changes in the I/O of education provision. I think this paper in some ways sort of sits in this sort of very fairly narrow sort of space of the old style of delivering education, but essentially kind of thinking about sort of public versus private provision. Okay, and the theoretical arguments for public provision is that really sort of this is maybe the best way to provide certain kind of outputs that states care about, like social cohesion and sort of thing, and things that may be very hard to contract with the private sector, which maybe seems to do a much better job actually sort of producing test scores. If you believe Jishnu, maybe you're overproducing test scores, but very hard to sort of contract with them to sort of produce essentially kind of things that we indoctrination or other things that we think may be valuable. Okay, but the public sector, of course, is rife with lots of other problems, and and there are lots of papers by a lot of people in this room that I, in the interest of time, I will not mention. That essentially kind of there are lots of problems. Teacher absenteeism, test scores, leakage, and so on is really high. And in some ways, a lot of people are starting to use public-private partnerships as a way, in some ways, to sort of wed the good things of essentially kind of public financing with that deals with access and equity concerns with essentially kind of the efficiency gains of private provision. Okay, you don't solve everything. You may still sort of underprovide a bunch of things that you care about. So our paper is really kind of an evaluation of a very particular sort of partnership in Uganda with very low-cost private schools. And in fact, very low-cost private schools that also are quite young. In some ways, the quality of which is essentially kind of a little bit uncertain. Okay, now the PPPs are not new. I mean, in some ways, the entire voucher literature, depending on who's funding the vouchers, essentially kind of have been around for quite a while. Okay, so in this big literature in this country, there's certainly, in some ways, the paper that's closest to the work we're doing is the paper by Chiang Tai-shek and Miguel Urquiola in sort of looking at the big reform in Chile, in which in some ways sort of the government sort of started to fund not-for-profit sort of private schools. And in that paper, they sort of focus on essentially kind of what happens to the overall market. Lant sort of gave you the punchline of the paper that they have this major reform, but essentially kind of test scores don't seem to move a lot. But they focused also a little bit on sort of what happens to the public schools. How do public schools perform in some ways when there is essentially kind of a bit more competition? Okay, what our paper is about in some ways is essentially kind of looking at how private schools reform when they essentially kind of enter these contracts with the state. Okay. And on the one hand, I think PPP is a big umbrella of an intervention. There's you get money from the state, you get essentially kind of there's changes in scale and perhaps composition of the kids who come into the school. And I think in some ways the kind of the two things that we were motivated by at the outset were essentially kind of some of the institutional changes that have to happen in order to actually sort of contract with the state. Okay, and I'll sort of get into a little bit provide a few more details later on about essentially kind of that institutional organization. But I think there was a concern that in some ways kind of you could undermine the private sort of advantage by essentially kind of working with the state in two ways. One is sort of by adding another sort of management piece that sort of may have slightly different preferences. But the other is that in some ways that these private schools now have to essentially kind of they have two windows. They can still sell to the private sector at some price, but they essentially kind of have this sort of public window in which the state is actually sort of paying for people. And so you could undermine essentially kind of some of the accountability that we think sort of comes from essentially kind of parents having a lot of control over essentially sort of the way the school is managed. Okay, so that's in some kind of sort of two pieces of our motivation. But let me sort of start, give you a sort of quick preview, because in 20 minutes I'm not sure I'll get to the end of the story. So let me just sort of tell you that in fact you find that PPP schools actually absorb quite a lot of students, 30 students doesn't seem like a lot, but these are schools, the median size of these schools is about 200. And in fact, if we sort of account for the fact that compliance was not perfect, there's kind of a 20 to 30% change in the scale of these schools. And despite essentially kind of the large increase in essentially kind of the school, we actually find sort of very uniform gains in the PPP schools. So this is comparing private schools that are contracting with private schools that are not contracting. I'll sort of talk about the design a little bit, of essentially kind of about a quarter of a standard deviation. And this is across essentially kind of math, biology, and English. And we explore some mechanisms. We don't really have essentially kind of design to nail down essentially kind of mechanisms. But as in Chile, we see some sorting. So there's, and we don't think this is sorting driven by sort of parents making choices. We think this is sorting that actually may be driven by sort of schools selecting from essentially kind of the better sort of public window students. And we also find some evidence for essentially kind of more inputs, labs, and sort of more teacher contact time. But we do not observe, at least in the sort of kind of 18 months that we collected data, we don't observe any sort of weakening on sort of the governance of the school. And so, and that in some ways, actually, that was one of the kind of primary motivations for doing this evaluation. Okay, so let me just start with sort of the story. The story for this paper starts with politics, and in some ways, one of the things that is missing from earlier on today was, there's a lot about systems, but not enough about politics. Okay, and I actually say that in some ways, I hope that RISE will think carefully about the politics, because it turns out, at least from our experience, that this is actually sort of becoming really important. So in 1996, there was a presidential election in which the president announced universal primary education. Isaac and Luke and Adrian have actually sort of evaluated a lot of these programs in other places. There was a big increase in essentially primary school enrollment, sort of going from 2.5 million kids to 7 million kids. As you can see down here, the secondary school enrollment did not move at all. Okay, so about 500,000 kids in secondary school by sort of around 2000. Okay, now of course 10 years later there's another election, and a lot of these kids are clearly sort of demanding secondary school, and so the president basically responds and says we will essentially kind of have free secondary education. Okay, which means that in some ways that as long as you do well enough on essentially kind of this primary leaving exam, you pass all the four subjects, then in some ways you're eligible to attend a secondary school with essentially kind of no out-of-pocket costs, at least for the fees. Okay, I'll sort of get into the details of that later on. And so this was foisted on the ministry. The ministry basically sort of scrambled, with a bunch of donors, and so they said, okay, we can accommodate essentially kind of this big expansion in enrollment by essentially kind of asking a bunch of public schools to double shift. And we will also, and what was interesting about this PPP program was that it actually was actually incorporated in the party's platform for essentially kind of that 2006 election. That in fact we're going to embrace public-private partnerships as a sort of strategy to essentially kind of provide services where we can. Okay, and so this was essentially had a lot of political support, and I will conclude with some feedback on essentially how much of that support still exists. Okay? Now, because they had some concerns about both of these two policies, the ministry did actually sort of submit to, in conversations with their donors, that they actually sort of want to evaluate these things carefully. Okay? So we have an evaluation on double shifting, and I'll sort of talk about sort of this PPP program. Okay? But this is actually sort of fairly large, so the, evaluations are small. We only have 100 schools, but this is, this entire university secondary education program is very large. So 3 out of sort of 4 secondary school students are essentially kind of funded through this window. And the PPP program, accounts for nearly half of essentially kind of all of these USC students. Okay, so that's roughly about 900,000 students that are essentially kind of getting the education in these private schools through this PPP program. Sorry, not 900,000, about 400,000. So about half of the 900,000 kids are essentially kind of getting their education through this PPP program. Okay, so let me just sort of talk about essentially kind of some of the requirements to be part of this program. I think it does generate some important implications for sort of how much choice we think may have. So in Chile, you could potentially go anywhere subject to essentially kind of being willing to travel. In this particular sort of structure, the schools are selected and they have to meet certain criteria. Okay, and so one is that you essentially have to be licensed and registered. That maybe is not a big problem. But you have to be charged less than about $30 per term. So the 3 terms, about so about $90 per year, and that in some ways actually sort of really sort of narrows down the list of eligible schools to some very, very low quality, very young private schools. Okay, so the schools for which they have so the typical median age of the schools in our sample is about sort of 10 years. Okay, and 10 years means, how do you produce essentially kind of information about quality? Well, the exams are essentially kind of after 4 years, and so a lot of these schools don't have actually sort of a pretty detailed record. Okay, the application has to be endorsed by the local government. That's sort of pretty straightforward. You have to have adequate infrastructure and teaching staff. So these are secondary schools. Most of the teachers actually have formal, more than secondary school education. So unlike in other sort of other work around private schools, a lot of these teachers, only about less than 10% of them have secondary or less in terms of education. About 30 to 40% of them have actually university level education. But a lot of them essentially kind of moonlight around as you would expect. And so, one of the kind of key potential sort of channels for essentially kind of intervention like this to actually have positive effects is to actually sort of get them to sort of commit to a school. Okay? And then the last piece is the school has to have a board of governors, which is essentially mandated by the government. And this board of governors essentially is supposed to manage expenditure and sort of infrastructure and so on. And it has a particular membership. The owners of the school can submit 5 names, but the government essentially has a bunch of people it can put, local government officials who can be on this board. And of course, the board makes a decision by majority voting. Okay? And so this is one potential sort of issue that we need to be concerned about. And then the other thing that sort of Jishnu talked about earlier is there is essentially kind of the government chose one price. Okay, and so the government will pay essentially a capitation grant for every child who goes through the system of about $20. Okay, and that's essentially, we haven't established exactly sort of how this came about, except of course that prior to essentially kind of this program, the government was paying a little bit less, 41,000 shillings for the public sector, and so I think they may have, rationed and sort of, bargained with the Ministry of Finance that they go a little bit higher. Okay, it turns out that this amount is very, very close to essentially kind of the median school fee that is being charged by these schools. So the median fee, you have to be less than 75,000, but the median fee is about 50,000 shillings. Okay, so that clearly creates essentially some concerns in general, and of course we don't have a lot of power to do very interesting tests for heterogeneity. So I'm going to sort of just show you essentially kind of more or less sort of the baseline key benchmark results. Okay, so. I think one other aspect of this study that we won't get time to talk about is the fact that in some ways, when there was this kind of a selection of which schools would be allowed to sort of enter the study, about 150 of the 250 schools that applied were essentially kind of designated as very critical schools. This was, of course, at around the same time of a major election. So we did this around the end of 2010, 3 months away from an election, and so there are, I think, some concerns about. And those concerns have actually sort of arisen about essentially kind of whether these programs actually can be major tunneling opportunities. Okay, and Jishnu talked about how essentially kind of politicians are taking over schools. We certainly think that a lot of these actually sort of had very well connected political structures. Okay, so our study is essentially kind of very simple randomized phase-in design. So in the first year we essentially kind of look at a group of schools that get the program. In the second year, the second group of schools essentially kind of had to get the program. The government is, we didn't have the opportunity of sort of extending the essentially kind of the time to which we essentially kind of could withdraw the program from these schools because, the government is pretty eager to actually sort of get a lot of these kids in school. It turns out that we do have some luck that essentially kind of at the beginning of 2012, following the election, there were a lot of fiscal pressures and inflation and sort of so in fact the program doesn't actually sort of start in these schools until sort of midway through the year, and so in some ways gives us a little bit more time to look at sort of what happens. Okay, so our data, I can skip this very quickly. We have both administrative data from test scores and essentially kind of about 4 rounds of data collection. I want to point out essentially kind of 2 issues with some study design, which I'm not going to incorporate and are not in there's some of them are in the paper, but in some ways I'm not actually going to deal with explicitly in this presentation. The first is that compliance to assignment, of course, was not perfect. There are a bunch of control schools that actually sort of started the program in 2011, and not all the schools in the treatment arm we essentially kind of were able to get the program. The second that's actually sort of important in some ways for thinking about the welfare effects of essentially kind of these PPP programs is that in fact actually sort of being assigned to treatment improves your survival rate, and in fact the results I'm going to present may actually sort of be comparing schools that are essentially kind of marginally strong in the control group, because about 10% of them actually sort of are not around for the duration of our study. Okay, but that also has some implications for the numbers that I will show you, because we haven't done any bounding analysis as well. Okay, empirical strategy is straightforward. We only have 100 schools that we can sort of play with, so we actually sort of make extensive use of controls to try and sort of maximize power. I'll show you a little bit of some IV results, but not focus too much on them. And now for some essentially kind of lots of tables. Okay, balance is okay on teachers, on students, and on schools. And so I can skip this for the time being, and let me sort of hopefully sort of look at some results. Okay, so the first results we look at are essentially kind of at enrollment. Okay, and so the first thing that the government wanted to know was, well, do these schools really want to take our students at the price that essentially kind of we're actually sort of proposing. Okay? And the first result is to say, in fact, you can think about it essentially kind of we have, this experiment has sort of 2 grades that are treated. You can only get a government scholarship if you're a sort of first-year student in the first year that these schools actually enter the program. Okay? So students in the second grade, third grade, and so on in the first year. So checks 1 and 2 were the first year. Checks 3 are in the sort of at the beginning of the second year. Okay? And so we see this this is the intent to treat estimate of about sort of 30 students gained relative to sort of control group in the first year, and then about 34 students and 38 students in the second year. Okay? And the second year effect, in some ways, we shouldn't be observing any effects over there because in the second year, these control schools are supposed to be starting the program. They don't actually start the program until later on in the year when they actually sort of have to bargain with the state to say, look, you guys promised us that we'd actually sort of be in the program. Okay? So we still get essentially kind of these large effects. We actually observe some positive, consistently positive effects on all of the other grades and in principle are not sort of being treated. And we actually sort of don't quite have a sort of good story about sort of why that is the case. Okay? So this could be mistakes by essentially kind of the schools thinking that, if they sort of invite a bunch of other students in, they may actually get paid. But they may also be sort of positive signaling effects, that essentially kind of this is a good school when you see a lot of kids actually going to these schools. Okay? And of course the IV estimates, of course, are a little bit larger given essentially kind of the effects that the compliance numbers that I showed earlier. Now, I'm only going to show, so every year the National Examinations Board tests about 30 students per school in about 500 schools across the entire country. And this is supposed to be an assessment exam to essentially kind of measure proficiency in 3 subjects, English, math, and biology. So we actually have 2 tests. I'm only going to show you the 2012 test. The 2011 tests are in the paper. The key sort of column that I want you to focus on is the column in which we actually sort of control for fixed effects and some baseline controls and that deal with some potential imbalance. But as you can see across essentially kind of all of these tests, and we did also include some items from TIMSS, some essentially kind of freely available items that we worked with psychometricians in Uganda to essentially kind of adapt to language. So Ugandan kids don't know what a sidewalk is, but you can translate things like that. And we see essentially kind of consistent gains across essentially kind of in treatment schools of about 1/4 of a standard deviation. The biology results are essentially not very significant. I'll come back to sort of column 5. In column 5, I think we also include controls for the students. So we collected information about essentially kind of students, and one of the concerns, of course, we have is that if there's a lot of sorting, if all of these gains are essentially kind of due to these schools getting mostly good kids through the public window, that in some ways essentially kind of these things should disappear when you control for essentially kind of the quality of those kids. Okay, the sample size drops a little bit, but we've actually sort of established that in fact the results in column 4 essentially kind of hold for the same sample over here. And so here we actually sort of include controls for essentially kind of the wealth, the age, the gender, and significantly the scores on essentially kind of the exams that actually got them into secondary school. Okay? And we find that in fact these results sort of still remain. So we think that it's the explanation here is not just about student selection, but in fact that something else is actually sort of going on at the school that we actually sort of explore in the next set of results that I'm actually going to talk about. Okay? So the first thing that we're really concerned about was essentially kind of working with the state really undermines essentially kind of the school's control and essentially its ability to make decisions about essentially kind of how to respond to essentially kind of what the market wants, as Jishnu said earlier. So one of the stipulations of government money is that you cannot use it to sort of build. You cannot use it for infrastructure. You cannot use it for essentially kind of paying teachers. It's supposed to be used for sort of scholastic materials. Now, that's a stipulation, the enforcement of which I think is very weak. And so in some ways, I want to sort of say that in this sort of very short-term results, we may not see those things, but they actually sort of may be coming down the pike. And, a lot of the things that we asked about, sort of what do these things, what decisions do they make, and sort of how frequently do they meet, and so on, and how much ownership change. We actually don't find any sort of anything going on. So we find some more discussion of infrastructure, which of course runs contrary to essentially how they should be spending money in the first year. We find some information. You find some differences in in essentially kind of teacher motivation. But of course, we're also running lots of regressions. If you sort of look at the average standardized effect, we actually don't sort of find anything sort of consistent in this domain. Okay, so and we collected a lot more. 1 minute. Wow. Okay. Wow. Okay. Okay. So on the teacher front, so let me sort of quickly jump to the point. We do find sort of some evidence that of essentially kind of both attendance and the intensive margin sort of more likely to be in class, and so that seems to be certainly consistent in the first year. There's slightly more teachers in treatment schools, and we, in some work that is not in the paper yet, we actually sort of find that there's slightly more entry, but also more exit. And one of the things that, in fact, teachers who enter these private schools that tend to be teachers who teach math and science. And one of the things that the government has done in the recent last couple of years is that they've essentially kind of pay sort of science and math teachers a bit more. And so it's actually sort of was quite challenging for these small private schools to hire math and science teachers. They seem to be doing that a bit more when they have a bit more money. And then on infrastructure, we don't see any big changes in the sort of classroom sort of environment, even though we do find, even though of course the classrooms are much larger in the treated schools, we find some evidence that in fact schools that contracted with the government are more likely to have a lab. That doesn't mean they actually sort of physically built a lab, but that means they actually sort of found essentially kind of the money to buy lab kits that you can put on a desk and essentially kind of turn a room into a lab. And so I think that's sort of what we find. And then finally, on kind of in terms of student selection, and this is kind of the other feature of essentially kind of contracting with private schools, it's perhaps not as large as the effects that are observed in Chile. You actually find that in some sort of schools that are in treatment schools tend to have much better scores, so smaller scores are better in the Uganda sort of setting. And so the model score in the treatment school is about sort of 4 aggregate points lower than essentially kind of the model score in the control schools. And so we think actually sort of when these schools actually have access to a slightly better set of kids, but we don't think that's actually the only thing that is actually sort of driving these gains. We actually think that both the teacher contact and some infrastructure inputs, so going back to essentially kind of Jishnu's point, we don't quite have the design to look at the strategies that schools are using to compete, but I think they are the money is actually sort of being used to actually sort of produce things that may have positive gains in general. Okay, but we would like to sort of end with a caveat that the fact that there's an increased chance of survival actually does sort of place an important makes it important for us to think carefully about how these schools are selected and whether these PPP programs may in fact sort of undermine an important, one other dimension of why the private sector is actually sort of pretty good, because we punish people who are essentially kind of not doing really well. Again, PPPs may, in general, especially as become more and more politicized, essentially kind of undermine this other sort of dimension. Sorry for going over my time.
Doing the mark on that side, Justin.
So, do you want to take 3 questions first?
Sure.
You can pick out.
Pick out 3 questions.
Okay. Pick 3 questions. Oh, okay.
And you can select the one you want to answer.
I can select. Well, there's only 3 up here, so I guess I'll take the 3 in this row, starting with the gentleman in the back.
Excuse me.
Thank you. I'm going to be brief. Thank you for your presentation. PPP, let's say you're the Minister of Education for Uganda, and we have the public and the private schools, and you decide to employ me. How are you going to motivate me so that my friend or my college mate who is teaching in that private school, I'm teaching the public school, and I have the greater majority of students in Uganda sitting public exam? How are you going to motivate me so that these two schools, two schools, they excel in the public exam?
Okay.
Mine are just simple clarification ones. One is how closely clustered are these schools? So especially if there's a switch in the structure of the market, right? I mean, because there's people shifting over, there's more schools closing versus opening across the 2 groups. And I mean, is there stuff there? The other is also just a clarification bit, which is you're showing that the end line scores are higher for kids in the treatment schools, but you're also saying that they'd scored higher or better in their PLE things before. Is that, or maybe I got that wrong?
I will clarify that. I'm sorry.
I mean, are you seeing them in the grades where you're pretty sure that there isn't any selection? So if you just restrict the sample there, is it Gaussian increment?
Just one narrow technical question. So I was a little surprised the column that you add the fixed effects and the control to the stand errors go up. I mean, normally one does that to gain precision. So if you go back to that slide that one, right? So between column 3 and 4, you're seeing all your standard errors going up after you add those district fixed effects, which should be soaking up variation. So I don't quite know what's going on there, right? I mean, maybe you have very small number of districts, and so then you might think, is it actually worth it? Because that's not what I'd expect. And then kind of just building up on Abhijit's stuff, I think to interpret this, the fact that there is selection observables, then clearly suggests that there might be selection on observables as well in terms of how the students are being selected. So just saying a little bit more about the selection algorithm, that is it interview based, do they have a test, or what's kind of the basis by which they're admitting kids would be great. And whether, I mean, obviously this is ex post, but I think if you look at the theoretical work of Miguel Urquiola, Bentley MacLeod, it's possible that what you're picking up in 1 year or 2 years is really just the initial part of this entire sorting kind of thing, that if this went on longer, that it seems that we know well enough from design that when you have PPP models, you want schools to compete not on selection, but compete on productivity. So, I mean, clearly having some kind of charter-based selection protocols that you don't allow cherry picking would seem like a design thing that we mostly know that we should incorporate going ahead.
Do you want to answer?
So I'll take the first question. So the first question was, I'm not quite sure if I'll do justice to the question. Which is, I think, private school teachers get paid a little bit less than government school teachers, and so I'm not sure which side of the public-private angle you're on. I think private school teachers would like to be in a public school. There's lots of good tenure, and I guess you can have a slightly better life than in private schools, where in some ways you actually sort of have to show up more frequently. But let me just say one thing about sort of how the politicians essentially kind of are viewing this particular issue, and in some ways that's perhaps more important essentially kind of than the kind of question about how you keep these two windows properly motivated, which is that this particular program has become a lot less popular, in part because it was actually sort of very successful. I think when the politicians actually sort of said, let's do PPP, I think they assumed that in fact it would just be a small fraction of essentially kind of the market. And it's turned out to be really large, and I think because they also have some concerns about essentially kind of who is getting this money, because it's very easy for me to sort of work with the Ministry of Education to say we have a private school and make a lot of money, and I think that's one angle. But the other is that the government essentially kind of can't get as much credit for essentially kind of this program. And in fact, one of the things that's happened in the last 6 months is the president has actually sort of gone on record to say we should scale this back. With all the money we're essentially kind of paying for essentially kind of the private sector, we could be building X number of schools. Okay, and of course the cost comparisons are essentially kind of it only costs about sort of 20% through the PPP window to actually educate a child relative to essentially kind of to the public sector, but the political visibility of essentially kind of and the benefits of essentially kind of the PPP are not as high as essentially kind of a shiny new school. Okay, and so there is essentially a lot of pressure, and of course there are a lot of ministry officials who are really happy with this paper and really would like to sort of trot it around. And so, but mostly because it actually sort of says, look, these schools are not essentially kind of undermining the quality of education being provided, and in some ways we may actually sort of be strengthening essentially kind of the public providers. Okay, but I don't think that addresses your question, so I'm sorry. Let me move on. So to Abhijit's question on, I guess the first question was on selection. No. Okay, so the schools, so they're not very clustered, because the way this program was supposed to work was that every sub-county in some ways had to have access to either a government school that could take USC students or a private school. And so there's not a lot of clustering. There is some clustering in the sense that private schools tend to locate in urban areas, and so they're going to be close to other public schools that are essentially kind of too large and overcrowded, and for some reasons cannot sort of do the double shift, and so they actually so there is a bit of that. But in our analysis, sort of looking at essentially kind of schools that are close to other schools versus schools that are essentially kind of not close to other schools, we actually don't find any sort of big differences. But we are working with 100 schools, so there's some limitation there. Okay, and then in terms of essentially, so the selection question was no on the in some ways the kind of the starting essentially kind of the school, the kids who were enrolled in school in 2010 who then take the exam essentially kind of in 2011, for which I did not show the results. They're sort of reasonably balanced. Okay. What we observe, of course, is once the schools have an opportunity to select, and the selection algorithm, to go to Karthik's question, we don't really have a sort of, so the schools have discretion on who they will select. Okay, so you come in and say, I got this score. The school says I only have 30 spots, and I'm going to essentially kind of, and so there is some interview. There is some clearly sort of unobservables, but I actually think that those unobservables are sort of fairly well captured by essentially kind of this exam score that we include as a control in our sort of test score regression. So I do think there's clearly some unobservables that are sort of going on, but a lot of the information that they would have to make the decision, of course, the parent, of course, can hassle, and that may be sort of a piece of information we don't have about essentially kind of how energetic the parent is in trying to get their kids in that school. But in some ways, so we think that, the unobservables may actually be accounting for a lot of these, a lot of the gains we observe here. But I think that these gains are, they would have to sort of account for, we can do some analysis to sort of figure out essentially kind of how much of that can be driving, and I think it would be implausible.
I mean, so I think, but this is going to be the most
Sorry,
important thing
could
to
you
interpret this, right? Because it's not like your classic RCT where you say treatment control is balanced. This is like, post-treatment selection, right? So I think
But that's an outcome.
Okay, I'm sorry,
right?
you have to have that conversation over lunchtime. I'm sorry, we're running out of time.
Sorry, yeah, exactly. That's, the eggheads should not take over. Okay.
Wonderful when the difficult questions come at the end. You don't have to answer them. Thank you very much. All right, so next we call on to Michael Kremer.
Thanks very much. So this is a joint work with Eric Bettinger, Maurice, Carlos, Christian, and Juan. And let me also mention two people who are involved in earlier stages of this, earlier papers on earlier parts of this project, Josh Angrist and Beth King, who I think is here. Yeah, hi. So let me tell you, we're looking at long-term consequences of a system-wide education reform, which is a private secondary school vouchers. And let me start out by telling you a little bit about the program, because I think vouchers doesn't convey the full program as a whole. So during the 1990s, Colombia had a program called PASAs, which provided over 125,000 scholarships to private secondary schools. To be eligible, you had to be in one of Colombia classifies neighborhoods into strata. You had to be in one of the bottom two, so you had to be poor or live in a poor neighborhood. The scholarships were renewable, conditional on on passing the grade. So this, to some extent, is combining some features of a voucher with some aspects, you could almost say, of merit scholarships to some extent. By the way, while at least economists tend to think of this as these are two programs. A lot of scholarships in the world, historically and around the world, have been based on you have to keep up your grades. So this isn't unusual from a policy standpoint, I don't think. There's fairly low scholarship value relative to the cost of a government school. You can count these numbers slightly differently, but we'd say $244 versus $450 per student per year. The scholarships could be topped up. So households could add on to the scholarship value to pay the total amount. And important for our identification strategy, in municipalities where there were more applicants than they had slots, they had limited budget, they conducted a lottery. Not for research purposes, but for fairness reasons. Okay. Couple of other things that'll be important for identification. To enter the program, you had to apply and be accepted at a particular private school. And there's schools in Colombia, as in some other countries, there's academic track, and then there's a vocational schools. Vocational schools were overrepresented among participating private schools. Why? Because the amount that was being paid wasn't that much. You had to deal with government bureaucracy. The elite private schools didn't participate in this at all. So these were private schools that served more served either, you could say the poor, or you could just say more representative people. The vocational schools are less prestigious than academic schools. They're different ones, but they're sort of either have commercial focus, learning computer skills for not for programming necessarily, but for working in an office, or industrial ones. And among the vocational school applicants, one of the issues which we're not only able to get at very partially in this work is the issues that came up in the last one of selection. Are you sort of cream skimming the best students, or if there's a treatment effect, is that because people are with better peers in some way? So if we look at observables, there's not, if you applied to an academic school and you won the scholarship and you went to that school, maybe the private school peers were better than those on observables in the public you'd have in the public school. For the vocational schools, that's not necessarily the case, because if you applied to a vocational private school and you won, you went to that vocational school. If you lost, you may have gone to an academic public school. Okay. Okay. Here's some. So actually, let me just back up a little bit. We've got, in general, we're trying to look at the long-term effects of this, and I'll show you some results. Talking a lot about vocational schools, that's partly because this is part of the analysis that we're working on right now and just trying to understand what's going on. I'm hoping for some feedback. So maybe in the questions, love questions on anything, but particularly love ideas about this. So winning the lottery for vocational people who apply to vocational schools, you're more likely to go to a vocational school. That's what I was mentioning before. If you apply to an academic school, you're not likely to go to whether you win or lose, to go to a vocational school. Okay. I'm going to skip over some of this, some of these intermediate slides. The data is from Bogota. That might be relevant. We're not looking at the whole, all over the country. Colombia has fantastic data. I highly encourage people who work on other countries to drop what they're doing and go work on Colombia. So it collects a lot of administrative data on adults. So we have an opportunity to do something that is tough to do in general, which is to link participation in this program as kids to your outcome as young adults. Okay. So one question is, what's the impact on secondary education? And so we actually have had some results on this before, and so why are we presenting this again? Well, anytime, but we actually see an interesting pattern. So in earlier work, various subsets of the co-authors had been involved in earlier work showing there was an impact on secondary school graduation. So Colombia has an exam at the end of secondary school. It's sort of a college entrance exam, and so taking that exam is an outcome, and then means you got through secondary school, and then obviously the scores are an outcome as well. But just looking at graduation, earlier we looked at whether you graduated on schedule, and we saw that you're more likely to graduate on schedule if you won the lottery and had the opportunity to go to a private school. As we follow this up, there's a slight update to the results, which is some of the people who didn't win the lottery, they catch up over time a little bit. They graduate with a few years delay. Yeah, but the effect's still there, even when we go out to a 6-year delay, but a bit smaller in some ways. Okay. But what we've got, one of the new pieces of data we have now is tertiary education outcomes. So here's where, and by the way, these secondary effects, there's maybe a little bit stronger for the vocational, but nothing big going on there. It's no big significant differences. This tertiary results, we're starting to see some quite interesting things. So there's, again, this university system. There's 5-year degrees, which are sort of, more prestigious, and then there's shorter colleges, which just, I guess, like the U.S., which are not quite as prestigious. Okay. So if we look at, did you enroll in tertiary education? So our point estimate is incredibly close to 0 and totally insignificant for people who applied to academic schools. Okay? On the other hand, we had been focusing before on this before we started disaggregating things, just to be open about it. But although we had earlier written a paper on the vocational stuff, and this was always in our plan, but we're looking at it more closely now. We see this is just the treatment effect of winning a scholarship is 1% significant level, and quite large. These not too many losers are going on to among applicants to vocational schools are going on to tertiary, but proportionally there's just a huge increase for the winners. Okay? So it looks like this program is, if you look at it overall, you say this is working. If you dive into it at gain people into tertiary, you dive in a little bit more, and the effect is really concentrated among the people who applied to vocational schools, vocational private schools. Oops, sorry, let me go back. Sorry, not that far back. There we go. Okay. So if you look down at graduation is another outcome, or maybe the nicest summary is just years of tertiary education. You see it again there, a very big effect in that among the vocational people. Okay, so that's tertiary education. We can also look at earnings. Okay, now here we've got the data structure, which I skipped over before, is actually pretty important. Columbia has two types of data that we were able to link to on this. One is there's in the poor neighborhoods, there's a survey that's conducted to identify people who are eligible for benefits programs. So that's not a universal survey. It just covers people living in the relatively poor neighborhoods. And of course, living in one of those neighborhoods is an endogenous outcome. So there's some issues with that. I'm going to skip over that bit and move to our better, quickly, but I'll say a little bit about it, move to our better data set, which is the universe of people who have formal sector jobs, or at some point in the sample had formal sector jobs, and are paying into the national social security system. So basically, we've got a lower bound and an upper bound within the sample where we might have some selection issues based on what neighborhood you moved into. I would say, I don't think there's I won't go into detail on this. I don't think there's a lot going on there. I don't think there's a lot of effects on informal earnings. Not significant usually at the lower end of the spectrum. If you go to the upper end of the upper bound, maybe there's some significant effects, but it's a pretty generous upper bound. We use the word extreme upper bound there. Okay. So let me focus on the formal sector. If you look at the formal sector, we see that start out. Let me see if I've got yes. Okay. So we don't see much effect for people who are in who apply to academic secondary schools. They're nothing at all significant going on there. Now we look over for the vocational schools, and we get this quite large effect. And what that obviously carries over to is if you're earning more and you're in the formal sector, then you're going to be paying more formal sector taxes as well. So, okay. Fertility, here we get a somewhat different pattern. Here it looks like, so we're not finding any effects on, for male, do the partners of males have children? But if we look at females, we do find effects. And in particular on teen childbearing. So, can you remind us what dollars per year the cost of this thing was? I'm going to come in a minute to some very rough welfare type stuff. So I'll be coming there soon. So having a child as a teen goes down among the females who applied to academic schools. So that's an exception to this pattern. Okay, the welfare analysis. So the voucher was about $250. Okay, it varied over time. There was inflation, et cetera. So a little bit complicated. I don't think we're still working on analyzing these data. A lot of assumptions go into them, but I think there was quite likely a negative net fiscal cost to taxpayers. And if we particularly if we focused on the vocational sample, I'm almost sure there would be. That's because some of the features of the program design that I talked about before. One was it wasn't a very generous program at all. I'm not saying whether it should have been more generous or not, but it didn't pay the full cost. It also was structured so that it crowded in money, because you could top it up. It crowded in money from the households. So one way to think about this, here's how we think about the larger paper, which there wasn't time for today, is all about this welfare stuff. But the one way to think about this is there's three groups who could be affected by the program. One group is the participants. So there, I'm going to be very conservative. There's all sorts of evidence they benefited a lot from this if we think about it as normal human beings. But let's say we're not normal human beings. We're Chicago economists, and then we say, I'm not going to. They maybe had to work harder. Maybe they got disutility from that. All we can say is revealed preference. The inframarginal people got more money, and that's got to be good for them. They were given some cash. So just being very conservative about that. That's why we say the benefits to the recipient are $250. I'm not doing net present value of their increased earnings or anything like that. This is just revealed preference. Okay? That's the first group of people. Second group of people is the taxpayers. Okay? And the third group of people, actually, let's go to the third. So on taxpayers, you might think, well, taxpayers are going to be worse off because they're paying out money. They got to be taxed more. Either that's not the case or it's very close to not the case in this program. The reason is, if you have to think about the net present value for taxpayers. They save a bit of money because the people who are not going to public school, public school is more expensive for the taxpayers. B, these guys are earning more in the formal. They're earning more in the formal sector. If you're earning more in the formal sector, you're paying more into the Social Security system. We got to check some things, et cetera. But we think that some of that comes back to you later on when you retire, but a lot of that doesn't come back to you. It's just a transfer to other people in society. It looks to us like this was either a net gain or a very small net loss for the taxpayer. And so I think it looks, if you just look at those two groups, it's going to look good. The final group we can't say much definitive about, which is what about the people who were non-participants in the program? Let's say you stayed in the public school. Well, you lost these, maybe you lost really good peers, et cetera. The fact that we'd argue the fact that this program worked for the vocational kids where you didn't get this peer sorting effect makes us think that probably isn't what's going on, but I can't prove that. Okay. But of course, that is where we find the big effect. So I think you can't prove it, but it's hard to make that argument. Okay. The other thing is there's probably some positive externalities for the rest of society from this program. You could tell some stories about negative externalities, but I think you have to really cook them up. There's reduced teen fertility from this program, and these are all poor kids. More of them are going to tertiary education. That's pretty important social mobility. That's probably, you could tell some story where you don't like that, but that's probably a good thing. Okay, for social cohesion, et cetera. Okay, just to summarize. Increased on-time secondary school graduation by 20%, increased overall secondary school graduation by 10%, that's the catch-up effect. Increases tertiary education by 16% and completion of tertiary or persistence by 40%. 20% decrease in female teen fertility, and increase in formal labor market earnings 5 to 15%. The education and labor market estimates are strongest among vocational applicants, and the female teen are driven by the academic schools. What's going on here? Well, I guess you could tell multiple stories. One is, and this is pure speculation here. So there are people here who know this much better than me, but my co-authors tell me, Eric Bettinger tells me, U.S. literature on vouchers is not, not super, doesn't yield super positive results. So here we are with, a study in Colombia finding what looks like pretty positive results. So is this because Colombia is, the public system is worse in Colombia relative to the private system than in the US? Maybe that's the story. Maybe we should be thinking very specifically about the vocational sector and what's special about the vocational sector in Colombia, given that a lot was going on there. In our previous work on this, we speculated that private sector might be particularly good at vocational education for the following reason. Academic education, it's pretty similar. I mean, you learn basic things in math and language skills and history and so on. It doesn't differ a lot that much over time. If you think about vocational education, the needs of the market are always changing. So I could imagine, I don't know enough about Colombia to know whether this is true, but you could easily imagine that vocational schools were set up in 1954 and in the public sector, and they were set up to do 1954 style tasks of metalworking and so on. And those just go on, they persist over time. And private, just observing private schools in other countries, it seems like they pop up very rapidly to serve what's perceived as market needs. And so it may be that that flexibility for private schools is incredibly valuable. For that flexibility is particularly valuable in the vocational market. That's just one possibility. Aside from the possibility that the context is important and that counts for the differences with some of the U.S. literature, another possibility is that the particular design of this program made a difference. And in particular, the features like allowing families to top up, making it conditional on performance, therefore having some merit scholarship element. All of those things may have played a role. In other papers, we try to tease that out a little bit. But why don't, and I would argue that the features of the Colombian program are actually probably more broadly relevant around the world than the features of the U.S. program. If we think about, even if we think about tertiary education in the U.S., we give scholarships that are merit. You have to keep up your grades often to continue to get the scholarship. That's the way a lot of programs work around the world. Then why don't I stop now, a couple minutes ahead of time, and would love comments and questions.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Were there other forms of accountability?
Luis, here you go.
Yeah. Facebook gets us. They're much more powerful than the NSA. Were there accountability pressures on the participating private schools that were sort of better or more intense forms of accountability pressure than on the public schools? So is the presumption here that mere privateness was producing this, or because there's a program, there is an unobservable, which is higher accountability of some sort?
Why don't I take a couple of questions and then answer them as a group? Yes.
Hi. So something I've always wondered about with these programs is about the price effects, because you can imagine that offering these scholarships may incentivize the schools to change prices. And so we often think about spillovers as being through things like pure effects, but you can also imagine that there might be spillovers where schools raise prices and this prices out certain students and so on. So I was wondering if you could comment at all about what kind of pricing was going on in this situation and whether this could matter.
Great. Dirk?
So this is just a comment for your Excel spreadsheet work. You have a colleague who got a lot of attention and a lot of papers for doing a calculation of what happens to your lifetime earnings if you get a teacher at a different place in the quality distribution. Mm-hmm. My conjecture is, if rather than kind of ignoring that as you have, if you followed up with the same calculation here and said, what's the change in the present value of lifetime earnings for someone being given one of these scholarships, your number is going to bury his. In fact, your number is going to bury any intervention that has ever been done in any education system in the world where they had the data and could follow up with earnings. And so just as a matter of explaining to people how bleeping big these effects are, I think you should do those calculations and kind of, say this, because this is, if that's a number that's often calculated in this literature for different types of interventions when you can go find the adult outcomes, and this is enormous.
Okay, well, I think I'll end right there. No, I guess I can't. Yes. Sorry. Oh, yes, Beth, yeah.
No, I was just going to give the microphone.
Yeah, yes, no, I was going, yeah. Yeah, okay.
Don Silvers, USAID. You've described this program using the past tense, the way the program was. Is the program still in operation? And if not, why not?
Great. Okay. These are great questions. Okay. So accountability. Well, there's market accountability for the private sector. They have to attract students, and this is a sector. These are sort of the, I don't want to call them fly by night. That would be too strong. But this is not the elite. Who knows how much market accountability there is at the top of the distribution, because they can survive on their reputation, whatever. These guys have competition. There's a lot of competition, so they have market accountability, which the public sector has less of. On the price effects, there may be some price effects. I don't think there's costless, immediate, free entry with no adjustment costs, but there's not. I think there certainly was some entry. That's not our work. The literature suggests that there was some entry in response to this program. If you thought there was a lot of, there's free entry, if you went to that extreme, then there wouldn't be any real price effects here. Love to hear more from people who know the context better afterwards on that. On the Excel spreadsheet comment, I thought you were going to say, my colleagues have got attention for all sorts of Excel spreadsheet calculations. I thought you were going to refer to so I guess I should put my caveat out. We need to keep working on these Excel spreadsheet calculations and make sure that they're, I think they're going to keep iterating for a while. This is work in progress. But I think these effects are enormous, and I've been doing something that maybe is a bit too academic here. But I agree with your. I'll explain how I've been thinking about it. But I think we should take up your suggestion, which is I would argue these. If you look at this in terms of the ratio of the benefits to the beneficiaries versus the costs to the taxpayer, then these benefits are so enormous that that number is infinite, because I think that the cost to the it may well be infinite, because the cost to the taxpayers may in fact be not costs but benefits. So that's another way of illustrating how big these effects are. But I totally agree with you. We should just do the accounting financial rate of return as if this was an investment, and we don't worry about possible disutility of working harder as kids and other such factors. And I think they would be enormous by that measure, and that would be a good way to do it. And the last thing on the past tense, yes, unfortunately, I don't say unfortunately. It's supposed to be scientific here, but the program is so. Columbia continues to support private schools, but an advantage of this particular form of assistance to private schools, at least in theory, is that it creates market accountability. The money follows the students. So you can imagine that the existing incumbents in the private school world would much rather have just a block grant, grant to the certain set of schools, and then if you're a new entrant, then you've got to apply for it, and maybe you get it eventually, and the politicians probably like it that way, gives them more. So so my understanding, and maybe people from Columbia or who know Columbia can correct me on this, but is that Columbia basically moved from, they did not keep this system where the money follows the students, and went to a system where they aided private schools in other ways. Thanks.
Thank you for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here. I am going to talk about a program that started in 2009 in Pakistan. This is joint work with, I am Felipe Barrera. This is joint work with David Baxley, Matthew Huber, Lee Linden, Dushan Raju, and Steven Ryan. Let me start with a brief conversation that we had with the Minister of Education. In 2008, Dushan and I went to talk with the Minister of Education, and basically the starting point of this program is government failure. The minister says to us, look, we haven't been able to reach certain populations. The government don't have the capacity. We are feeling that we cannot do it, and basically we are thinking in different strategies. And we were working with the Punjab government in another PPP program, and we start suggesting the government this new program. So this is a different starting point from, let's say, Jishnu's comment. This is a point in which the government recognizes a failure, and they are trying to do a program to correct that, which is totally different. Second point that I want to do is we start this program with new schools. And that may be something very different to start a program with the schools that are already in place, and that has some ramifications. I am going to tell you more about, of course, the details of the program. So the motivation is very similar to some of the previous motivation. The motivation is, despite some progress in Pakistan, the enrollment rates are abysmal and learning is abysmal. So basically, the government was saying, okay, we need to increase enrollment rate and we need to increase achievement. There is some strong evidence that provision of schools can have a huge impact. The work of Duflo and the works of my colleague Lee Linden in Afghanistan and Burkina Faso proved that. And the government of Sindh, as I was telling you, is implementing different strategies to try to tackle the problems. They are implementing conditional cash transfers, and they are starting thinking about the public-private partnership as a solution of these programs. So what is the design? I want you to give you the brief summary of the design so you have that in your mind. We went to the first, with the 10 districts in Sindh with the lowest girls enrollment rate. We recruit entrepreneurs, and the entrepreneurs has to propose a location to build a school, and they have to tell us certain conditions that we said, hey, you need to fulfill 4 conditions. And once the entrepreneur and the location is vetted, they have, if they are part of the program, they have to offer education for free to children, and the government pays a student fee, per capita student fee. We tried to do 2 stipends because the enrollment rates for girls are lagging more than for boys. And we tried to test the idea that with higher incentives, we were able to bring more girls to the schools. We have one set of schools that have a uniform stipend, and we have another schools that have a differentiated stipend, larger for girls. So the results, the preview of the results are the following. So the question, it is possible to leverage the private sector to start schools? We say that is a yes. And basically, we found large increments in overall enrollment for both girls and boys. And these effects are huge. We were able to increase enrollment rate in 49% percentage point in treatment villages after 1 year, and 30 percentage points in after 2 years. And there are also very impressive results in test scores. We conduct, after 2 years, a simple test in math and language, and there are results that are quite astonishing. We have results that are in the ITT estimates of 0.67 standard deviation. So there is a huge effect both in enrollment and test scores. There was, we couldn't find effects of the differential stipend. we were not able to incentivize more the entrepreneur to bring more girls. The effects are very large for both boys and girls, but are equal between boys and girls. So what is, very briefly, what is the setup? The SEEN system comprised the Ministry of Education and this SEEN Education Foundation. The Ministry of Education oversees the public schools. The SEEN Education Foundation is a semi-autonomous organization that somehow run new and innovative programs in education. It is empowered to take non-conventional approach to education and has a very different structure from the Ministry of Education. And the SEEN Education Foundation is the foundation that is running this program. There are two types of primary schools in SEEN. There are the pure public schools run by the Ministry of Education, and there are private schools that are for profit. I am going to talk more about this type of schools. Basically, in SEEN, there are 5 years of primary, 3 years of middle, 2 years of high, and 2 years of higher secondary school certification. So we have been learning a lot of private schools in Pakistan thanks to the work of Jishnu and his colleagues because of these LIST projects. Let me tell you something that very simple, which is there is a huge increment in private providers. These private providers cater towards low-income individuals, and these private providers hire more female teachers, and the evidence that are not causal, but evidence that after controlling for observables, they seem to private providers outperform public schools. You need to take that with a salt of grain because these are not causal. These private schools are very prominent in Punjab and less common in Sindh, but they are increasing. So what was our intervention? Our intervention, again, the basic goal is to increase enrollment and achievement, and the title of the intervention is PPRS, which is, I don't know why, Promoting Low-Cost Private Schooling in Rural Sindh, PPRS, and these are the characteristics of the intervention. So entrepreneurs propose villages in which to create schools. There has to be the main characteristic that there cannot be a primary school between 1.5 kilometers radius. They have to show us a demand for the school. They have to show us a list of 75 kids that want to go to the school. They have to tell us that there are 2 female teachers that are willing to be teachers of the school with at least 8 grades education or higher. And they have to show us adequate facility to house the school. What is adequate? It can be anything. Once approved, the school is open and they have a free tuition, and they serve all children between 5 and 9, and they were expanding, in theory, they were expanding in progression each grade. The entrepreneurs get paid per child subsidy. They get paid in the gender uniform subsidy more or less $5 per kid, and in the gender differentiate, an extra $1 is paid for care. The entrepreneur is vetted by the SEEN Foundation, and the SEEN Foundation also goes visit the schools in a random visit to take numbers of the enrollment. What was the research design? The research design was the following. In late 2008, the foundation began soliciting applications. We made this call for application as wide as we were able, with newspaper, radio, and entrepreneurs submit the applications. They have to say, hey, this is the village, this is the location that we want to open. They have to document the 4 characteristics that I told you. And the SEEN vetted 337 applications, which we create the randomization. And we went to the village to collect baseline data in April 2009. 39 large cities were removed from the analytical sample. We run a lot of tests to see if that has any implication. It didn't. But basically, these large cities was problematic for the research design because we want to go to the village to have almost census analysis of the village. In big cities, that will be very difficult. So the final analytical sample in which we are talking, we are running this evaluation is 199 village, 92 in the gender neutral, 79 village with the gender differentiate, and 38 control group. The program the actual schools start in summer 2009. The first follow-up of household census village survey was in June 2010. And the second follow-up, also household visit, was in April, May 2011. So the specification is very simple. We have the lottery. We use the lottery to show the results. I am going to tell you three types of results. I'm going to show you what are the results of in the second follow-up, what are the difference between our schools and the village that received treatment versus the control. And I'm going to tell you the difference between our schools and public schools in this village. That's one set of results. Another one is what happened with enrollment. And the third one is what happened with test scores. So this table is, the structure of the table is the following. The first column is the average of our schools. And this is the difference between our schools and the public schools. The second column is the control average, and then the difference between treatment and control. And basically, in this table, what we are seeing is that our schools, with respect to the public, open more days. And the medium of instruction, basically, in our schools is English, in opposition to SIN or Urdu, which is the public schools. What about with respect to the difference between treatment and control? Basically, again, our schools, the main characteristic is that the medium of instruction is they are in English. They have more number of teachers in both. If you make the comparison between our schools and public schools, and the causal comparison, which is treatment versus control, we have in these schools more teachers. What about the building characteristics? Overall, we see that our schools have more classroom and better connections to services like potable water and toilet. So teachers' characteristics. Teachers' characteristics, basically, this mimic what we have been learning from from private schools. They have more females as teachers. These teachers are younger, and these teachers has less experience. All of that can summarize in lower salaries. So these schools pay lower salaries to female teachers with less experience and with less education. And so let me go very fast to enrollment. We have two types of measures. One is self-report enrollment, and the other is verified enrollment. The verified enrollment is in the second follow-up, and self-reported is only in the first follow-up. Also, we can measure a progression in a school, which is this measure of highest grade. The effects of this program in the first year were more or less close to 50 percentage points in enrollment. In the second year, we observed an effect of 30 points. Apparently, part of what happened, why we don't observe a continuous effect of 50 points, is that in control groups, the government start building public schools. And that makes them catch up somehow, not fully, that makes them catch up with our program. These are ages 5 to 10, which were the objective of the program. The objective of the program was to move these people. However, something interesting was that we also observed some effects that are quite important for people who were 11 to 18 years old. Basically, when we talk with the entrepreneurs, they start building the schools faster and they start building grades faster than we were anticipating. And what about test scores? In test scores, we have also very large effects. When we made the comparison between the treatment and control group, we have effects. These are standard deviations with respect to the control group. We have effects of 0.6 standard deviations when you measure intention to ITT, and when you have an instrumental variable of people who are actually going to the schools, we have huge effects of almost 2 standard deviations above these people. So these are for math and for language, and it doesn't matter how do we deal with the data. If we include controls, the effects are very stable. What about the disaggregation of effects between girls and boys? There are 2 ways to do this. One is we can estimate what happened in villages with the differential stipend versus a village that doesn't have. Or the second way that we can do is by gender, what happened between boys and girls. And it doesn't matter how we measure, basically the effects are 0. So here I am showing you the interaction between treatment and differential subsidy, and basically the effects are 0. And secondly, we are estimating by gender, and we have some effects in the first year, but we don't make that much about that. Basically, we think that basically we don't see any effects differentiation. Why do we do that? Why do we observe that? When we went to talk with some of these entrepreneurs, they were telling us that they were visiting households and they were going for the large margin. They were just trying to enroll as many kids as they can, independent of the gender of the kid. So basically, the entrepreneurs went to try to collect kids rather than try to make a higher effort to collect girls. So
2 minutes.
So when I received the invitation to talk in this conference, basically the question that I have was, the question was, hey, what type of interventions can be systemic and have large effects? So this is a program that has certain characteristics that can be very attractive. But let me say something that is the following. The levels in which we start in these programs were very low in both enrollment and achievement. So when you have situations in which levels are very low in enrollment and achievement, programs can have huge impact. This program has a huge impact. And it can have a lot of potential to move the needle in a very substantial way when you have that situation. There are 2 considerations that for me are important. These programs create institutions that clearly are going to have long-term effects. And those long-term effects, we don't know what are those. They can be positive or negative. And let me discuss very fast one discussion that we have with Jishnu and his team, is that these type of programs kill the price mechanism. So when you don't have, basically you have these private schools and the price mechanism stop existing when you have this type of PPP programs. That can have certain implications. The second one is that clearly, in the long run, these type of programs generate institutions, for instance, the institution of having a PPP program that can be long or that can be bad or good in the long term. For practical reasons, I want to finish saying, hey, this program has very, very strong, very large impacts in the short run, or at least in 2 years, and they are changing in a dramatic way the landscape of education in these villages. From the supply side, it can leveraging the private sector is a viable strategy. However, again, PPP's programs had a lot of repercussions, for instance, killing the price system. And something that we are interested in is basically this program create a new market for education in these villages. And we want to model the response of the private sector to these programs. And that's the next step that we are doing, is we are modeling how these the people are reacting to this program and what is the actions with respect to the private sector, to the public schools. So let me finish there.
We're running slightly out of time, so we're going to take one question and one answer, and then people can come back to you over lunchtime or later to
one question. Yes.
Thanks. I think actually it's quite a good connection between what you've been saying and the next session, because I think you ended on a very important point in relation to sustainability, which is very much linked to sort of questions of systems. And my question is really in relation to also the point that you're making, that we're dealing here with a system where things are started at rock bottom and are still pretty much at rock bottom in terms of low levels of access and achievement. And in a sense, one would hope that any type of intervention might have had some positive effect, and as you say, could have a massive positive effect, but is it the sustainable solution? Now, we're working in a system where we know that it's one of the countries that spends the least on education. So it's 2% of GDP is spent on education. The reason for that is nothing to do with education. It's because so little is collected in taxes. It's about less than 9% of GDP. So in a sense, I think my question is really about how we can link what you're saying with a more political economy perspective on the issues of this private schooling debate in a country like Pakistan, where the intervention is also very much externally driven as well. So if the World Bank and DFID were to pull their plug on supporting private schools, not just in terms of the funding, but also the technical support, where would that leave the system in Pakistan?
You're allowed to say, I don't know.
I'm very tempted. Let me take the last part. I am just going to comment a small piece on the last part. A lot of knowledge of PPPs that we get to start discussing this program was from Punjab. And Punjab have a long tradition about PPP program. It can be good or bad. Again, I don't know. There is some, basically, when you have subsidies to the private sector, that can distort a lot of things. However, I don't think that there is a lot of these programs are just the government telling us, hey, we are having problems. And it's not the World Bank saying, hey, do a PPP. It's the government saying, hey, we have problems. And a lot of people are realizing that there is a lot of untapped talent and a lot of untapped resources in the private sector. And the government is seeing that in a practical way. So I don't think that this is a international push for something. I think that a lot of governments are realizing, hey, the private sector can help us to solve a big problem.
Great, okay. Thank you very much, everybody. We're only running 30 minutes late after 3 hours. The next session is going to be very unique. We're going to have a question and answer session to talk specifically about this upcoming bid for this RISE research agenda. So we understand that not all of you would be interested in knowing about the technicalities of procurement and what we're looking at. So I ask for those who are interested to get your food and come back here as soon as possible, and we'll have that discussion. And for those of you who do not care about that, to get your food and stay outside and socialize. Wonderful, thank you.
Where's Karen? Let's get Karen in here. Okay. Karen was, you know Karen?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Do you see Karen? Karen.
Myself. Michelle Ward-Brent. I work at RTI with Luis.
Oh, nice to meet you.
And
How are
my
you?
colleague Nina.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, I'm Nina Echemezian, also from RTI.
Nice to
It's a
meet you. How are
pleasure.
you? Nice to meet you.
Heard you speak many times, but I don't think we've actually met. I've been with RTI about 10 years.
Wow. I'm probably much. I don't want to. We're dovetailing pragmatics with substance, and so just to be, we're going to talk a little bit about the pragmatics of the overall research agenda, the sequence, timing of bidders, what kinds of research the overall program is looking to fund. Nothing about results, nothing about T-tables, nothing about that. So if you don't want to hear that, you can go in the other room and chat with other people about other things. If you do want to hear that, or if you know someone out there who wants to hear that, come in. So we've sort of, we want to separate the audiences because this is a very different thing than what's gone on so far. So I am going to, I first want to talk about the research scope, and then we will get into organizational structure, and as we get into organizational structure, you'll see how this overall research agenda is being managed, and then I will turn it over to Karen, who is part of the management of the research structure, to talk about some additional details. So, so the overall research endeavor is being funded by DFID, which is the British Agency for Assistance. And they have set up a research program in order to precisely look at these issues of systems and how systems can be transformed to overcome the learning crisis. So it takes for granted a lot of things. This is not DFID's only support to education research. DFID has many other supports to education research of very many types, but this is one component of the research. And hence, think of this as one narrow sort of, this is a product in the space of people that are funding research that has these specific agendas, rather than that DFID or anyone else thinks this is the entirety of the research agenda that needs to happen in education. So many, many, many types of research, disciplines of research, modalities of research need to happen in the world. This is just the one that we happen to be doing. So we want an analytical framework for how systems function, how system change happens, why it doesn't happen, and how reform and success doesn't happen. We want to measure, those are the questions we're asking. We want success measured by learning gains. We're not looking for success as measured by having done what you thought would lead to success. We want success measured by some concrete outcome, in particular learning gains. We're trying to, through this overall research agenda, build a community of practice of people interested in growing systems research. As Kara mentioned, it took a while to sort of say, geez, in the domain of research on health, you've got these people doing clinical trials of drug to disease outcome. There's this larger systems research. How do we build that body and community of practice? And it is a research agenda. One of its outputs is intended to be publication in top journals. It's meant to produce the kinds of rigorous evidence that can stand up to any kind of scrutiny. The system research characteristics, so what kinds of research are we looking for? We're looking, again, for research that's hypothesized to affect learning. And again, I say this in the context of there's lots of things it could be about, but this does not happen to be about enrollment. It's more about the learning of the kids that are now in school. We're looking for scaled or potential scale for things. We're not looking for the boutique things that could be done in 6 villages or in 6 schools. We're looking for things that have potential for scale. We're looking for things that are fit to the context. Again, we're not, and I'm partly defining it by I'm saying what it is and saying what it's not. You know, we're not necessarily looking for research into the best practice of what Finland did, but what are the reforms that can actually happen in these contexts that can lead them from where they are to where they want to be. So we want to research things that are fit to the context. Potential for success, support of implementers, meaning the kinds of things that, again, in these contexts can and will be scaled by people who can implement it, and a focus on basic education. There's lots of other domains of education. The education system consists of tertiary education, consists of vocational education. That's just not our focus. Our focus is basic education. So we're looking for things in basic education that can generate the support of implementers to have high success, that are fit to the context of the country in which the research is done, has scale or potential to scale, and has there's some learning chain of the type Kara was showing about health. There's some causal chain in which the outcome of the causal chain is learning gains. Right? This can take many forms. It can be one or many forms with system elements or automation. It can be a whole or a part of the system, meaning all systems consist of sort of the overall system, and then there's components of system like assessment, components of the system like how teachers are pre-service trained, selected, hired. There's there's parts of systems about school autonomy. There's parts of system about how it interfaces with non-state providers. The research can be national or subnational, and the time horizon in some sense can be past, present, or future in the sense that not the distant future, obviously, but meaning these could be reforms that are about to be undertaken that we're going to track over the course of their implementation. It could be we're engaged with research on programs that are now happening. It could be with things that have happened recently for which we can adequately document their impacts. So I think there's a table. Did that table get cut out? Yeah, we'll get to that in a second. What is systems research? Some examples. And again, these are examples. We're encouraging people who want to, say, geez, I'm interested in putting together a proposal. These are just examples. So reforms in teacher policy, recruitment, retention, training, supervision, management, pay. All of those are sub-elements of how, the teaching system works. And again, we want the teaching system. So for instance, Michael Kremer, was Kremer part of this? No, you weren't, were you? Yeah, you were, yeah. I mean, Kremer has an interesting paper in Kenya about the contract teachers and how the contract teachers outperform in Kenya, right? That's an interesting element of teacher policy. Would be more interested in how you take that to scale. What does that reveal about the way in which teacher policies can have impact on learning and how you would take that to scale? Student assessment reforms. One of the components of systems is how are students assessed? How do those assessed feed back into the changed practices? How do the student assessments affect student careers? How do the assessment systems affect all kinds of things? So student assessment is a subcomponent of a system reform. Increasing teacher or school autonomy. That is, what are the kinds of things that schools are capable of doing? What are the kinds of things in which schools are, dictated what they will have to do? Or are we changing the scope of things over which schools can exercise autonomy and make choices? So again, the example Karthik was giving of like, okay, we're going to have each school develop its own school improvement plan and give it autonomy to choose certain things. That would be an interesting, again, systems research thing. Teaching to the level of student, which is basically things around curriculum reform, things around how you change kind of how the curriculum meets up with a student, would be an interesting subcomponent. Low-cost private schools, again, all of these are examples of, and we're not limited to, but these are the kinds of things we're thinking about. Does everybody get this? Meaning, I'm not trying to be doctrinaire about what constitutes system reform, but we're trying to differentiate system reform from what isn't system reform. What isn't systems research is, necessarily small, geographically limited, implement-oriented interventions without complementary system reform elements. So knowing more about availability of the pure availability of textbooks just doesn't constitute system research unless it's integrated within how we're simultaneously changing the content of the textbooks to be more aligned with improved teachers or who choose. Pure focus on enrollment. Again, we got nothing against enrollment. We're huge fans of enrollment, right? But it's just not the thing in which incremental research of the system type is needed. Things without potential for scale, so things that you can prove that you and 6 other people from Ivy League institutions can go to Kenya and do, but which has no potential for scale, just not interested in it. And sort of what fits in this is things designed solely by researchers we're a little bit leery of, right? Meaning if the researcher is in fact designing the implementation, it may well lead us to, without deep local engagement, it makes us a little nervous that this isn't the kind of thing that has potential for scale in the country. And then here's just the time element. This is past, present, and future, right? And sort of proximate sort of inputs-based components of systemic reform, major systemic reform. Our interest is more here. Meaning we're interested in research that's going to follow the implementation of components and or major system reform that provides us, information about their impacts. We're open to retrospective if one can generate, and this is often the key limitation, if one can generate true rigorous evidence about their relative impacts, which is, as everybody knows, is hard to do. We're slightly interested in prospective, but with it's got to be highly likely to happen. And all we're saying is the magnitude of the resources we're going to put into this is not the magnitude of resources with which you're going to introduce any country to do anything. Right? Countries are not going to undertake reform on the premise that if we undertake reform, we're going to get this money to do research. So if you say we want to do research about this, and this is almost certainly going to happen, that's a great proposal. If we say, oh, with this research money, we're going to induce the government to do something that it wouldn't otherwise do, we doubt it. We just doubt it because we don't, it's not that kind of magnitude or scale of funding. And so if you're looking for prospective research, we're all in favor of it, but we're not, through this research program, we don't intend to induce innovations that wouldn't have otherwise been on the political and implementation agenda. Does everybody get that? I'll follow questions. No. You understood that? Okay, see you. Okay, then. I hoped I hadn't driven him out by that. But again, we're trying to stay away from here, trying to stay in here. We're open to this, right? But again, if you say, we think that if we come with this research program, India is going to do something different about education that it wouldn't otherwise do. The answer is no, they're not. Because we don't have that kind of researcher clout. Okay, then we have 7 preferred countries in which, for a variety of reasons, we're looking for research proposals. These countries are a combination of being DFID priority countries, because this is originally DFID financed, and originally we'll get to what I mean by that, combined with other factors of places that we think research in this is likely going to be particularly interesting, plus other DFID priority countries, and there's a list of other DFID priority countries, meaning we're particularly interested in those. If you think, shoot, I'm not in one of those, but I'm doing something that's fantastically interesting, but it's on the DFID eligible list, we're also interested in that in the first round. And then finally, a subnational program within these countries is perfectly, India. India is a huge continent. If you say, well, one state of India is going to do this, subnational programs is certainly feasible, and we may, in fact, from these 7 countries choose 2 regional programs rather than 1 large country program. So it's not 1 per country. It doesn't have to be the whole country. Subnational focus is perfectly acceptable, particularly in lots of these large countries where, education is a federal responsibility with lots of subnational variation. The idea is that there is a RISE directorate, which is going to set going to do these things. And there's going to be a call for bids in which country research, there's going to be, in the first round, we hope, 3 country research teams that are going to put together research proposals to develop this, and this will all work together as one very big happy team. So this is the next stage of this. There's an intellectual research team that consists of, a variety of disciplinary and research and practical approaches to the field of education that have been meeting with us in order to help us develop the terms of reference and proposals that we will use to submit to sort of solicit bids. Once those happen, those will work in a supportive, not management sense, and then manage of the program will flow through the RISE Directorate. I think I have one more slide. Okay, you have a slide, right? Okay, just a second. I have 2 more slides. So then you might ask, who the hell are you? Not an unreasonable question. I am currently part of the RISE Directorate. I am I am working with this overall structure to create this overall sort of body of interesting research. One of the great things about it, it says a very long horizon. The funding is guaranteed for 8 years. So we realize that system reform doesn't happen fast. DFID, in their wisdom, has said if we're going to do system research, we need to be able to work with countries, track things over time, not ask for results in 1 or 2 years, because it may well take a long time for things to get going. So it's a long horizon. This entire endeavor has at least 8 years of overall life. So again, so which is very good, and so this whole thing exists. Ideally, we think the country research teams that are going to be the proposals that would be funded under this research program are going to consist of in-country and international education and methodological experts working together, meaning we want the teams integrated into the domestic policy dialogue, because in order to know what's really going to happen in the country, what's likely to happen in the country, what's likely to have support of the implementers, what's likely to be useful, you want people that actually know the country rather than arbitrage on where has a natural experiment happened where I as a researcher can take advantage of it, right? We want ties to the relevant institutions, deep understanding of the system context of the country in which it's done, and involved in the design, analysis, writing as co-PIs, meaning we want local teams deeply involved. And then any research method used in RISE should be justified by best fit with a research question. Which I hope that's not too subtle, meaning if you want to do an RCT, we will certainly entertain an RCT. If you don't want to do an RCT and you think the RCT methodology isn't the best fit the research question you have, we're open to a wide variety of things. We're open to qualitative approaches, we're open to quantitative approaches, but in the proposal would justify why the approach being taken to the research is the best approach to produce rigorous evidence about what you're trying to trace out. So we are not asking, so range of quantitative and qualitative approaches, process case and impact studies, output is the highest research standard in the relevant discipline. This is not a call for RCTs. This is not a call for non-RCTs. This is a call for research into interesting questions about system reform in education that will lead to system learning gains, and whatever methods you think are appropriate to trace out not all of the causal channels through which that will lead, we're open to that. So I don't know if you noticed Kara's presentation. It was a very intriguing presentation of how would we trace out all the causal paths, how would we establish plausibility of the causal paths. So we're interested in rigorous research about really complex and important questions about systems, and so we are not prejudging that any particular methodology is the appropriate approach to those sets of questions. That said, we're looking to produce research, and we're looking to produce research that's the highest possible standard. Does everybody get that? I mean, it's there's all kinds of tensions going on in lots of disciplines that I'm skirting over, but that's what we're doing, okay? So that's... What? No. No. In fact, one of the members of our intellectual leadership team is a sociologist who specializes in ethnography, but she specializes in ethnography that tracks how the stakeholders in the system perceive the reform and why different narratives about the reform, in fact, often ends up being a blocking factor in why reforms don't happen. So she does research into why, for instance, the different narrative coming out of the Minister of Education versus what the teachers are having. But if you're doing ethnography, it's the highest possible research standard in how to do ethnography. So again, if we think that a key component in blocking implementation of reform is different underlying narratives about what the reform is about as it percolates across and through the system of parents, teachers, administrators, politicians, we're perfectly open into research that traces that out. Really open to it. We have added a member of the intellectual research team. One is Karthik, one is Susan Watkins, who's a sociologist who does narratives. So when we say multidisciplinary, multi-thing, we mean it because we've assembled teams that are sympathetic to all, we've assembled an overall team that's sympathetic to all approaches. Okay? Any questions for me? Because I think, I'm gonna, geez, I have more things to say, crap. Yeah, so we strongly encourage, as you might have noticed, kind of use of standardized metrics. The more in which you can make your research comparable to other things that are happening in the field, the better. That said, we're not dictating that one uses a particular method, but we're not encouraging you to invent a new method where one exists. So if there is a method for measuring what you want, a method that other people have done, we'd encourage you to say, gee, if I did it this way, it would be comparable to things that have gone before. So there's measures of learning assessment, and they're out there, and there's lots of them, and we're not encouraging you to create a new one. There's lots of intermediate measures, like if we want to measure teacher classroom practices, there are lots of ways to measure classroom practices. The World Bank has spent decades developing service delivery indicators, measures of practice, so we encourage people to make the research as comparable as possible to other things. That said, we are not looking to create cross-nationally comparable data. This is not the DHS. Everybody knows the Demographic and Health Survey. The Demographic and Health Survey, its purpose is to create cross-nationally comparable facts about the world. That's not what we're doing. That said, the maximum comparability we can get, the better, but we're not attempting to create cross-nationally comparable facts about the world. It's just, I don't think, compatible with really doing research about causal pathways. And so we want representativeness and comparability. There's going to be a system diagnostic required at inception and closeout, which is we're going to try and create a I shouldn't be so pessimistic about our own abilities. We're going to create a sort of diagnostic that situates what you're doing inside of, here's how I would characterize the current operation of the system I'm in. Here are the features of the system that this reform is going to change, and here's how I think those are interact, just as expressions of causal hypotheses, right? We've already seen that lots of things are contextual, but when people use the word contextual, they often use the word contextual in a non-contextualized way. So they say it's contextual, and that's like going to a tailor who says one size doesn't fit all. And you go, yeah, I know one size doesn't fit all, but what are you going to measure? And if you go to a tailor, he measures your inseam. That's the thing he measures, because that's a context that matters for pants, right? So what we're trying to say is we're going to try and develop a system where we are going to develop a system that conceptualizes the system elements so that there's a common vocabulary for describing what system reforms are. So we describe assessment systems, we describe teacher systems, and you do a diagnostic at the beginning and say, here are hypotheses about how the system is currently working. Here is the elements of that system that this reform is going to change. Here are the things that we think this is complementary to, and here's the things that we think it isn't complementary to, and here's how we hypothesize, therefore, in a characterization like Kara was giving, how we think the overall causal pathway is going to work in this context. Okay? We're going to go to Act 2, but before we go to Act 2, why don't I take questions about that?
Can we do questions in the end?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. All right. Let me just see if I can do this. Yeah. Okay, so after Lant has outlined the sort of high-level thinking, my part of the presentation is really going to be about what you have to do to apply. So nothing very intellectually challenging, just a lot of boring procedure. And if people are following the stream online, you can also tweet questions to @RISE program, and then we'll collect them in the end. And if we don't get to your question, feel free to get in touch, and it'll be part of an FAQ on the website. So we have 3 stages: the launch, which is today, then the expression of interest, and the proposal writing. And I'll talk about all 3 of them and what is required from you. So my section, as I said before, of this presentation is more about funding, application schedules, your requirements, etc. So nothing about the actual content of your proposal. So there's an overall envelope of 21 million, and this is for a total of 5 country studies, so 5 country research teams. The first call is for up to 3 countries, and we say up to 3 because the quality is the deciding factor. If we find that we don't have proposals of enough quality, we might not make up to 3 awards. On the other side, if there are a lot of very high quality proposals, then we might tell to an applicant, reapply for the next stage. So bidders can resubmit proposals, which brings me to my second point. There's 2 calls. The first call will start in March 2016. This is research is intended to start in March 2016. And the second call, also for, sorry, that should say up to 2 countries. That's a typo. I'm so sorry, because 3 and 3, 6, which is more than 5. So the second call is up to 2 countries, I'm sorry, assuming that we have made 3 awards previously. And the EOI for the second call will be issued in March 2016. And the implementation of the second call would start in September 2016. I realize this might be important for some of you to sort of schedule your own research proposals. We will not review proposals under 3 million because we expect something of a certain scale and time frame. And awards will be made in British pounds, so we expect you to bear the exchange rate risk. Now, to go over the schedule for this first wave, we have the launch, which is today. So the terms of reference will be online, and so you can check them out on the website, or if you're following us on Twitter, Mari's tweeted them, so you can read the whole document. On the 1st of July, so in 2 weeks' time, the full EOI will go online. That means all the specification that we want from you will be available. In parallel, we are having supply events. So this one counts as a RISE supply event that's taking place in the US. Next week, we'll have something in the UK, and we'll go to Tanzania, Nigeria, India, Pakistan, and Indonesia throughout this period. So if you have colleagues who want to bid in these countries, we encourage you guys to apply or to sort of attend any of these events. Once the call for EOI goes out, so on the 1st of July, that's when you guys can start preparing, writing your EOI. The submission is the 23rd of August through an online form. And then successful bidders will be invited on the 7th of September to bid. And then they have another 8 weeks until 1st of November to submit their proposal. And the notice of award will be no later than 4th of January. We're taking some time to review just because it's the Christmas period, and so there are chances it might be earlier, but it won't be later than 4th of January. Country research teams are expected to start work by March 2016, as I said before. So in the work plans, we would expect you guys to start spring next year. Now, what are the requirements for the expression of interest? Now at the launch, we don't expect anything from you except to learn about RISE. So there are a lot of presentations out here. There's the website. And then also to find partners and key staff and to think about consortia. So even using this forum now, outside lunch break, coffee break, to start talking to people. If there's interesting presentations that you see, talk to the presenter, start thinking about your research proposals. Then for the expression of interest, as I said, details will be published on the 1st of July. What we want from you on these expressions of interest, it's a very short document. So to state what is the target country and reform, some bidder info that means sort of previous experience, project details, and in addition, a 7-page document on the proposed project. More details on this will be available 1st of July, but just to give you a brief summary. During that period also, you can ask questions via an online form. So there will be an online question form available where you can put in your questions. It's unlikely that you will receive personalized answers. It's very likely that we'll just update our FAQ, and if you register to receive updates, we'll send you a group email. And of course, you can attend the supply engagement events that I mentioned before. Questions and feedback, as I said, you can submit questions online. The portal will close for questions on July 20th. We're not sure yet if the portal will be open the entire time. That depends on the volume of questions. And more information will be available on the website from 1st of July. In terms of feedback, every bidder, so everybody who submits an EOI will receive feedback from us. And during this feedback process, we will also suggest that if we receive EOIs that we think are complementary, we might suggest to people, why don't you talk to organization A, or why don't you talk to organization B? This is not an obligation, but this is just a suggestion from the review panel if they feel that there are some proposals that could benefit from working together. Okay, requirements for proposals. As I said before, you will be invited to bid on 7th September. There will be more details published on that date of what we require from you, but the format of the proposals will be a bit more extensive, of course. We'll also tell you contact points. The question process will likely be a bit more personal. So once you've been invited to bid, it's very likely that we'll be able to address questions more in depth than at the EOI stage. We'll also tell you about submission details, which will also be online through a form. We'll ask you several statements about conflict of interest and disclosures and duty of care issues, but all of these you'll find on the website starting September. The submissions of the final proposals is November 1st, also online. That's it. If there are any questions for Lant or I.
How much time do we have? What time is it? Perfect.
Yeah, we have 15 minutes.
Both mic'd up.
Yeah. Any questions? The gentleman over there, and then in the back.
A reform means here? Does it have to be a sort of explicit change in policy at the national level? It's not sort of innovations in the way that different subnational regions are applying things at the moment. It's not looking at sort of within existing systems, it's sort of named reforms at a high level.
Am I backed up? Is somebody controlling this?
We're good.
Anyway, I think a reform has to be a reform. Meaning some reforms are announcements of policy that doesn't have a reform. Some reforms are, there's a concerted new effort to implement something that wasn't being implemented. So we're not dictating what a reform consists of. It doesn't have to be a big picture policy announcement reform. It can be something where there's a concerted effort. For instance, there's a concerted effort to change the teacher practices in terms of teaching to the level of the students. That needn't be announced with the big curriculum reform, but it would have to be a scaled, identifiable initiative that's going to change behavior at scale. But that, again, I think reform is reform. It's some identifiable change. And again, part of the reason we're looking for identifiable change is that the essence of research is you have to have change to identify change. And so we're looking for.
Can you come help him do it? Jocelyn, can you do it? Can you go get them?
Reforms or policies in those areas, which was causing the difference. You might have a situation where you could observe change, but you didn't necessarily know what the reform or the efforts were. And so I'm just thinking of it in terms of sort of if you were making an application, what kind of evidence you would need to present.
Again, if you had a, so as you might notice, I'm making this up, right, off the top of my head. If you had a way in which you could say, look, there's been these systematic differences in these reform elements across a region of a country that's going to allow me to identify their differential impacts. More power to you. That's a retrospective thing that you could do, right? That said, observational data often generates kind of huge variations in the performance of schools, but which doesn't necessarily lead to any useful information to identify causal impacts, meaning there might be huge variation in schools, and if I look into those huge variations in schools, I might identify some of the proximate factors for those, but that doesn't necessarily identify for me what is it that I were to do that would cause the differential amounts of those proximate factors to be done in different schools. Is that clear to you?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm thinking more the research would consist of trying to identify that, the granular level, not talking about if there were particular regions where it seemed like, more
Right.
But in that context, if you're able to do it, you apply for a research grant.
Right.
You wouldn't have a reform you could name necessarily, the sort of methodology.
But again, you would hope you would have something you would name that led to what you were observing, of the type that if it were to be done elsewhere, you would provide us with plausibility or evidence that it would lead to these similar changes. So pure research into cross-sectional regional differences of performance is unlikely to be useful about system reform. It could be super useful about proximate determinants, like you might well be able to identify class size effects, for instance, of regional variations, but that's not a system reform. So again, yes, if you can identify what led to this being like this and this being like that, and then research those differentials, absolutely. It doesn't have to be the result of a pre-announced policy reform, but it has to be the result of an identified something that happened at the civil level, at the system level, an initiative, program, project that led that to be like that. So, and then we could retrospectively examine how did that work and why didn't it happen, and what impacts did it have relative to what didn't exist elsewhere. So I'm being I know a little bit technical, but I hope this isn't lost on anyone. Okay, other questions?
I have this quick question. In one of your slides, you had this country researchers. It has to include one of those 7 countries and maybe researchers in those countries or something like that.
Yeah.
So it has to be jointly with some maybe NGOs in the countries. Is that what you mean?
I never used the word NGOs.
No, but think tanks type of thing.
Yeah.
No, you didn't. But yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Meaning, if you had a spectacular idea about it,
yeah,
sorry, just a second. If you had a spectacular idea about how to change education in the world,
yes,
but it weren't happening in one of those or DFID research countries, we would have a very tough time funding it.
Oh, the other way around that I was going to ask is that let's say you have a theoretical model.
Great.
Could you validate it in one of those countries together with those? Is that reasonable?
Absolutely. If you can pursue the empirics that validate the theoretical model in one of those countries, that's great.
Okay, that's
yeah.
The lady in the dress.
By the way, just about the countries, one of the things we hope to do is we hope that we can identify, once we have this research underway and people get excited about it and realize this is potentially really useful to change the levels of learning in the world, which is widely acknowledged to be one of the most important problems in the world, we're trying to crowd in other funders. Other funders, when they come in, may well expand the range of countries for which we can fund, for which this overall programmatic approach can fund research. It's just we're now saying what we now for sure can do, and what we now for sure can do is this. We hope this grows. We hope we have partners who leverage in, who might be interested in other sets of countries. So our hope, knock wood, is over time this gets bigger and better and more exciting and people chip in. So we're not limiting to these countries, in principle. It's just pragmatically, this is what we can do now. This is what we can put in a call for bids in now. She had a...
You want to go?
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
Well, my name is Trang. I'm from the Institute for Research on Educational Development in Vietnam. Thanks so much for sharing a lot of useful information. My question is, does RISE expect the bidder to be a group of organizations, or an organization that has some influence on each decision maker in Vietnam. Because in the context of Vietnam, where there is a very limited academic freedom and freedom of speech, this is a very large-scale study. So far, the country has seen that a lot of large-scale research has been conducted by the World Bank, mostly because of their close partnership with the Ministry of Education and Training. So how can you prevent the biases? Back to my first question, is it Rice's expectation that the bidder would be an organization or a research team that has some influence towards the decision maker? Thank you.
No.
No?
No. Meaning, we are not saying, first of all, we are not saying this has to be run through the government, right? Nothing about this says it has to be run with the government. That said, we don't want to fund things that can't happen. So there's nothing that says that the research organization that leads this has to be closely tied to the government. But on the other hand, it has to be demonstratable that the research organization is capable, that what is going to happen, and the research organization is capable of carrying out the research about that.
So Rice do consider a proposal made by multiple parties or organizations, am I correct? For example,
Could you get the microphone back to
The
her?
question was whether a consortia of different organizations together would be considered.
Yes, absolutely. We're expecting that most successful bids will be some consortium, because we're asking for a lot of different skill sets, including the local contextual knowledge, plus the advanced and rigorous engagement with research. Very few international organizations have the local. Very few local organizations have all of the relevant expertise they need. So we're expecting that there will be consortiums, right? And again, for instance, one of the examples I use, and just one of many examples, because this is not a research project about the private sector. This is just not a research project about the private sector. This is a research project about how systems of education improve, including in the public sector, including lots of ways in which the public sector changes, okay? But if there's an organization doing research about low-cost private schools in the country and can do research about that, right, and the way in which it's interacting with the system, it doesn't necessarily have to be that the government is supporting those low-cost private schools. So again, it's not necessarily a government thing. Government doesn't have to be a partner, but we can only fund what can actually happen. If you say we want to make a proposal that the government's going to stop, we're not that interested in it because we can't research its impact if it gets stopped.
Okay.
So political viability is just unfortunately going to be a constraint, because if you can't do it, you can't evaluate it.
Okay. So can we take these questions off the floor afterwards? We're running short on time,
Okay.
and I'm very keen. So can I ask you to have a question, and then the lady in the grey scarf, and the gentleman in the checkered shirt,
And then Annie had a question too.
and then Annie, and then you.
Okay,
And
sorry.
that's the last 5 questions.
Okay, why don't we take 5 questions
Five
and then
questions
sorry, this detailed interaction.
At once, right?
So 5 at once.
Hi,
Well,
thank
5
you.
sequentially.
My name is Tara Stafford. I'm from the Earth Institute at Columbia University. I was wondering, are you open to research projects in which the research team has or will play a role in implementing some of the reforms with the government?
The lady in the grey scarf. Sorry, Mari, I make you run.
No, it's fine. Do you have any restrictions on who can be part of the consortium?
The gentleman in the checkered shirt.
Your presentation suggests an integrated model of local researchers and international experts. The TOR seems to indicate that the local organizations will lead the project, and I wish you to clarify that.
Okay. And there was a question here. Annie?
I was just wondering if it also includes early childhood education and kindergarten stage.
Okay, and the last question over here. Sorry. Who's the lady in the blue shirt? Sorry.
I wonder if there are caps or ceilings on the indirect rates?
On the what rates?
Indirect rates.
Indirect rates.
Okay.
Okay.
So let's take those questions. Those are very quick questions. So yes, the organization can play some role in the implementation. We would expect them to in some sense, and to be honest, most researchers, even in these RTCs, end up playing some role in the implementation, so yes. B, restrictions, I don't know of any restrictions ex ante. I'm sure there are some restrictions that might exist, but we don't mean to restrict this other than...
They don't have to be registered anywhere. No, we will ask you if you are registered, but if it's not a legal requirement, then it's fine.
The question is, we expect the local team to lead, in part because we expect proposals led by local teams to be better proposals. But if the international group has a deep local engagement, we have nothing against that. What we're trying to avoid is an international research organization that has a post office box in a country pretending it's a local organization, right? I mean, having 6 RAs in an office in a country does not make you a local organization. And we think unless the research, now, could well be you've had a long engagement in that country and you have a local partner. But anyway, so it's just, we're looking for things that are really in the kind of system reform that of the type that the local organizations we feel we're more likely to successfully lead. I'm being slightly nuanced because we've had large debates on this. It's just, we're not necessarily looking for somebody to say, again, what we're trying to avoid is a researcher saying, I would like to do a paper on this and I can, hire an RA in that country to help me put together a survey, but no other real engagement in the country. We think that's unlikely to be a successful approach. That said, some large, really prominent research organizations that have an international scope have had long and deep successful participation in these countries. So, I don't mean to single anybody out because, in procurement that's always dangerous, but like IPA has had long and deep engagement with Ghana in implementing lots of things. That's a kind of partnership that could be IPA-led, right? Does that make sense? And again, I'm not singling anything out because I have no idea, but I'm just saying that's why we emphasize the local leadership, not because it's a requirement, but because we think of the type of research we're likely to do, having a local partner lead will be more successful than having an international organization with no deep and long-term engagement in the country lead. We're not doing early childhood. It's just, of all the many things we could do, we're not. And then the last question was about indirect rates.
Yeah, which is sort of overheads. So there's no regulations on overheads. One of the criteria for the final proposal is value for money. So we expect the budget that you propose to make sense and to be efficient. There are some regulations in terms of sort of flight costs, but these will all be disclosed at the proposal stage. Okay, so we're, I think, 2 minutes late, but let's wrap up. If you have any more questions, check back on the website. There will be FAQs, or send us an email.
And if you have local partners in the countries, we're going to be replicating this in as many countries in order to generate interest in local partners, and we expect, like I say, things to be consortium with international and local partners. So if you have local partners who'd like to be more deeply engaged, this is why we're doing at least 5 different regional events in order to generate interest and participation of the local partners.
Okay.
Thank you, everybody.
Thanks.
Double checking, but do you mind, because you're on pretty soon, do you mind giving it to the IT person now? Can I have another? Right, let me just introduce you to the IT person. Okay, great. Just so they know. Yeah.
Can I just ask if you can move this a little closer to your lapel? Is okay?
Okay, good.
Okay. There is a clicker.
Hello.
How do you pronounce your name?
Chun.
Chun. Okay. So if you want to click for, I think we should start.
Okay.
People will drift in, but otherwise we'll run.
Slow on battery, it should be okay.
Here and there. Not super often, but hopefully more often.
Well, you're here today, tomorrow.
Yeah.
You guys hear me? Not very well.
Try hitting the microphone just to see whether it's on.
This one?
No, the one in front of you. Just hit the black bit. No.
Is it? What about this one?
No, I think they just haven't connected it yet. It should be working. Say something.
Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah, good.
Working. Excellent.
It's working. So just let me put on this side. Thanks for the invitation. So it's a joint work with two of my colleagues from Monash University, Melbourne, Australia. So the paper is about school autonomy in South Korea. So we looked at natural experiments in South Korea. So just give you a bit of a background to the paper and the question. The large literature about the benefits of private schooling over the past 30, 40 years. So a lot of this research may be done on randomized control experiments, maybe based on observational data. Tons of them have shown that students do better in private school than public schools. So it makes sense for policymakers to try to think about how to implement some of these features of private school into the public school system. So several key aspects of private school that you can imagine that you can replicate in the public school system are things like autonomy and flexibility in operation, control over personnel decisions. So you can see some of these examples in a lot of developing countries where you have community managed schools, basically giving control to the local community to manage the school. The idea is that can potentially improve student outcomes. Charter school in the US, free school in the UK, and also independent public schools in Australia. So the idea is that giving more autonomy to public schools while they're still publicly funded, and potentially that may improve student outcomes. So then the question is really whether the evidence that greater school autonomy make a difference. So that's the focus of this paper. So there are several identification problems with this sort of idea. The first is it's very difficult to identify the causal effects of school autonomy looking at private school or even charter school, because there's so many things that are going on. Okay? So first, a lot of schools have selection over who they recruit as students, and it's very difficult to identify the causal effects of attending these schools. Okay? So Autonomy has a paper that looking at private school that discussing about using instrumental variable to identify causal effects and the difficulty of doing that. So the second problem is a little bit harder. A lot of highly demanded private schools, they're very different. So they're very different to the default public schools. So the highly demanded private schools tend to have better peers, potentially smaller class size, more resources, and teachers are probably well-trained, better quality teachers, and so on and so forth. A lot of private schools are also religious private schools, so maybe religiosity plays a role in making students do better. So even if you can have randomization of students to school, schools are not comparable. So the default public school that students end up going may be very different to the private school they apply to. And even if you're randomization, you may not be able to identify whether it's the school autonomy that makes the difference. So also you may have problem with applicants to private school that may be very different to the general population. So then the question about external validity will come in. Okay. So how we solve the problem? In South Korea, in Seoul, there are several types of school. We're going to restrict on this sort of privately owned but publicly funded schools. Okay? So privately owned and publicly funded schools in South Korea, in Seoul in particular, are very similar in many, many aspects. Okay? The exceptions are private schools have greater autonomy in their personnel decisions, and the teachers and principals, they face stronger incentive to perform. So we find that private schools have higher college attendance rates, lower violence incidents per student, and better test performance. So now to give you a bit of a background to this national experiment in Seoul, South Korea. So in the 1970s, the Korean government would like to abolish inequality. So they took this very, very dramatic step of abolishing, first thing, competitive entrance exams. So before 1970, students had to take primary entrance exam to competitive exam to middle school, and then another exam from middle school to high school. So and then students sorted into different types of school based on the test performance. So the government basically abolished this sort of competitive exams. So the second thing they did was to randomize students into schools. So students had no choice. So in each neighborhood, students have access to about 20 schools, and they have no choice about which types of school they go. So basically remove incentives for schools to compete for students. So school choice still exists, so it's not like there's no school choice. So what happens in Seoul, there's about 5% of students who go to this special purpose autonomous high school. So they're 5% of the population. This school have priority in student selection. So they pick the best students first, and then the rest, which is 95% of the students, they get into this randomization process. Okay? And they may end up in one of several types of school. So we call this equalization policy high schools. Okay? They can be either publicly owned or privately owned. Okay? If it's a private school, it can be religious one or non-religious one. And they can be single-sex or co-educational school. Okay? So here's a table that shows you the distribution of different types of school, equalization policy school in Seoul. We have a sample of 198 high schools. It's quite different to other countries. Private schools are the majority. So about 2/3 of high schools are private schools. Okay? So 91 plus 35 is 126. And then 72 of them are public schools. And co-educational coeducational school is about 1/3, and 1/3 all boys and 1/3 all girls. And this is a map of Seoul, the 11 school districts. And students are randomized within each district. So each district has about 20 schools. And you can see that it's very small. It's 25 kilometers times 25 kilometers. Very small. And people don't need to travel far. So within the neighborhood. Even they get randomized into one of the 20 schools, is within public transport sort of commute, short commute to one of the schools. As high school has 3 grade levels, about 90,000 students in each grade, so pretty big. It's a highly populated area, 10 million people in the metro city. And roughly you have 1,400 students per school. And they're all distributed across these 11 school districts. Okay. So the equalization policy schools are very different. The private schools are very different to private schools in other countries. So first, students are assigned randomly. Okay? So this is already quite unique. Second, they have similar curricula and fees. So in South Korea, whether you're private, in private school or public school, you pay fees. Very low fees. And they're equally funded by the government, and students pay the same amount of fees, whether you go to private or public. And autonomy is given to personnel decisions. So each private school has a school board, and the school board hire the principal, and the principal make decision on who to hire as teachers. And usually teachers and principals face less job security because it's private sector. And for public schools, they're mostly civil servants. So principal and teachers are recruited as public servants, and they have greater job security. And they do rotate to different schools every few years. So the rule of thumb is 4 years. The principal or teacher get to rotate to a different public school within the city. But for private schools, they do not rotate. Okay? And they're all hired by the principal. So first thing is whether there's really greater autonomy in private schools. So we conducted a survey in Seoul. We asked school principals. So 70% of them agree that private schools have greater autonomy and flexibility. So this is just perception-wise. And also we got administrative data to show that how they differ in different dimensions of how they organize the teachers and spend their resources. So it turns out that private schools and public school pay teachers about the same on average per student. So they spend about the same on average per student. However, private school pay teachers a little bit more. Okay? So what they do, they run larger class sizes. They hire more teachers per student. Okay? Fewer teachers per student. So larger class sizes. And they pay teachers a little bit more on average, but on a per student basis, the expenditure is about the same. Okay? And they tend to hire teachers with less educated teachers. So in public schools, they tend to have more likely to have teacher with a master's degree or teacher with an advanced certificate. But in private schools, they're less likely to have teacher with a master's degree or an advanced certificate. So advanced certificate is a proxy for experience in South Korea. So they move up by different types of certificates over time. So advanced level is probably like more than 5 years. And private schools tend to hire teachers on short-term contracts, relatively more. So one interesting feature about this autonomy is private school, they tend to have much higher dispersion of teacher types. So they have very heterogeneous workforce. And also they have higher salary dispersion. So it's more hierarchical. So you have a lot of teachers who are low paid, contract teachers. You have few teachers who are very high paid. And on average, the high paid one get a lot more. So here's a summary of the feature. Larger class sizes, fewer highly educated teachers, fewer teachers with advanced certificates, and more teachers with short-term contracts. And there's greater dispersion in salary and types in private schools. So we also asked principals, what do you think about the incentive to perform between private and public schools? So it's quite hard to read this, so I'm just going to summarize it quickly. So the bar so if the ratio is 1, it means they think private and public school are equally likely to have strong incentive to perform. If it's more than 1, then they're more likely to think private school teachers have stronger incentive to perform. Okay, and the blue bars are for job security. So on average, principal agree that teacher and principal face stronger incentive to perform in private school, and they have less job security in private schools. So as we saw, private school run larger class sizes. They hire teachers who are less educated or with less experience, and also what the other thing? Greater dispersion. So then the question is, but they have greater autonomy and incentive to perform. So then the question is whether empirically, which one is going to dominate? Okay? So it's an empirical question. So do private schools do better? So here's our empirical strategy. So we have 2 types of data, school level data. So we basically scrape all this data from a publicly available website from Korea and disclose it on the website. We basically just took the data from the website. Okay? And we have another type of data, which is students level data from tests. And we have test scores and some survey question about principal and students from the test score data. Because we're randomization, it's very simple. So we focus on the private school dummy, okay? And we like to check whether private school students do better than public school students. And we have a set of district fixed effect because the randomization is done within districts. And we focus on dropout rates, high school senior graduation rate, and whether the graduates are attending colleges. There are different types of colleges, 4-year types or 2 years type. So 4 years are university, 2 years are community colleges. And we also have violence incidents reported by the school. So we did it on a per capita basis. Okay. For student level data, it's not much different. Only just have an extra subscript I. We focus on 3 types of tests, which is a national standardized test done in Korea, national assessment of educational achievement. We standardize it to a 0-1 normal distribution. Okay. So before I move to the results, to show you that we have randomization. So we kept getting this question. The problem that we have here is we have very limited number of variables available. So we have a lot of school level measures and some student level measures. So on average, private and public school look very similar. So looking at share of student welfare assistance, share of ethnic minority students, very few of them, share of student on lunch support, and net transfer rate. So one concern is you may think students may not be happy with their school and request for transfer. So it's quite important to check whether on average people do transfer or not. So it's almost 0. Okay? And there's no much difference between private and public schools. If you looked at the student test score data where we have some characteristic about parents, whether they are in a dual parent family or single mother family, and there's hardly any difference between private and public school students. Okay. So here are some results. So for dropout rates, almost no difference. Graduation rate, a little bit higher for private school, not statistically significant. And the big differences are college attendance rate by 4.4 percentage points. It's mostly driven by going to 4-year college. So private schools are driving the kids to the 4-year colleges rather than the 2 years colleges. And they draw them away from 2 years college to 4 years colleges. Okay? So in net, 4.4 percentage point increase. For violence incidents, about 1 per 1,000 students, fewer, but it's a very rare event. So we argue this is more like a symptoms of all kind of disciplinary problems. So violence is probably the extreme. So if you see very few violence, perhaps all these other disciplinary behavioral problems may be also less likely to be the case in private school than in public school. So for test scores, private schools tend to shift the test score distribution to the right. So blue is for private, red is for public. Okay. And in terms of standard deviation, it's about 0.12 for Korean, 0.12 for math, and 0.12 for English. So I would argue that this is a pretty big, large effect. If you looked at the paper that Michael presented earlier, I think, the joint paper, they show that in Colombia, it's about 0.2, if I remember correctly, and we have about half the size. In this case, we don't have the kind of selective students, we don't have competition. Many things are ruled out here. And so we argue that perhaps autonomy itself would drive this big difference. So I need to sum up quickly. So I'm going to show you a little bit of the channels. So there's several channels that potentially can explain these differences. So in autonomy, it's kind of a composite measure. So what parts of autonomy? Okay. So we're going to focus on dispersion. Okay. So we argue that's the symptoms of how they looked at workforce heterogeneity, how they hire different types of teacher, because the autonomy is really in personnel decision. So whether that is going to drive the differences. Second, private schools are longer history. They have longer history. They established earlier. So could it be just a legacy effect that's driving it? So third, a lot of private schools are, in Korea, a lot of students are taking private tutoring. So could it, because of private tutoring, somehow public school and private school differ that drive students to do things outside, then lead to the differences rather than school itself? So the last one, the second last one is religious school. So private school, a lot of them are religious. So we need to check whether it's religiosity that makes the difference. And last is single sex. A lot of private schools are single sex schools. So I don't have time to go through the result one by one. So I'm just going to show you how we tested it, and then we'll just say whether we rule them out. So basically, we interact the private school with the whatever factor that we're interested in. So the idea is if these are the channels, then you expect private school to have a steeper slope, because through this channel, the private school is doing better. If you can, let's say, if you can pull down the amount of private tutoring students have, then you're going to reduce the private school effect relative to the public school effect. So if you have a steeper slope for private school, then very likely that these are the channels. Likewise for school autonomy measures. Okay. And so the answer is yes for variance of teacher salary and teacher type. So workforce heterogeneity is driving the results. Okay. And history, no. Private tutoring, no. Religious school, no. And single sex, no. Okay. Skip all this. And to conclude, so basically this South Korean case gives us a unique policy experiment to look at school autonomy. And we find that private schools are made identical except autonomy in personnel decisions and the incentive to perform. Okay. And they also have greater workforce heterogeneity. So the autonomy leads to better college outcomes, lower violence incidents, better standardized test performance. I didn't talk about the other one, but we can talk about afterwards. So, and the results are not driven by longer history, private tutoring, religiosity, or single sex. Thank you. Yep. Just one question. 1, 2. Okay. Please.
This is fascinating. Thanks so much. Could you say something about the regulatory framework? Is there any difference in the way the government oversees public and private schools?
Yep.
Yeah, no, this is really fun. So a couple of quick questions. So do you have time series data on just the market share of the autonomous, of the private schools? And the reason I'm asking is the normal mechanism we have in mind for why private schools might work better is the normal competitive analogy is if you're better, you get bigger market share, and so then you grow over time. Right. So then the incentives here is that when you're better, you get more kids over time. Mm-hmm. I suspect that's not what's going on because your transfer rate, like Kameen, was not that different. But if the cohort sizes are completely stable, as in over time, over say 10, 15, 20 years, if the share of kids in private schools is stable, then it raises a deeper question about what is the incentive for the private schools if you're not in fact expanding market share over time. And so then my suspicion is that you might have selection of a different sort, which is good. I mean, it's just not, normally when we say selection, we worry about it econometrically. But I think here, what it probably means is that the autonomy attracts a certain type of school management, who probably wouldn't otherwise exist. So they don't necessarily care about expanding market size. They just care about running good schools. And when you give them the autonomy, they do it. So, but then I would be a little wary about inferring that this is about autonomy in any kind of school, as opposed to kind of autonomy interacted with the private management that works in this setting, that they don't want to grow share, but they just want to run good schools.
Right. Okay, good. Any other questions? One more.
Thank you. This links to Barbara's question. So there have been arguments that autonomy on its own doesn't actually lead to higher learning outcomes, but it's when it's combined with accountability. And I was wondering whether you'd looked at different accountability mechanisms for public and private schools, and if you could speak to that. Thank you.
Okay. So I'll answer the first question and third question. I think they're interlinked. So the first question was on regulatory framework. So private schools are subject to the same policy by the government and this equalization policy. So there's no clear accountability measures, and everything is about accountability only happened recently. So the NAEA test, which I use, started in 2008 or so, and they expanded to the full population in 2010, because they're thinking that as a way to look at performance. If schools are underperforming, maybe they can then intervene. So that's sort of the first step towards the accountability measure. Before that, there was really nothing. So this is going back to Karthik's point, and maybe they're actually recruiting different types of private school management. So these people actually do it for the sake of doing education. So a lot of them started this school back in the early 1900s, some even 1950s. So they used to own the school, their philanthropy, and then the government publicly took over all these schools, and they kept the original owners in the school, and the owners just hire school board to run the school, and then they just do it for the sake of education. So, and often in the past, they looked at college attendance rate, because that's the only measure that you can see. So test score is a very recent thing, standardized test score. So a lot of, that's why when we interview, we survey principals, they say, private school principals say, we're going to look at college attendance rate, because that's what our school board cares about. And because that was the only measure that could show the school board they're doing well. And this is how the private school things function within this system. So showing that students are going to college is a thing of showing that whether they're doing the job. So if they don't do well, then they get fired. There is dispersion, yeah. Yeah, test score, you can see the table earlier. Yeah. So you can see that not a lot, but you can see there's one to the right, marginal. Yeah. A little bit at the, yeah, arguably. You can test K-density test, I guess. I think we did that before. So, yeah, probably not much. Yeah.
Is there time for one more question?
Yes. You don't? Yeah, you're the chair. So, yeah.
So, if I understood it correctly, there's no sort of market competition for the students because they're randomly assigned. Exactly. There's no much difference in the regulatory environment in response to Barbara's question. What seems to make a difference is the autonomy per se because of all the things you checked. But then the other thing that you keep referring to, but didn't mention in your talk, it sounds to me like, just hearing your responses, is that there is more of what Hirschman would call voice accountability in the private schools. And it sounds like the boards of the schools are strong and that the management of the school responds to the boards. So there would be not a choice accountability, but a voice accountability, right, which is stronger in the private schools because they have that tradition of having those boards. Is that a correct interpretation?
That's right. In public school, they don't have a board.
Okay.
So the school district basically rotate principal and teachers to different schools.
Okay. I think that's really an important conclusion of your study, I would say.
Yes.
Okay, great. We'll wrap up then.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you all for being here, and thank you to the RISE organizers for this opportunity to present. This paper is joint work with Modibo Sidibe at Duke University, and it's still work in progress, so we're very excited to get some feedback. So it's a paper looking at the implications of school choice under uncertainty, and it's focused on a critical question that every education system must address, which is the question of how to assign students to schools, how to allocate students to schools. And a lot of school choice systems have adopted coordinated school choice mechanisms in order to assign students to schools. And these systems basically give every student the chance to apply to any school in the system. And then they assign students based on a central algorithm so that each student receives admission to one school. So this is very different from decentralized systems where students independently apply to different schools which have complete discretion over who to admit, and students can get multiple offers from different places. So these systems are now prevalent across the world. But what's interesting is that they're constantly changing. And so in recent years, many of them have changed the specific ways in which they assign students to schools. And after the last presentation, I would add South Korea to this list of countries that have changed it. But Beijing also shifted from using a merit-based system to a lottery-based system. In Ghana, the example I'll be focusing on today, they've shifted from allowing students to apply to 3 schools to letting them apply to 6, then back to 4. And all kinds of changes have been implemented in different systems. And part of the reason we see these changes is because these systems are partly trying to address multiple objectives. One is trying to maximize the efficiency of student welfare, so trying to ensure that you can't make one student better off without making another one worse off. Trying to ensure that systems are stable, so students stay in the schools that they're assigned to. Trying to limit the extent to which these systems can be manipulated by certain students being more sophisticated than others. And also trying to increase or promote social mobility or integration of students from different backgrounds. So in order to balance these different objectives, ideally we would observe students or families' preferences and then be able to evaluate the utility that students would derive from being assigned to one school versus another, and then use this to calculate some sort of measure of social welfare. In practice, at best, we can observe students' choices, see the outcome, their admission outcome, see where they get assigned, but we never observe the direct measure of student welfare. So what this paper focuses on is looking at the welfare effects of 2 very common features of these coordinated school choice systems. One is that students are often uncertain about their admission chances when they're applying, so they don't know which schools they will get admitted to. And they often also have constraints on the number of schools that they can apply to. And so this paper is really interested in understanding what are the welfare implications of these 2 features. And so what we do is develop a model of what the optimal portfolio choice would be in this context, given these constraints and uncertainty. And then we match the predicted choices to the actual choices we observe in Ghana, and use this to estimate the underlying structural parameters of our model, and then use our model to simulate the effects of different policies that could have been implemented in order to evaluate the welfare implications of these alternative policies. And what we find, today I'll present results of one policy experiment. We find that student welfare is reduced by these constraints on choices, and we can actually estimate the impact or the actual size of these welfare costs, and compare the impact of going from 1 choice to 2 choices to the impact of going to an unrestricted number of choices, and find that they're very large. Going from 1 choice to an unrestricted number of choices generates 3 times as much welfare as you would if you only had 1 choice. And I'll talk again later about other applications of this type of model and analysis. Okay, so to give you some more information on the context, we're focusing on Ghana's education system, and Ghana has a system with 6 years of primary school and then 3 years of junior high school, and those 9 years are what they call free, compulsive, universal, basic education. So at the end of this 9th year, about 60% of youth complete 9th grade, and then students compete for admission to senior high school. And since 2005, this admission has been done through this computerized school selection and placement system, which is a coordinated system. And so the way it works is that students can submit a ranked list of 6 choices in the period we're looking at. Then they take a national exam, and they get admitted to one school based on their performance on this exam and based on their ranked choices. And so from a student's perspective, this is complicated because they don't know their test score when they're applying. So there's uncertainty about their chance of getting admission to any given school. Even if they did know their test scores, the cutoffs aren't predetermined. So schools will say in a given year how many spaces they have available. And then depending on which students apply, that's going to determine what the actual cutoff is. So students are uncertain when they're applying, and then they can only list 6 schools, which means that they have to be somewhat strategic about which schools they choose. So what we're going to use to analyze the implications of this system is administrative data on the universe of applicants in 2008. We have basic demographics, just the age, the gender of students, the junior high school they went to, and the characteristics of that school. We see the ranked list of choices, and we see where they get assigned. And we're going to focus on students who qualified for admission to high school. In that year, about half of the students qualified, so they passed the core exams. And in that year, they could apply to any one of 2,655 academic programs in the 618 schools. So students applied to a program like agriculture in a specific school. So you could list agriculture at Accra Academy as your first choice, for example. To give you a sense of our sample of students, most of them are male. On average, they're age 16. There's a lot of variation in their performance on this exam. So the maximum score is 600, and the actual scores range from 185 to 469. There's also a lot of variety in the quality of the junior high schools they went to. The average scores in the junior high schools range from 199 to 432. About 76% of students attended a public junior high school. And so 30% of them, or 27% of them, get admitted to their first choice. And then the decreasing share get admitted to their lower ranked choices. But critically, 13% of students did not get assigned any of their 6 choices. And in that case, they're administratively assigned to a school that has spaces left over. And these tend to be less desirable schools because those are the only ones that have any capacity at the end of the assignment mechanism. So there's a real cost to making a mistake or not choosing schools optimally. In terms of school characteristics, our basic measures, the quality of these schools is the average test score of students that are admitted to them. And again, there's a wide variation in the average test scores ranging from 180 points in the previous year to 446 points. And the school size also varies. The program size varies from some that don't admit any students because no one applies, and to some that end up admitting over 350 students. Each school offers, on average, 5 different academic program tracks. And about 90% of these schools are public. About half of them have boarding facilities. 95% of the programs are offered by mixed-sex schools. About 7% of these programs were in schools that were established before Ghana gained independence in 1957. You can think about those as being similar to the Ivy League schools in the US. 10% of these schools are technical and vocational institutes, and the rest of the academic track schools offer agriculture, business, arts, science, home economics, technical studies, or visual arts as the programs that students can choose to study. So just to give you a sense of students' preferences, we're going to use the average characteristics of schools that students pick as a measure of, or to identify students' preferences. So this program is truly national, and students apply to, in the first panel, I illustrate the distance between students' junior high school and the senior high school they apply to. And some students apply to schools that are as far as 450 miles away. So that's the difference between Washington, D.C. and Boston, for example. So this is truly a national program. On average, students' first choice schools are about 30 miles away from their junior high school. And their lower ranked choices tend to be further away. And there's a big decrease in the quality of schools that students apply to between their first choice and their last choice. Their first choices tend to be bigger than their last choice, and most of the schools have about 5 programs for all of their choices. Students have a preference for going to mixed schools, to single-sex schools, so about 80% of their first choices are mixed. So 80% of their first choice schools are mixed, and that increases as their lower ranked choices. And their preference for boarding school decreases over their choices. And then we also see whether schools are religious and whether they were established before independence. And lastly, this is just the programs they choose. So the most popular program is general arts and then business. So that's the variation in characteristics over choices that we're going to be using to identify students' preferences. Okay, so I'll briefly talk about our model of how students are making their decisions. So we assume that we observe students with these attributes that I described in a test score they don't know when they're applying. Schools have these different attributes and a fixed capacity. And then each student has some utility that they would assign to attending each given school. And the outside option, which is not getting assigned to a school, is we normalize to be 0. So the admission probability for any student is the chance that they get assigned to a given school, given their test score. And so what students are trying to maximize is their expected utility of any given portfolio, which I'll write out here is the maximizing the probability they get into their first choice school times the utility they would get from that school. Then the conditional probability of getting into their second choice, given that they didn't get into their first choice, and the utility they would get from that, and so on. So this is a tricky problem to solve, because students have 2,655 alternatives. They can only submit 6 choices. So identifying the optimal portfolio requires choosing between a very large number of alternatives, because the actual ranking order changes what your expected utility is. So it's a difficult problem for students to solve. And what we do in this paper is show that there's an intuitive solution concept that simplifies this problem. And the way it works is based on this algorithm, the marginal improvement algorithm that comes from this paper by Schady and Smith. And the insight is basically that you can construct an optimal portfolio by iterating on a local optimum. And when I mean the local optimum, we'll start by the single school with the highest expected utility, and this will always be in your portfolio. So start off with a school that gives you the highest expected utility, and then see which second school would give you the highest conditional expected utility, and then go on for each additional school. And so what that means is it reduces the number of operations, because in the first time we're searching over all the choices, but once we have our first choice, then we can say conditional on that, what's the next choice that maximizes your utility, and so on down the list. And so we use this model to derive for each student what would be the optimal choice. Before we do that, I have to tell you a little more about how we parameterize students' utility functions and their expected admission chances. So we assume that utility is a function of the distance between a student's junior high school and the senior high school they choose, the characteristics of the school, and then we interact that. We allow these preferences to vary based on individual student characteristics. And in terms of the expected admission chances, students don't know their test score, like I said, when they're choosing, but we assume that they have some priors. So their expected test score is their actual test score, is a noisy measure of the actual test score. And then their expected admission cutoff, also, we assume that they know what the historical admission cutoff is, and they have some error in their prediction of what it's going to be in the future. And so what they're basically trying to calculate is the probability that their test score is greater than, their expected test score is greater than the expected cutoff. And that's going to be uncertain, and we parameterize that uncertainty. The difference between the actual cutoff and the expected cutoff is being a mean zero. This noise parameter, the error term is being mean zero with some standard deviation that we estimate. We again allow this error to vary based on the students' individual characteristics and then the average characteristics of their junior high school. You can think about that as being a measure of their socioeconomic status. And so we start off with an initial set of arbitrary parameters. We compute the utility functions for students and their admission probabilities. Given the utility function and admission chances, then we solve that algorithm to find out what the optimal choice would be. And then we calculate a set of, we estimate these parameters using a simulated method of moment. So we match the empirical characteristics of their ranked choices, the mean and standard deviation of the different characteristics in their first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth choice, and then their predicted characteristics. And our criterion function is basically we're trying to minimize the squared difference between what we start off as, what we observe in the actual choices and what our model predicts. And so this is what we use to estimate our parameters, okay? And so we have 84 parameters and 120 moments, which are basically the mean and standard deviation of the characteristics of their actual choices. Okay. So we minimize this difference between our estimate and the real differences. And using the parameters of our estimates, this is what we see in the actual data, and then this is what we get with our model once we've estimated the parameters. And we see that it matches the data pretty well in terms of the distance of choices that students choose, distance of schools that students choose, and then the average quality of schools that students choose. And then we actually match very well the share of boarding schools that students choose, the share of mixed schools that students choose, whether they're choosing schools that are religious or these historical schools, these schools that were created before Ghana gained independence. And then we also try to match the programs that they choose, and we do less well here, but still pretty much mirror the patterns in the actual data. Okay, so given the parameters that we estimate, we then try and simulate the effects of a set of policies. And we focus for this presentation on the effects of relaxing the constraints on the number of choices that students can submit. And so what we do is expand the number of choices incrementally from 1 to 7, and then we allow students to submit an unrestricted number of choices. In each case, we simulate the optimal portfolio choices under each regime using that same solution concept that I talked about before. And then we simulate the admission outcomes that would occur using the same algorithm that the school choice system uses to assign students to schools. So we see which school students would get assigned to, and then we impute the utility that students would attribute to the school that they were assigned, given the estimated parameters. And then we calculate aggregate welfare using this simple aggregation, just adding up all the utilities of everyone in the system. Okay, and so these are the results, going from, in the first column, allowing students just to submit 1 choice, to 2, to 7, or giving them an unlimited number of choice. And what we see is that as we increase the number of choices students can submit, a lower and lower share of students get unassigned. Because if, in the case where students can submit a full list of choices, then everyone is going to rank all the schools, and so everyone will end up being assigned to one of the schools that they choose. But even among the students who get assigned to a school, the utility that students would derive from each school increases for the lowest quartile of students, for the median. If we look at the average, or at the top of the distribution, the maximum, and these are just, in every case, someone gets assigned to the best school. But not in general, overall, the welfare of students increases. What's interesting is that you have the biggest increase going from 1 to 2, and this decreases, the marginal improvement of welfare decreases as you expand the number of choices. But allowing an unlimited choices versus an unlimited number of choices versus just 1 increases total welfare by a factor of 3. So there's potentially a huge gain from allowing students to apply to an unrestricted number of choices. Here we just plot the distribution of utilities. You can see that going from 1 to 2 choices, you see a slight shift in the utilities to the right, but you have a much bigger shift when you go from 1 to an unlimited number of choices, and I'll skip over the rest. So in conclusion, coordinated school choice systems are prevalent, and they offer a lot of potential benefits. They could encourage students to compete for admission to schools in cases where you have merit-based admission. They could also encourage schools to compete to attract students and increase the transparency and efficiency of assigned matches. And the implementing reforms is relatively cheap compared to other types of reform. You can have huge impacts on the education system by making very low-cost changes. And what we learned from the experiments I showed you today is that there are large negative welfare effects of constraining choices. The model that we have estimated could be used to simulate the effects of a large number, and in future work we plan to simulate the effects of other changes. For example, what are the effects of going from merit-based assignment to lottery-based? What are the effects of allowing students to submit different types of choices? And we can also use this to simulate the effects of kind of more ambitious reforms, like what are the effects of increasing the capacity of high-performing schools and shutting down lower-performing ones, or even just changing the costs or different characteristics of schools.
Actually, you can go first, the theorist.
So that seems rude.
This is actually quite quick. So you showed all that model fit, but it's essentially calibrated on the same model, calibrated on the same data, and the fit shown to the same data. Given that you have data for multiple years, I mean, perhaps if you could set some of this aside, so predict it for using data from 2 years, see how the predicted fits are in successive years. Or you mentioned that earlier you were allowed 6 choices and then it changed to 4. So fit the model using when you had 6 constraints, and if the structural parameters are right, then you should be able to predict how everyone chooses under 4. If you could show stuff like that, I think that suddenly becomes compelling on a whole new level, like the Todd and Walpin stuff on Progressive. It's just...
Give Claire a chance.
I shouldn't hold the floor.
So just wondering if you thought about sort of, so you said that it's cheap to implement it like at a system level, like for the government to sort of just add one more slot, right? But then from a student perspective, it's not so trivial, right? Because like it's, you have to sort of think carefully, how. So I was just wondering if you thought about, the cost at the individual level in terms of, like what happens when you go to an unlimited to a, 7 choices, 3 choices, 4 choices. Because I mean, that's hard, right? To sort of decide like, what's number 1, what's number 2, what's number 3. So I'm just wondering if you thought about that.
Right. So there are quite a few
more questions.
One more here.
It would be interesting to simulate, I think, what happens if you let them submit their preferences after they know their score. That's actually another thing that China has done in some places. Yeah, so that's it.
We'll stop there. I'm sure there'll be opportunities to tea and coffee to ask further questions.
Okay, thank you for your questions. Your suggestion of using the data from other years, that's something that we are planning to do because we do actually have in real life this experiment of the policy reform of going from 4 to 6 choices. So that is something that we're planning to do. And yeah, I think will provide more validity to our approach and to the fit of our model. Isaac's question about cost to students. So on one hand, yes, it is. Students do have to think maybe of more choices, but oftentimes students have more than 7 choices that they would want to list. And so it's a constraint in only being allowed to list 6. First, if there are some situations in which students only have 7 or 6 that they actually want to list, and for those students that there's no cost to having 20 and only listing 6. But for the students who do want to list 20 but can only list 6, then there is a potential for them to have improvements in their welfare from being able to rank more schools. And the final question about knowing, so we have we've done some preliminary analysis trying to think about that if we give students, if they knew what their test scores were and we simulated but there would still be uncertainty. And so that's because the cutoffs aren't known. The schools don't explicitly define what the cutoffs are. The schools just say what the number of vacancies are. And there are changes every year with new schools opening, schools expanding their capacity in certain programs over others, and students having different preferences in their program choice over time. So even if students know their test scores, there's still going to be this uncertainty. So one of the findings we're getting from early work looking at experimentally or simulating the effects of changing the uncertainty is that that's never going to be something that can be overcome. So expanding choices seems to be like the better policy approach because you can never fully eliminate that uncertainty. Thank you for all the questions.
Fantastic. Thank you.
So thanks for inviting me to share with you today this work that is a joint work with David Evans and Natalie Lahire from the World Bank. I think David should be here. So if there is anything, you can blame it on him. So this project is a 4-year-long project that we completed between 2008 and 2014. And this has been made possible by a great stability within the Ministry of Education in Gambia. They have a team, including the minister, who've been in place for nearly a decade now. And they've been able systematically to try and find solutions to problems that they face in a relatively quick way. And that made it very easy for us to actually not only complete this research, but within this research to ask additional questions. And they constantly participated at all levels, helping design the questionnaires, asking additional questions, sometimes completely unrelated to this, because they're trying, for them, part of the research is actually to find the questions, not just the answers to the primary question that we are asking here. So I would also like to mention that we've recently changed the title of the paper to reflect more what our final finding looks like. So the new title is Parental Human Capital and Effective School Management. So if you see that paper, and it's not an additional paper for me, but I'll be happy to take credit for a second paper with a different title. So I should start basically by showing this. This is what this research is about. What the ministry was trying to do basically is to have at all levels of their education system something that looks like this, where in our case here at the school level, they will be able to plan, to do what they planned for, to review it, and then plan again, and continue doing that. Okay. The objective was not basically to do this one time and then assess the impact of that. In fact, for the government, for the most part, our job was to tell them how to effectively build this system within their education system. It wasn't primarily whether after 2 years or after 3 years there will be increase in test scores or not. They want to effectively have something like this working at all levels, especially at the school level. Okay. So what we've done is to basically evaluate a program called the Whole School Development Program, which is a comprehensive school-based management and capacity building in the Gambia primary education system. And this is within the context of relatively recent wave of evaluations that attempt to increase accountability by basically involving beneficiaries of social programs. And in the context of education, that will translate into more localized management of the schools, etc. We found, after 3 to 4 years, we found no effect on the main learning outcome measured here by test scores. However, we found some positive impact on participation on the intensive margin of participation, basically reducing absenteeism, not additional enrollment though. And then in the paper, we try to understand what is driving these results, and our main conclusion is centered around the issue of parents' capacity to participate effectively in managing the schools at a very local level. So I will actually skip the literature. The context here is the Gambia. Gambia is a relatively, it's the smallest country on the continent of Africa. It shares borders with only Senegal. The education system is pretty much modeled on the UK system. So in building this study, we had experts from the United Kingdom come together, work with Gambian experts, and with the support of the World Bank to actually decide on the content of the program and everything that needed to be done. The program is called the Whole School Development. It has two components, a management training component at the local level, with the assumption that, well, maybe at the local level they might know better the context, the problems, etc., but they might not necessarily have the skills needed to actually tackle them, including the principals at the school level. But a great part of the management training was actually an attempt to involve the community in effectively managing the school. The content focused a lot on community participation. It includes financial management, teacher development, curriculum development, etc., etc. It's a whole comprehensive document which was developed together by Gambians and international experts. The participants for the training included the principals of the schools, the representative of teachers, the community members, and also to some extent students. The training happened simultaneously in a rollout manner. Basically, we had a training at a national level in the capital city where we have highly qualified people who can really master and understand the content. We get them trained at the national level, and then they went to the regions to replicate the training under the supervision of a central authority that was actually set up to implement this program. So that's the management, what we call management training aspect. But again, that circular figure that I showed at the beginning, you should think of all this in that context. This is not a one-size-fits-all kind of program for the whole Gambia. It's an attempt by the government to set up that mentality of planning, gathering information, evaluating what's been done, and then planning again. Okay. So, but in order to do all this, at least at the beginning, you need some money. And because of that, there was also a grant component for the same program, which was $500 per school. And basically, the money should be used only to do this. Now, in subsequent years, there were no longer grants, but with the understanding that some of this training actually included how the school should manage to raise additional funds beyond what is allocated by the government. So we thought that it makes sense to get some money to start with for an effective implementation, but thereafter, the school should be able to roll out to do the same thing. A lot of these training require some initial cost, but thereafter, it's a matter of basically repeating the same thing, which is much lower cost. But of course, since we are in a context where resource constraint is a big issue and the usual suspect, so because of that, we have a second treatment group where they receive only the grant money and obviously and the management manual, which we couldn't withhold from schools. Okay, so we have a set of schools that get only the grant, And then the main program was what you have in front of you right now. So we did a standard cluster sampling, clustered here because the schools are naturally already organized in clusters and have cluster monitors in charge of coordinating their effort. So it made sense to have schools that are nearby, that are closer to each other, to actually be in the same treatment group, so that it can actually foster cooperation. They may even use that opportunity to have their own additional training beyond what we've done. Now you can see that this region of the Gambia was not covered. That's because the region was used initially to actually test the program, basically the content of the program, the development of the tools, et cetera, et cetera. And because of that, this region was extensively exposed even before we started the program. Another region that is tiny but highly populated region of the Gambia that's not part of the study is the Banjul area right here. But that's because Banjul is extremely different than the rest of the country. It's mostly made of private schools, and everything is really different. So this region and the capital city is not part of our sample here. And also it's important to mention that we are working with the census of all the schools in the country at that time. Now the number of schools have increased, but we use all the schools, at least for the Gambia. It wasn't too hard to do that. Now, what we've done is to collect data, 4 waves of data collection. The baseline was done in 2008, and the end line in 2011. Each round, we had interview with principal, collect information about the schools, did some classroom visit, a written test to randomly selected students, 40 students usually. Of that 40 students, we have a subsample of 10 to whom we give an in-depth interview and also an oral test to kind of get additional information about their learning outcomes, right? But in the process, like I said before, the government was really open on learning about the system going forward. So for example, after the first year, after the first follow-up, 2009, no, actually this was in 2008, right after the baseline. When we look at the baseline data, and based on our experience on the field, it was clear to us that teacher content knowledge is a big problem. Like, we're not even talking about pedagogy, knowing how to teach, being trained. We're talking about knowing what you're supposed to teach to the kids. So when we came with that information to the ministry, they embraced it, talked to the teacher union, and then we agreed to implement during the next wave of survey, a teacher content knowledge test. And they used the result very seriously. And actually, one of the biggest policy impact of this work is based on that. They allocated their own resources to train the teachers on content knowledge. I mean, it would have been easier maybe to fire them, but I don't know what you replace them with, because we're talking about a context here where it's not actually that easy to find qualified teachers to go to the villages and teach there. So they allocated their resources to train teachers based on this, which is not even really in the paper that we'll be reporting at the end. So we've also, in the process, realized that maybe the way we were measuring management wasn't the right way. And then we went and made some changes in 2011. And so I'm going to show you basically some of the results at the end line. But like I said, the project is much more comprehensive, and it's an attempt basically to set a culture. Irrespective of what we found here, the government has all the intention to continue this and to implement the program. So this is basically test scores at the baseline to show that the 3 treatment arm, including the control, were comparable. But in the paper, obviously, we have a wide range of indicators to attest for that. And so we'll be looking at the treatment effect on test scores, or on teacher and student attendance, but also on enrollment. So like I said before, this is the point estimate, our estimate of the average treatment effect on 4th and 6th grade students. These are students who've been in the system ever since we started the program. We see no impact on their learning outcome. However, in terms of participation on the intensive margin, we see something in the neighborhood of 20% reduction in student absenteeism, and same thing for the teacher absenteeism. We try to figure out whether the program also brought in more kids, but it's not actually the case. We look at the 1st grade because that's really the place where there will be most impact in terms of bringing in new kids. So then we try to look at what could explain this finding where you have more participation, more attendance, and yet no additional learning outcome happening during that period of time. And there are many potential reasons, but in the interest of time, I'm going to basically focus on what we came up as a main, most likely channel. There are certainly many channels. For example, when you look at the teacher content knowledge result, you can argue that there isn't a constraint there to be addressed. But at the same time, the focus was on management skills to be able to manage the school and set up that system at a very local level. So we focus more on the human capital at the baseline, the capacity of the people at the very local level to be able to implement those changes. And when we do that, by using the adult literacy, district level adult literacy at the baseline, well, even before the baseline, because this is previous household data that we are using, we see clearly that there is an interaction effect suggesting that the program may have worked or may work better in places where the parents are on average more educated. And this literacy is measured in terms of years of education, but also sometimes whether you actually attended school or not. If you replace adult literacy with the average schooling in the school management committee, which include parents, you get the same result, but I'm not going to share that table here. Now, what can we draw from this? Maybe this literacy and human capital is basically a proxy for income. Maybe the parents are just wealthy, it's a matter of resources here, and that's driving this result. But that's not what we found when we replace at district level literacy with the district level socioeconomic status measure in terms of durable in the household, income, etc. We see no such effect. So this is not driven by income. When we replace the district level socioeconomic status in 2004 with the student economic status in our baseline data, we find the same result. We also go and look at whether districts where literacy is higher, whether the parent contribute more to the school budget. We don't find any evidence of that. So we kind of confident that the human capital, adult human capital at the local level is a key, is part of the story here in terms of how to get these reform implemented at the local level. So, so this is what we've done. This is what we found. Actually, a recent paper by Hanushek and co-authors used the PISA data and came up with a panel data analysis and came up with very similar conclusion here that when you're looking for autonomy in managing the schools, it can actually be hurtful in low-income countries in some instances. What to think about this in terms of policy? For us, we think actually that's what the Gambia has done. This program wasn't thrown away because there's no impact. This program has been strengthened, and then they are retrying it. The only difference now is that there's no opportunity to do rigorous evaluation. They have a WSD unit, which is going to draw lessons from what we've learned during this study and try to strengthen that going forward. So important thing is that at the system level, maybe this kind of study should be institutionalized in a way that people have room to learn and redesign and then re-implement. But specifically for the Gambia, some of the lessons that we thought are plausible but some often unlikely include adult literacy program. They've tried that, but obviously, if you understand very well the context, the poor often have, that's my own police here, the poor have often much bigger problem than sitting and learning how to read and write so that they can help with the school curriculum development. So I doubt that this will be a solution to the problem. Of course, teacher content knowledge suggests that resource constraints remain a challenge, and they've tried that. They tried to resolve the issue right now. But what we've learned also is that information may be key because in our qualitative analysis, parents have very high expectations for their kids and very high aspiration as well. And it does look like they just don't know how to materialize that, how to contribute in order to materialize that. So that's what I have for today. Thank you. So I'll take 3 questions as well. Yes. Okay.
Thank you. Wonderful presentation. 2 quick questions. One, what was the method of kind of conducting these management training, whatever you called it? Specifically, was there a manual? How many pages long and in which language that manual was written? Not a trivial question. The second one is, did you have an intensity of participation measure of the parents who were coming to these meetings? And was there significant attrition across 4 years?
Okay. Noah?
Hi, just a question on the school budget. You said $500 represented less than 5% of the school budget. More information on the school budget. Was there a general pot of purely discretionary funds in excess of $10,000 each year, or was school budget there meant the total expenses of the school? Assuming there's different degrees of discretionality, you just give a little bit more information on the financing side.
One more over there.
Hi, William Smith, Results Educational Fund. I was just wondering if you can talk a little more about your last policy piece there, because my takeaway from this is human capital is so important. You're looking at that as adult literacy, and if you just give illiterate parents more information, are they really going to be able to understand it, and is that going to be effective? So if you can talk a little more about capacity building and what that information might look like and how it can be effective.
Okay, so so the method of training, so there were a manual, and I can't say that it was 117 pages or something, but it was a relatively comprehensive manual that has all the aspects of how to make the schools better managed. And it includes even templates on how to report a various type of outcome and how to analyze some of the students' outcome from one term to the next. so that's the tricky part. The training was done in the local languages, but also in English. At the national level, we were able to conduct all the training in English, okay, because we were training trainers, actually. But once we get at the regional level and at the local, at the school level where it involved parents, we had to adapt and get the training in the local languages. We did a lot of drawing. There are sometimes no right word for certain things we want to say. You illustrate it, and so I think the training was fairly well done, and there was actually a unit called a monitoring unit throughout that went on nearly every month to go and check on the school and make sure that they kind of doing the things the right way. In terms of participation, so we have that in the paper as intermediary outcomes. Yeah, we did see some significant changes in the pattern of parents' participation, in number of meetings, etc. So the school budget, so this includes sort of everything. The way it works in Gambia, the government doesn't actually send cash to the school. The school estimate their needs and submit to the ministry, and then they receive most of it in kind. Okay, so it includes that and the tuition fees, etc. That's what we thought. Now, information. Why do we think so? We think that this information aspect might work because, first of all, you have to understand that we are thinking about not sort of all kind of information, right? Now we understand that you can't just go and deliver any sort of information to the parent. It will have to be adapted to what we think the parent within that context can understand and will be able to act on. This is purely based on the qualitative side of this study, where parents really strongly, you ask them, what do you aspire for your kid? Most of them, they want the kid to be a minister, something that requires a whole lot of education. But when you get into the details, whether the child is actually learning, they say, yeah, that everything is fine. And you dig deeper, and they start talking about things like discipline. He's respectful, he behaved very well, the school is doing a good job. That has nothing to do with the kind of learning outcome that may help them achieve this. So I think a form of report card that actually explain to parents that this is what the school is supposed to do, this is how you can understand progress from one term to the next for your child. I think there is a room there for action to be taken. But at the same time, we are not over optimistic on this, because when you go in these villages, the most powerful people, the people who have the highest standing are, again, the teachers, the principal, etc. So it's unlikely that the parent will be really influential to the point of affecting the teacher's outcome. But since they want their kid to do so well, we believe that there are some basic things that if they understand, they will act on. That's all we meant by that. Thank you.
Hello, hello. All right. Whoa, one down.
Oh,
That
was to get your attention. Taking one for the team.
I want to see you after the reception. Yeah. All right. Let's get started again. We have. I'm on the wrong page. So we're moving to comparing and evaluating systems, 3 papers, and I'm going to hand over directly to Abhijit Singh, who's going to talk to us about learning more with every year, school productivity and international learning divergence.
So, is this working? Yeah. All right. So thanks a lot for having me here. This is sort of my take of what a systems paper might look like, but eventually if some of it ends up in a black box, you know why it's happening, right? The motivation is actually fairly straightforward, and it's what's come up a lot of times, which is that learning levels are generally pretty awful. And the other thing is that we don't know quite as much in comparative settings, especially in South Asian and Sub-Saharan African settings, as we do, for example, across the OECD. And that's simply because, well, historically, TIMSS and PISA haven't quite gotten there. They're starting to go quite a bit more. But what we do know suggests that even in countries at roughly the same level of spending or the same level of GDP per capita, you see pretty large differences. So even within the range of developing countries. And so if you take the latest PISA round, the difference between Vietnam and Peru, which are 2 of the countries that I'll be talking about, that's something like 140 points on the PISA scale, right? So that's 1.4 standard deviations. That is massive. That is so the US-Finland gap is about 0.4 of a standard deviation. Now, these things are ordinal, but however you scale it, that's a major difference. And what I want to focus on are basically 2 fairly straightforward fact-type questions, right? One is at what age do these kind of gaps start? So PISA, for example, tests kids when they're 15, and we know that in these scenarios that has an element of selection on who's still in school, who's attending on the day you're testing, and things like that. So you want to see how early does this start. And the second part, which is really what I want to focus on, is how much is this kind of difference because of the differential productivity of primary schooling. Right? So I mean, one version of the world is where, let's say, mothers in one country are just way more educated than others. And that's driving all the differences. The other is that maybe there's something that's happening in schools. And is there anything we can say about the relative effectiveness of schooling systems across countries? Right? So that's what I'm trying to do. And again, I mean, this matters for a whole bunch of reasons. One is that you really care about when learning gaps evolve in the age trajectory, simply because we know that learning builds up successively, and the effectiveness of interventions actually varies quite a lot with the age of kids, right? So that's why the first question is important. The other question is important, well, because you don't just want a league table. I mean, I'm a fan of league tables in general, so something like USR is beautiful and brilliant, but you want something about, well, where is this divergence coming from? And the last bit is somewhat the most speculative, perhaps the most directly related to what we're talking about here, which is that figuring out the differences between educational systems potentially has important information for policy. And it's not something we typically do, right? I mean, we typically, what we do is we figure out in a given institutional context, what are the incremental changes that I can make? We don't focus quite as much on sort of business as usual productivity, right? And that's what I would like to focus on. What am I going to do? I'm going to use this data set called Young Lives, and it's a child-level panel data set. So it has about 1,000 kids born in 94, 95, and in each country, and 2,000 kids born in 2001, 2. And then it follows them 4 times. And what I'm going, so it does this in 4 countries: Ethiopia, 2 states in India. There used to be 1 state till 2 years ago, but anyway, Peru and Vietnam. And first, I just want to compare distributions of achievement, right? So, I mean, how much do kids know at different ages in these 4 settings? I want to see how this gap evolves. So I'm going to, and I'm going to stick to a particular age group, which is just before you enter school to when you in about grade 3, right? And there's I'll come to why. And I'm going to estimate fairly standard value-added models. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you results on how much do you learn per grade in different countries. And what I do is I would use sort of within country identification coming out of enrollment thresholds and the month of birth, right? So I mean, fairly standard thing. Here's what I'm trying to do. Okay, it's a bit grandiose to say contribution on something that is, which is that I want to look at an internationally comparable child level panel data set at this particularly crucial age stage, and essentially do the kind of exercise that is fairly standard in US literature around, for example, racial gaps, right? So when do differences, when does the black-white test score gap in the US start developing? How does it grow bigger and so on? And the other part that I want to eventually claim is that I'm trying to identify some kind of a measure of school year productivity, which is how much do you learn per year of schooling, right? For each completed grade in a business as usual setting. So 0 interventions here, using a micro panel and an RD based identification. So micro identification of a macro parameter. Methodologically, what I do is actually fairly straightforward, and it's really similar to the work around the decomposition of racial and socioeconomic test score gaps, right? And a separate literature which is about value-added models using household-based panels. So I mean, there's quite a bit of stuff from the National Longitudinal Survey of Youth, so Todd and Walpin, or in Australia, Fiorini and Keene. The results, on the other hand, actually first relate a lot more closely to a macro literature around human capital. And that just happens to be because the only people who were really interested in this difference of how much how does human capital compare across countries were the people doing growth decompositions of some variety, right? And for the longest time, I mean, of course, that meant just putting in sort of PISA scores, or the other approach was to, of course, calculate MINSA returns based on immigrants in the US, right? I mean, that's basically the core literature that relates to. The other one is, of course, that if you think of school year productivity as a measure of productivity for a particular sector, then this is somewhat like the macro literature around productivity differences. The literature I come from is, and most of this room is sort of the last one, which is, well, micro literature around education and learning and figuring out. Just in terms of the data structure, so as I said, I mean, there's 2 cohorts of kids, one born in 2001-2, and another born in 94-95. And we've surveyed them 3 times in 2002, 6, and 9. Actually, there's a 4th round in 2013, but that's not data in this paper. I'm going to only look at these guys, right? So there were 5 in the 2nd round of the survey in 2006, and there were about 8 when we went back in 2009. And I'm going to only use tests around for quantitative skills, and that's for the simple reason that all of the language-based skills, it's very hard to say that you're really measuring the same thing across countries, right? At 5, most kids haven't yet joined school, and this is essentially a preschool test that doesn't require you to read. So it's you get shown pictures, and it's like, well, can you show me which one has a few glasses of water versus many glasses of water? So it's about grasp of quantitative concepts. And at 8, it's a math test the way you would give it in primary school. Right? These are different tests across rounds, but they're the same and administered to children at the same age and at the same time in these 4 country samples, right? And so I can link them across countries, so this is horizontal linking, using fairly standard item response theory models. I cannot link vertically, okay? So I'm going to not discuss the IRT stuff here very much. That's the plumbing behind the scenes. I'm happy to discuss it afterwards if people, sorry?
That slide doesn't make any sense. If the tests are identical in all 4 countries in each round, you don't need item response theory to link them. You'd only need the IRT to link them if they were overlapping but not completely identical.
Yeah. So I have actually tried everything with the raw percentage correct. The reason that I still prefer to use IRT scores is more because it allows the difficulty of each item to differ. Plus, also, it gives me a certain number of diagnostics to see that the item's performing the same way. Questions are identical. I mean, they're translated in the sense, of course, in Vietnam, they're in Vietnamese, and in India, they're in Telugu. But they're asking the same thing. So an arithmetic question would look identical. It's literally the same set of things. Can I?
You don't mean linked. You mean scored.
Scored. Sorry. Can I just a quick bit on age and school progression. Well, the first key bit is that almost everyone in these countries will end up going into school at some point, right? Ethiopia, India, Peru, and Vietnam. India, Peru, and Vietnam, they all enter around this age of 5 and 6. Ethiopia, they enter a bit later. Almost everybody in these samples has been to school, okay? I'm only going to look at these younger kids, and just looking at the scores. Well, this is literally just the mean. You see that there's a bit of a difference across the countries. So it's significantly different. It's the same for Peru and Vietnam at 5, and that's the only one that's same. So I can't show you all the pairwise t-tests here, but I'll show you the regression-based versions. And you see that even at the age of 5, there's a massive difference between, say, Ethiopia and Vietnam. Now, these are normalized within round. So within a round, they have a mean of 500, a standard deviation of 100. And you see that there's a bit of a ranking: Ethiopia, India, and then Peru and Vietnam at the top at 5. But at the age of 8, there's actually quite a bit of a difference where even between Peru and Vietnam, that's a significant difference. Now, these things are ordinal constructs, right? So I mean, it's possible that you see a mean difference, but if you think that every rank-preserving transformation of a test score is a valid test score, you plot the CDFs, everything looks very similar. You can't reject sort of equality of distributions at 5 between Peru and Vietnam, but everywhere else. So it seems as if gaps are starting fairly early, right? So at the age of 5, before kids have joined school, in any of these countries, you're already seeing sort of differences emerge here. At the age of 8, it's just a lot clearer. You can't read across those two scales, but when you look at how much are kids learning, so this is literally just a local polynomial of the scores at 5 and the scores at 8. You see that there is the same kind of dominance when you look at how much does a child who let's say scores 500 at the age of 5 in Ethiopia know at the age of 8 compared to, say, an identical kid in Vietnam. And well, the difference is something like a full standard deviation here. And you see that essentially the ranking is the same as the ranking in levels. So there are gaps that are already there at 5. Those gaps seem to be growing bigger. These curves, well, as much as I can say, seem to lie in very clear ordering. So it means that you could transform these test scores, and that basic pattern shouldn't change. Now, I think that's a really good descriptive, because it's not the kind of descriptive we've had. But it's not quite enough, right? I mean, all I'm essentially showing you is the difference in trend. And even trend differences don't tell us necessarily too much about differential effectiveness, right? All of these kids are coming with a certain endowment. So parental education, home inputs, all sorts of environmental differences, yeah.
Did you test everybody whether they dropped out of school or not, or we only
Yes. No, we test. So this actually that's a great question. So this is a home-based sample. So it's a random sample of a particular birth cohort, and we go to their homes and test them. So everybody's tested. There's nothing about selection on enrollment, nothing about selection on attendance, and that's very rare in developing country settings, particularly, right? So that kind of selection isn't here. And so endowments differ, but in some senses we don't really. It's not really the different endowments that we're worried about. We're worried about, well, is it that there is a differential effectiveness of particular inputs, right? I mean, that's really the big goal that you'd want to learn across systems, or not you. I would like to learn across systems. And the way I approach this is very straightforward. So I first do a general sort of value-added model, sort of a dynamic OLS. So you start off with the scores at 8, run it on a bunch of country dummies, add the lag, add a set of basic background characteristics. So from 1 to 3, it's fairly straightforward. And you can just think of this as a standard decomposition approach with panel data. Oh, right. Okay. I will rush across then. The fourth one adds a vector of time use things, and that's a bit difficult sometimes to interpret, because I think of it as essentially providing bounds, but I'll show you everything with and without time use. Quite a lot differs across samples. That's kind of what you'd expect across 4 countries. The basic result, is that, well, there are large differences. So Ethiopia is the omitted category here. There's large differences, and as you keep going further to the right, they decline, but not very much. Not very much, even though we observe past test scores, and the only place where we see enough of a decline is between Ethiopia and India, and that's because, well, fewer kids in Ethiopia are enrolled and bunches are in India, and that shows up in their time use. Everywhere else, in the most extensive stuff we have, the Vietnamese kid is still getting about 0.9 of a standard deviation more, even conditional on prior test scores and inputs, right? Now that's the benchmark case. I don't want you to believe it, right? I mean, the implicit assumption there is that an input has the same effect across different countries, and there's no reason to believe that, because I'm in maternal education. There's no reason to believe that it has the same effect. And so I run the same specification separately for each country sample, and it becomes painful to interpret because you have essentially 4 sets of input vectors and 4 sets of coefficient vectors. The key result is that divergence with Vietnam is not explained by level of inputs. I can show you predictions, but let's not. Nothing I've said so far. So nothing in those controls had anything to do with school, right? But we know that in Ethiopia, certainly the quantity of schooling is lower, and we suspect that the quality is as well, right? So this kind of productivity. What I do is very straightforward. So think of the extensive specifications. Add to that a variable for the highest grade completed, right? Now, I'm going to interpret the coefficient on that as how much you learned per grade, per extra grade completion. It's being run with the lag. If you think of a standard value added kind of model, well, the assumption is that the lag's soaking up all sources of unobserved heterogeneity. I will show you other estimates. Here's the key result. So these are the results without and with time use. But in 3 of the countries, actually, let's just look here. In 3 of the countries, it's basically about 0.25 to 0.3 of a standard deviation per grade completed. In Vietnam, it's pretty much double, right? So you're getting something like 0.5 of a standard deviation per grade completed. Where is variation in grade completion coming from? It's coming from the fact that these kids are born 12 months, basically in a 12-month age range, so they enter at different times. And so it's essentially variation from, at these ages, it's essentially variations in terms of time of enrollment and age of enrollment. Now, what if you believe this kind of stuff is just not conditionally exogenous, right? Well, one way is that you try and look for an IV that determines how many grades you've finished, but doesn't directly determine learning. And what I'm going to try and look for is a very straightforward idea. Lots of people have used it, which is that you have certain rules of enrollment about when you should enter in first grade. And that's determined around month of birth. So in the clearest case, for example, in Vietnam, you need to enter in the calendar year that you're turning 6. And so between kids born in December and kids born in January, you get a 0.7 of a grade difference in how much they've completed by the time we go and test them, right? And you see a bit of a discontinuity there with Peru. Again, degrees of compliance are differing here. In India, there's a rule. You don't really see as much of a jump. Ethiopia, I can't really find a rule. But for 2 countries, two countries, I can find a rule that's in like sort of ministry documents, and I can find it having sort of the first power enough in the first stage, right? Yep, almost done. Anyway, the first stage is very straightforward. Are you to the left or the right of the threshold? I'm always controlling for age. And the second stage is, well, basically the same as earlier. I put in cluster fixed effects here, but that nothing depends on it. Basically, when you do it with or without time use, the core result, that the results in Vietnam are pretty much double the results in Peru. They continue to hold. And The coefficients are a bit lower, but you can't, in those cross equation tests, you can't reject that the value added stuff was fine. Now these are local average treatment effects, so I mean there's stuff around their interpretation. I don't think I quite have the time for it. There's a bunch of robustness checks around it. Basically, persistence parameter, you probably shouldn't believe it. Everything else seems to hold. In terms of stuff, I mean, the levels of learning, and there's bits in the paper about looking at exactly what these kids can do and not. Those are low. The differences start fairly early. So at 5, you can see these differences across countries. They really grow big by the age of 8, and the difference seems to be coming out of this one parameter, which is how much you're learning. So if you kept everything else fixed, and if you just moved the Indian parameter to the Vietnamese parameter, you close something like 70% of the gap at 8, right? If you keep learning at 5 constant, if you keep everything in the background constant, that's 70% of the gap. You close the entire gap between Peru and Vietnam. And that's it, right? I'll only concentrate on the third bit, yeah. Which is basically, I have no idea why you find these big productivity differences, and that's what I meant about eventually presenting you a fact, but a bit of a black box. That's what I would like to do, but since it's a household-based stuff, I can't see what people are doing in school. And I'll just leave this up there, but I'm not going to speak because Justin's going to cut me off soon. Right.
Thank you very much. Questions, strategy? You want to do 1, 2, and 3 here. So okay. Owen, we'll gather them and then give you the last shot.
Abhijit, I was curious what variables for time use you had. I understand it's a vector of controls. I wonder what it means, which is to say, if the inclusion of time use dramatically reduces our understanding of the gaps, is time use going to school, or is time use something else?
Okay.
For physical convenience, well, doesn't matter. Oh, great. Yeah.
I wanted to know how you did the counterfactual. So when we imagine making the Peruvian schools as efficient as the Vietnamese schools, do we then allow the Peruvian dropout rate and attendance to change because now they're learning more, or are you assuming that there's no behavioral response on the part of the families in terms of keeping their kids in school?
Okay. And I'll just collect the third one as well.
Yeah.
I had a very similar question to him, but I actually just came back from a year of teaching in Vietnam with Fulbright, and one thing I wanted to say is that the actual time in school is quite short, but almost everyone goes to extra classes. So I was wondering if you take that into account or if you're just looking at the time in school.
Right. So let me take those two things together. What we have is the time use that's spent on a vector of activities, so sleeping, playing, studying after school, in school, and it sort of adds up to 24. I use sleeping as a base category, enter the full vector. That's kind of what Fiorini and Keene do in a recent paper. The reason that's difficult is you can think of it in two ways. You can either think of it as the bounds, so having taken into account extra classes, having taken into account how long the school day is, does that drive stuff away? And basically it doesn't here. The only place where it does a bit is in Ethiopia, where at the age of 8, something like 25% of kids haven't yet joined school, right? So they're going to join, but they're going to join a bit later. Everywhere else, it basically makes no difference. And that was kind of the point behind it. The reason it's difficult to interpret is because time use is an optimal allocation choice, and the moment you start thinking of endogeneity there, which is why I show everything with and without, right? So think of this as a bounding exercise and nothing more. On Derek's question, how do I do the counterfactuals? Actually, just think of it as manually doing Oaxaca blinder, which is that I estimate the country-specific production functions, running the regression within the country, and I say, okay, keeping the level of inputs fixed, what if I just applied the coefficients of Vietnam to Peru? And what if I, so essentially, this is Peru at Peruvian coefficients. If I kept the Peruvian coefficients but moved input levels to Vietnam, basically nothing changes. If I move the coefficients, which are the productivity estimates, to Vietnam, that's basically this gap, and now entirely insignificant. That's all.
I'm just asking, is
all I meant.
completed one of the inputs?
Well, with grades completed, actually, so this is sort of before I'd done the grades completed bit. With grades completed, all I do is I just literally, because everyone's in school, and grades completed don't look different between these two countries. Sorry, just give me, almost there. Yeah. So grades completed, I mean, India and Vietnam look very similar, so do these guys. I mean, these three countries are kind of similar, which is that at the age of 8, most kids are in grade 3. It's basically they're split between grades 2 and 3, which is why you get this in between this thing. Almost everyone, at the age of 8, almost everyone's in school, so there's not much of a margin there for changes to happen. Not when you're identifying it off this particular mechanical age of enrollment kind of a difference. Sorry, I have just.
You're running out of time.
But let's carry that. Yep. Yeah,
Great.
well, I will abandon my spot now.
Thank you, Abhijit.
Thank you.
All right. Do we have Alec here? Excellent. Are you mic'd up?
Oh,
yeah. You are. Excellent. So, Alec Gershberg, we're going to have another multi-country, 5-country comparison this time on complex education reforms. Over to you.
Am I mic'd actually?
Can
people hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. There we go. All right. And how long are you giving us?
20, and then 5 for questions.
Okay. Just so
I'll give you the
I can
signals here.
police. I need to police myself too. Okay. Great. And the clicker is here. Okay. Good. Thank you. All right. Well, thank you. It's great to see so many people that I know and haven't seen for a long time here. And thank you to Lant and others for the invite. This is a paper called Policy Transfer and Guideposts for Accountability for Complex Education Reforms, Lessons for Nigeria from 5-country case studies. And one of those case studies is, in fact, Nigeria. My co-author is Shefali Rai from Oxford Policy Management, and then here you have the names of all of the authors of the case studies that we did. I need to start with a caveat. The presentation grew out of an ongoing project for Idoren, and under the auspices of DFID and UBEC in Nigeria, but all views and opinions expressed are attributable only to us, and that they shouldn't be ascribed to any institution or individuals, and obviously also all errors are ours as well. So originally the purpose of the review that we were asked to do was, as a new government came to power, or they knew was going to come to power in Nigeria in June of 2015, there were issues, they knew that there were issues of access to education and also quality of basic education that remained a significant concern. And yet there was a feeling that there'd been no systematic review of the two main education reforms, including one from the late 90s on universal basic education, which mandated 9 years of free schooling. So the idea was to take stock of what do we know about the implementation and the outcomes of these reforms, and how do we put them into comparative perspective. And really the idea was to try and generate useful ideas that would feed into the preparation of policy dialogue between DFID Nigeria and the Nigerian government as it went into a new programming cycle. All right. The time frame was very fast, from October to April, and that included actually an extension. It was supposed to be done in January or something like that, and the budget was about £60,000, right? So, which I think, I mean, one of the things I'm thinking about as I'm listening to the presentations and thinking about what the goals of the conference are, it would be about 2% of probably the average size of the research project you're given. So the question is, one question is, is it worth investing this kind of money into this kind of review, right? So we had two broad goals. One was to take stock of the evidence base on education reforms in Nigeria, focusing originally on the universal basic education reforms, and the second was to compare the Nigerian experience with basic education reforms in 4 other countries that, and could we identify useful ideas and lessons for Nigerian federal and state governments, right? So taken together, the goal was to contribute to policy dialogues and to design and implement the kind of fundamental long-term changes that are necessary to foster accountability and ultimately to improve educational service provision, right? In addition, since the project has ended, we've started thinking, or at least I've started thinking beyond the project about trying to use policy transfer and other literatures to provide a kind of framework for being self-reflective about this kind of exercise, right? Literally, is this kind of exercise worth doing? Does it hold legitimacy? And, you know, it's not lost on me that in a crowd like this, I'm kind of like the one that's not like the others, right? You know, I don't have any data, I don't have enough, you know, or at least not that I'm presenting. I'm not doing a randomized control trial for this work. So the question is, you know, is it worth it, right? So what was our methodology? First was to think about comparator countries. These were negotiated with the Nigerian Ministry of Education and with DFID and the Adorn team. So we ended up looking at South Africa, Brazil, India, and Indonesia. Truly, actually, I came into the project at a point where the countries had already been chosen. So frankly, I said, well, I don't know if we should be doing South Africa, but it was already done. So, but the idea was to look at large, low or middle income countries in which subnational tiers of government played a major role in the education sector, essentially federal governments, except that Indonesia is not technically federal, but we think of it as such in some ways. So like Nigeria, all 4 are emerging markets that face the challenges of ensuring that their systems are able to generate skills required for growth, right? And so for each reform, we looked at episodes over a 25-year period that have been undertaken at the federal level and that encompass changes to multiple aspects of education policy and service delivery, right? And we focused on particular elements of reform episodes that were considered most relevant to Nigeria, right? I'm not going to go through all of this, but you can just take a moment to peruse the 4 countries, the time periods, or the names of the reform episodes that we were looking at, and what were the elements of reform in each of these country case studies that we chose to focus on. And again, there was a lot of back and forth with the Nigerian government in agreement of what would play well, right? In addition, we were asked to come up with some kind of a framework. I was asked to come up with a framework for kind of bounding these case studies. And you know, as much as I try to get away from the 2004 WDR, I can never do it, and that's because it's such a great piece of work. I hear you guys just had a 10-year anniversary event. So for each, we applied an extension of the WDR 04 accountability framework, and we adapted this version to focus in more detail on the Ministry of Education and on subnational levels of government. And we looked at 2 questions. How have education reform been conceived and introduced and implemented? What seems to have worked and what doesn't? Again, I'm hesitant to assert what worked and what didn't in this crowd, but you know, we're making mostly qualitative judgments, you know, gathering evidence from RCTs. And what implications does this experience have for basic education reforms in Nigeria, right? So I'm thinking this framework is probably familiar to many of you, the World Development Report Accountability Framework, in which you have the state and service providers and clients, and you have the long route of accountability and the short route of accountability, and kind of the innovation was the idea of calling this short route the short route, first of all, and then also an emphasis on client power. And there's been, you know, basically several cottage industries that have lived for the last 10 years off of the WDR, and I still find it a very useful organizing framework for creating dialogue in governments. But clearly, this is, you know, is highly simplified. Actually, once Lant probably doesn't remember, Luis and I were doing some work and said something about that it was unidirectional, and we got a castigating email from Lant saying, like, of course, it's not unidirectional. In fact, there are 5 arrows going 2 ways in each of these arrows, but that just wouldn't have, it was too complicated. So anyway, I had over time in the previous few years, first for work that was with the Republic of Georgia, and then in an application to 3 Latin American countries, come up with my own version of this that looks like this. And you go, whoa, boy, that's really complicated. And in fact, it was published in World Development, and you can imagine that we had quite a hard time getting them to, keep it this complicated. Can't you make it simpler? And we're like, well, if you want simpler, you got this, right? And the world this is already an oversimplification of the world. And basically it's only 14 arrows in the long run. I mean, basically we add a subnational level of government there in the middle, and we try and get some sense of the flows going in different directions, and sort of say like, well, if you want to start somewhere, why don't you start with figuring out what's going on with these 14 relationships and how has it changed over time, and what seems likely to impact them in a positive way. And so we just sort of doggedly did this in our 5 countries. This is the obligatory slide that's too small for you to read. And I'm not, again, going to take you through it all, but just to show you that what we did was take, for each of these 14 arrows, whether or not there is, analysis of school performance at the subnational level. We looked at the start of the reform period, what went on during the reform period, what seems to be the current situation. This is for Nigeria, and then kind of relate it back to what we had learned in the case studies, to sort of say like, well, we learned something about this particular accountability relationship from Brazil and Indonesia, and from this other one from some of the other case studies, right? And so I don't have to take you through all of it, but okay. How much time do I have actually?
We have 10 more minutes.
Okay, good. All right, we're doing fine. So a little bit about what our baseline was for the reform context in Nigeria. We focused on two reforms. I mentioned the universal primary education and what is an ongoing universal basic education program. The case study that we did showed what is probably not surprising to many who've worked in Nigeria, that if you take a historical perspective, you see a lack of grassroots mobilization, you see weak monitoring systems, you see significant corruption, and you see teacher strikes being quite common in many states, often because of a lack of payment of salaries, which suggested to us both fiscal stress and basic governance challenges, as well as conflictual politics and implementation challenges, right? And so, kind of where I see this work fitting in is maybe where a lot of the work that we saw this morning leaves off, right? To reference, for instance, the talk on Colombia, the process, the last question that Michael was asked was like, well, you're putting it in the past tense, and so what does that mean? And he sort of said, well, yeah, it doesn't exist anymore and it's gone, right? And then he left, right? But I mean, to me, that's really the point, right? What good are these improved test scores if it's a program that, for whatever reasons around conflictual politics, you can't make it stick, right? Some thoughts around centralization, decentralization, and what I would call re-centralization of what we saw. We have a sort of a key legacy of universal primary education in Nigeria is that you see increased centralization over time in certain functions, especially around educational administration. You see the federal government take on the bulk of responsibility for establishing policies and standards, as well as education financing. The government also took over administration of schools that were previously run by voluntary agencies, particularly churches. There were previous decentralization efforts as well, and you saw state and local governments, though, unable to fulfill their fiscal responsibilities during many of these components of the reform, and then they immediately introduced fees and levies at all levels of education back in the 90s, right? We sort of viewed these challenges as endemic in Nigeria's education management framework, and also saw that state and local governments routinely refused to implement national policies until they received money from the federal government, either from grants and aid or through revenue allocation, some kind of revenue allocation system. Okay. Some thoughts, school-based management, which is also a prominent component of the reform. Nigeria established them officially, but they have no real significant power and in most cases may not exist. I took this slide out, but I saw Robin was here, so it's my Saber slide, right? So, basically we looked at what Saber identified as 5 core policy goals that are important in assessing school-based management policies, and just basically that all of these are clearly lacking in Nigeria. School autonomy in planning and management, school autonomy in personnel management, school and student, the role of the school council in school governance, school and student assessment, accountability to stakeholders, etc. And so we did examine the successes and failures of similar school-based management efforts across our other case studies. Another thing that I think needs to be injected into the policy dialogue in Nigeria, and probably more in the policy dialogue around what I've heard in RISE, is this idea of what we see in many countries of goals versus strategies, right? So in the Nigerian case, when you take a look at 25 years of policy documents, it's actually really kind of depressing, because you see a lot of, a very strong sense of what the goals are, in all of these policy papers. And yet you see hardly any sense of what, I would call, a sense of strategies for system-wide improvement. They say we're going to increase enrollment, but it doesn't really say how, right? And so it's not really surprising that in the application of the WDR framework that I showed you very quickly, if you go down those 14 arrows, more than half of the key relationships showed very little change over the time period, and those that did show change showed very weak change over the time period. And again, what does that mean? The reforms were ineffective? Well, if you don't increase these components that we argue are likely to improve accountability, it probably means that they were ineffective, right? So then we started sort of looking to how we would use country case studies to create dialogue, okay? And we saw similar things in India with lofty goals that were stated, but strategic thinking was less prominent, right? And part of what we really started to think about at this phase was like, what is it, we're going to create a policy, start a policy dialogue with the government, right? And probably most of us here know like the 50 or 60 things that you're likely to choose from to start a policy dialogue on, but that you can only choose 5 or 6, right? There are definitely 60 things you could dialogue on, but you really have to sort of think like, what are the 6 things that are going to play? And part of that involved iteration, right? Going back to people in the government and saying like, well, we're thinking about these 10 ideas, and they're like, no, don't do those because they're too hot, or whatever. I'm not going to say that we let them entirely dictate what we ended up coming up with, but I guess part of what I'm revealing is that it's hard to escape a certain sense of subjectivity in how you end up choosing what you take from each country case study. And then in some sense, I could use some help on this, right? How do I sort of theorize what this type of experience as a consultant or policy analyst actually means, right? So let's see, well, just skip that. All right. So out of these, many different, lessons that we probably, knew many of them as potential lessons going in, we ended up with using the 5 case studies to focus on 5, right? One is a stable overall policy-making environment is crucial, right? Continuity of leadership and empowerment of reform champions. We saw this in both Brazil and Indonesia. Compare, for instance, 2 separate ministers that lasted 8 years in Brazil versus 19 ministers in 23 years in Nigeria, right? And again, this is not unfamiliar advice from many of us, but the question is like, why, what are the 5 most important things for Nigeria? And again, another thing is, why does it help that we saw this in Brazil and Indonesia, right? Should it? I mean, we do this all the time, but should it really matter to Nigeria that we saw a continuity in Brazil and Indonesia? In an academic sense, I don't know the answer, but in a real world with human beings negotiating these things, it does seem to matter, and many of us have seen that over time, right? So the other thing is make sure you have quality education data. Obviously, there's a lot, that's hardly new. However, I also have to say I've never been to Nigeria. I've never done any work in Nigeria before or on Nigeria before. I was brought in because I know a lot about accountability and governance and education reform in some of the case study countries, right? But so part of this was me discovering things about Nigeria. Like even I've worked in a lot of places with bad data, and I was still stunned at the poor level of data in Nigeria, and that it just hasn't gotten better over like 20 years. Really hasn't gotten much better, right? So I couldn't help coming out of this with the idea that governments in Nigeria are essentially flying blind, right? And that some kind of well-communicated, citizen-led learning assessment are worth exploring, such as what we've heard of in India. School report cards came out of, we used examples from Brazil. I'll just run through these really quickly because I have 1 minute, right? Another lesson, take on the difficult and controversial issues of teacher accountability, right? So we used the Indonesia and the Brazil case, but particularly the Indonesia case to say, often there are accountability measures for teachers built into these raises, but they come off the table at the very last minute in the real negotiation. So this morning when Lant is telling us, well, I'm thinking I could tell them to spend more money, but they practically doubled the money that they paid in Indonesia and they got nothing for it. Well, the point is there actually was, hypothetically, something on the table until the very last minute that might have given them a different result, but it was pulled off the table for political reasons, right? So, so it's sort of just the idea was be vigilant with this stuff through to the very end. We gave them a lot of examples of increased school autonomy and client power from the other countries. I'll skip through this because I'm out of time. And then finally, the idea that real decentralization can be powerful but requires strong financial and outcome monitoring systems. They certainly shouldn't be driven by a search for cost savings. We showed them the data on Indonesia, to say if you think you're going to save money, look at this. That there has to be some turnover in the central ministry. That the way you structure intergovernmental fiscal transfers obviously has clear implications for how incentives inherent in the transfers could foster accountability, and that funding formulas are obviously important. And so just the final thoughts, that I could use some help on, right, is, what is the value and validity of this kind of research project, and what role should it play in the kinds of projects that the RISE RFP is calling for? What are the key benefits and pitfalls to doing this kind of work? How could we provide theoretical foundation for this kind of self-reflective effort, right? We've looked at the policy transfer literature, some sociological institutionalism and diffusion theory. None of this is in the paper yet, but we've done the literature reviews. Economic functionalism, policy legacies, et cetera. So what do you do? What academic literatures are out there that could actually help us theorize the kind of relationship that we ended up having between these case studies and the advice that we ended up giving? Thanks for listening.
Okay, we're a little bit falling further behind. I might limit us to 2 questions. We got one here and up front, please. So, Jacob has got the mic right here.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. That's Yeah, that's very different from the other one, so that's also stimulating. I guess my first question around Nigeria case, I was a bit surprised not listening a little bit more about what I would call the oil factor, and oil factor in Nigeria. And why I'm talking about that is because states that are in charge of education, at least for primary and secondary education, while their revenue depend a lot on the federal government, and there's I know I'm an economist, but there's a big issue in terms of financing. And if you look at Nigeria's story in education, that's not the same in the south and in the north. Even if we have very bad data, I cannot agree more with you. There's something here that I think is quite important in Nigerian environment, and I was just wondering how you take this into account here. Thank you.
I was wondering if you looked at case studies of particular states, given that it is a federal system and there is quite a bit of variation. I was wondering if you were able to gain any insights by looking at that variation more closely.
Yeah. So both questions, you want to take one more or that's it? Okay, so both questions deal at least a little bit with regional variation within Nigeria. I wouldn't go so far as to say we did case studies of the different regions. The Nigeria case itself talks a lot about regional differences in outcomes, in funding, and sort of does try to problematize it in the differences across different regions in Nigeria. And in drawing lessons from the other countries, we were aware of that. And I don't have any of it in here, but the answer is yes, to the extent that we could. And then with respect to the oil factor, you know, it's obviously an overarching condition, right? But it sort of takes off the table some things like, you know, there's no money to do anything, right? And really, you end up having to really think about, you know, people that work in decentralization are always talking about like the way that you structure fiscal transfers matters, right? But the reason why, for instance, one of the reasons why that made it into the top 5 list is because you do have this highly centralized source of revenue, bad fiscal imbalance, and, you know, a history of at least 25 years and probably more, we didn't go back farther, of like real problems getting that money to lower levels of government in ways that are, you know, dependable. And it's also, you know, also part of the endemic corruption in the system. So, yeah. Okay.
Thank you very much.
All right.
All right. And third up, we have Louise Crouch talking about a practical approach to in-country systems research, with no insinuation about any of the other approaches.
No. It's a pleasure to be here, and thanks for inviting me, but no thanks for putting me last. And just in case my being last means that there's no time for questions, I'll ask my own questions. I've got some questions, points that I think are worthwhile reflection. And what I want to do, and the reason I called it practical is not to say the others are not practical, but because at the risk of sort of giving away our plans, and if, I see there are RTI people here, so this is how I would approach the proposal, or the writing of a proposal for RISE. So it's practical in the sense of really engaging with the TORs. And in a sense, you know, this could be my own strategy or RTI strategy were we to make a proposal, but I think it's still a contribution to the public good to sort of say what would be what I would consider to be a good engagement with the TORs. And I hope I can be forgiven by my RTI colleagues if sort of I reveal what might be competitive for me. Of course, they might think I'm nuts. Yeah, you could be. Yeah, Luis is crazy in any case, and so it doesn't matter what he reveals. Yeah. Yes. And so the TORs are very complex and ambitious. What's unstated is even more complex maybe than what is stated. And so what are some practical ideas for getting done what the TORs explicitly and I think implicitly want us to do? And the topics of engagement with the TORs that I would suggest as useful would be what kinds of reforms, how to make the reforms that we're studying intelligible and doable, and that might require a bare bones approach, some political economy issues to anticipate, some issues around implementation, and some issues around generalizability. And the things in yellow are the questions that I get to ask, and that you may not have time to ask. So what kind of reforms is the first topic I want to tackle, and that is to make maybe a fairly biased or very strong point of view is that experiments with any form of incentive or any form of pedagogical method are not system reforms. They are just not system reforms. And I have a definition of what I mean by a system there that could highlight why it is that experiments are not system reforms. Even collections of experiments are not system reforms, because a collection may not be coherent. I mean, there may not be internal coherence between what all the arrows and boxes of a system with feedback loops and the implicit rules of the overall game constitute a system. And hence a collection of experiments is not enough. But then on the flip side, systems diagnostics and analyses a la Saber from the World Bank are useful, but perhaps too cumbersome for the poorest countries. Reform everything with hundreds of indicators, it's maybe not doable. So how do we focus? How do we do something practical? And the TORs have some suggestions. There are those suggestions that I think you showed them at noon, not during your spiel. But can we systematize a bit from those suggestions? And my quick read of structural experiments around accountability, incentives, funding, basically everything that, Karthik, is he still here? No, he's gone. He had four sets of experiments. One of them were pedagogical. And so I sort of classified the world into the pedagogical and all the other three. So a quick read of structural experiments shows me an interquartile range of effect sizes of around 0.13 to 0.22 with a median of 0.17. But a quick read of the pedagogical experiments shows me an interquartile range of about 0.15 to 0.61 with a median of 0.33, which does highlight the point that Karthik made that some of at least within pedagogical experiments, the variance within is bigger than the variance between. And one point of discussion might be, do we focus systems reforms on the pedagogical if the effect sizes are that much larger? And my tentative answer is no, even though that's what my colleagues and I have been doing at RTI for the last 4 or 5 years, is working a lot on the pedagogical stuff. And the reasons for that is that I think most of the structural experiments that we saw today and that I've read in the literature as it comes out are pretty loose. The accountability is not very hard-biting in a lot of these experiments. It just isn't. On the flip side, on the opposite side, the pedagogical experiments, certainly that I'm referring to in the paper, there is a paper, by the way, are very narrow and very tight. And the way my co-author, Joe DiStefano, on this paper puts it is, if you pressurize someone to do an experiment on pedagogical stuff, and you know what you're doing from a pedagogical point of view, what you do is you define the results very narrowly. And if you define the results narrowly, and you get the teachers to do the narrow or the relatively narrow behaviors that are needed to produce that change, you're going to get big effect sizes. And that's why you see a focus not just on improving quality in all grades and all subjects, but say reading in the early grades. So, I mean, certainly that was kind of a self-conscious tactic on my own part in being part of the movement on early grade reading is let's narrow it to see if we can really have an effect. But then you get narrowing to even tighter skills like not just reading but decoding. Okay, so in a way you have it easy with the pedagogical experiments, and since you know if it's being done by pedagogues and you know what the tricks are, you can narrow it so as to produce results that are significant. And the pedagogical experiments, in any case, have large features of accountability. Professional accountability, professional pride, supervision. And lastly, or next to last, the pedagogical experiments are unlikely to be sustained without accountability reforms because they imply different kinds of work and maybe harder work. So serious reforms have to do both. So were I to make a proposal for the RISE project, I would probably find some creative way to mix the pedagogical and the accountability aspects. And then that leads to a bunch of questions that would have to be answered by anybody making a proposal, and is how to make the learning goals sufficiently broad so that you can indeed derive systemic lessons. So it's not just decoding and reading, it's actually reading. And so that you can make the goals sufficiently broad so that you can derive systemic lessons, not just lessons about how to, as it is stated in the QRs, how to teach one narrow thing very well. And so I think we have to find a sweet spot in terms of focus. Not make it all grades, all subjects, because that's too ambitious, but not just sort of some really narrow thing that then it produces a kind of external validity threat because you've narrowed it way too much. Oh. So the issue is, because if there's a complexity argument or a complexity issue in most countries' capacities to implement, say, all the reforms in sub-air or reforms implied by sub-air, is there a just so level of reform that could be useful? So what might be some doable reforms and a kind of bare bones approach that I would propose based on the reading of both literatures, the structural and incentives and accountability literature, the pedagogical literature, and the stuff emerging from experiments. So I'm certainly not against the RCTs and the experiments. I think they offer a huge and valuable source of information, but you have to attempt somehow to make all that stuff coherent to a system and propose a systemic reform. And the RISE documents, informed also by the RISE documents. And to me, the bare bones, what the experiments show in terms of the bare bones of what you have to get right is a couple of things. One is the ability, and it has to be a systemic ability, not just sort of donor-driven ability, to set specific learning goals with quantitative learning targets on areas that are limited enough to be doable, but not so narrow that you then have an external validity problem with generalizing. So curriculum, lesson plans, and materials where the kids are at. Sort of the results of a lot of the Pratham, Save the Children, Room to Read experiments, which, and paying attention to Lant's paper on, basically, the threat of overambitious curriculum. And then the monitoring, support, and accountability for those specific goals, taking into account, and I don't remember being chastised by Lant, but I think the WDR does have mostly one-way accountability arrows. I think we need to consider, is the system actually able to deliver the basic inputs? I mean, one of the things that we find out in our reading experiments is that teachers are immensely grateful when you provide them with the scaffolding and the detailed support. They say, good heavens, no one had ever given us this kind of training. No one had ever given us practical stuff on how you actually teach reading. And if the system doesn't have the capacity to deliver that to the teachers, it may be somewhat unreasonable to expect the teachers to actually teach reading or math or anything. So is there a two-way accountability there around the most basic inputs? And the fact that you have simple goals help with bottom-of-the-pyramid accountability. If the goals are too complex or too vague, then parents don't know what to hold schools accountable for. So there's a link between the ability to set specific, doable goals and that are quantitative, that are around standards, and parents' ability to to hold the system to account. Otherwise, there's the threat that poor parents are, if they're mostly concerned about whether there's a school in the town, it's the poor parents that are going to be the happiest with the school system. Okay, so the upper middle income parents know to expect to have higher expectations and will tend to hold the system to account to some degree. And for failing schools, that may mean scripted means of achieving the goals, and the system is accountable for delivery and the teacher's accountable for using the tools. Accountability for simple leading indicators as well, such as time use, the kind of stuff that Barbara Bruns has been doing. So you can't just focus on outcomes because those are kind of lagging indicators. And simpler and bare bones approach that because they're simpler can lead to thicker and deeper descriptions, to use the language that Lant uses and borrowed from the anthropologist Geertz, which is about having thick descriptions of what it means to teach reading better or to teach math better, and how. So simplicity helps in that sense. And here's a kind of example of what I mean by a bare bones approach that simply does three things: setting expectations, commitment to specific numeric, quantitative, numeric goals for student outcomes, a curriculum that's precise enough with expectations, with scope, and that meets the kids where they are. Monitoring at various levels, at the system level, at decentralized level, at the school level, and providing support and accountability pressure to meet those needs. Materials with content aligned to curricular expectations, not 700 new words or whatever it was. I can't remember how many new words were in that crappy textbook, and so on. And then all that producing student outcomes. And again, the argument would be that if we're right, this may be enough to lead to the outcomes, that you don't need to look at 500 indicators. There's some challenges, obviously. I think there are going to be technical challenges. Deep or thick descriptors of even a reduced set of indicators and process relations is not going to be easy. In my experience, most ministries don't have that capacity. So, the question then arises for Rice: is this is the research process observing reforms, or does it allow for engaging with the countries and providing some support on how you do some of these things? I mean, in the experiments that were discussed today, those were not, a lot of you guys were not just sort of neutral observers. There was quite a bit of engagement. I mean, in the Gambia, you guys were engaged. The bank was engaged. It wasn't just observing something that was totally exogenous. On the other hand, I take Lant's point that you can't just come in and create a reform that nobody is already ready to buy into. Attitude challenges. Uwezo and Acer can shock, yeah, but not all are shocked. I mean, I think that in some of the countries, the parents, because they haven't been exposed to standards of accountability and performance, have pretty low expectations. And so they're not necessarily going to rile up because the kids are failing to read even by grade 3. We get riled up, but it's not necessarily clear to me that the parents are getting riled up, always. And finally, political economy, which may be the toughest issue. Union leadership may oppose greater accountability. The Axis agenda still carries a lot of weight. We see that in sort of the ideology of the international community, if you will. The locus of policy and demand for more skilled youth is sometimes weak. Parents and business have little incentive for collective action, and there's resistance to two-way accountability. This ministry doesn't want to actually be held accountable by the teachers. And there are frequently not that many mechanisms for the teachers saying the teacher training we're receiving is crap. Teacher training that the teachers do receive in most countries is crap, and the teachers have no way to express that. But there are solutions, and in the interest of time, I'll just speed along. And for implementation, and I'm going to have the mandatory sort of heavy text slides, not because I like them, nor because this is the first time I've ever done a PowerPoint and didn't get the training to do elegant PowerPoints, but because I'm arrogant enough to think that you might actually, maybe some of you might read this afterwards, but not arrogant enough to think that you'll read my paper. So, so I want to, for instance, talk a little bit, or just mention and give you the gestalt, this is it, for the fact that I think a very useful approach to adopt is the ME principle, and in the paper we call it Me Too, which I think Pritchett, Wilcock, and Andrews explained. And I've listed here how that would apply to a systems reform project, with a very important caveat or distinction that reform can be projectized. You can turn a reform into an intelligible process that takes these kinds of steps. And here I've got some specifications on what that could look like for specifically a reform project. Last few slides on evaluation, generalizability, and causality. From the beginning, this has been a concern of mine. We can't do RCTs of system reforms, at least not very easily, from 5 countries, but each with perhaps different cases. So n equals 1 in each country. How can we generalize? From country experiments where within country sample size is still 1 and there's no counterfactual, what can we say about causality? How does MEE help? I don't think it helps very much in that particular sense. And perhaps comparing system reforms to RCTs is just a recipe for frustration, because we can't do that. Perhaps more useful thing to do, this is something that we could discuss in the next 30 seconds, or in the 30 seconds after I finish. Perhaps it's more useful to think of how you get at causality when you have not just low n, but n of 1. How do you decide that someone murdered someone? How do you decide? And then since Kara did such a nice job this morning, I won't have to go through it, but I think there are ways to do it. And one way to do it is say, what specifically are the hypotheses we're trying to test? And I'm running out of time, so I won't restate them, but it goes all the way from, can you design a framework that is useful, and then pronounce yourself on that, all the way down to, you can use that approach to design a system reform. Such reform can be implemented locally, and the reform led to learning outcomes. And what I would suggest is how to test those hypotheses is to use approaches and conditions of cases where by definition you don't have counterfactuals and you have n equals 1. And there are many literatures one could refer to. There's obviously the literature on macroeconomic reform, but I think the literature from epidemiology is really good, is really interesting, and there's a really interesting paper by Bradford Hill, Hill, that lists what are some of the things that you want to look at when you don't have a counterfactual. And some specifications here is what that would look like in a system reform. But the problem with that is that most of these lists from Bradford Hill or from Julian Simon and other people who have thought about causality, it doesn't have the specificity of a nice t-test with, that then yields p is less than 0.001. I put one too many zeros in there. I don't expect any results that are 1 in 1,000. But let's say 0.01. It's fuzzy. So one solution that I've proposed is to use something similar to a jury trial or a congressional hearing, very much like what Kara was talking about, except that you would formalize it even a little bit more and have a panel of, you present the evidence, you track the crawl of the design space and the implementation space, you track, of course, all the quantitative data, and then you present it to a sort of panel of experts or peers that would help you trace the implementation crawl, all the quantitative evidence, because obviously you'd have to have learning outcomes data, that goes without saying, and do a formal analysis and judgment. That's an inside joke. That's a call to arms. Lant started as one of our last meetings with Henry V, St. Crispin's Day Eve speech, and then Justin has a blog called A Call to Arms, and to continue that militaristic analogy, there will be scars, because this is hard to do, but the battle can be won because we have a plan.
Should we take a couple of questions, since we're a little bit over time, but Luis did basically respect his time, so I don't want to punish. Maybe you're also worn out. Okay, one here, and gather one more. You could take the mic, but let's just go with that.
Thank you. Always happy to ask a question to Luis. But I think it's a question for all of us. I think we're talking about systems this morning. So you started to question about what exactly we understand as a system, but I don't think we have exactly the same understanding across the room about what we call system here. That's maybe a starting point, I think, in our thinking about how to address that. And my other point linked to that one, other people in other areas are working on systems, and it will be really great to connect this kind of work in education and economists with other areas of research. I think that particularly on the theoretical approach, things interesting happening in other areas that we should look at. And linked to the system, I think an entry point that I would like to see a little bit more is about system failure. I think that's probably something we would like to take as a starting point when we look at what we could do with RISE, for example. On system failure, I think once again we'll have a different understanding. You will say, well, low level of learning is a system failure. But as said this morning by Lant, and that's true in certain countries, learning is not bad in all the schools. So the system is failing, but not everywhere. That could be an entry point. Why the system is failing in certain contexts could be a first entry point. So I don't want to go further, but I think this idea of, as a starting point, what are the system failures, and they may be quite different in different contexts. I think that's something we should think about.
Yeah, sure. I mean, there are a lot of comments and questions in there, but basically, yes, we should borrow from other fields. That's why I made a point of not bringing in, ideas about macroeconomic causality, but epidemiological, trying to bring in sort of evidence from the health sector. And Kara Hanson this morning brought in some examples of, I don't know if you were here, systems analysis applied to the health sector. I think that kind of borrowing would be really good. And to have eventually a lore or a community of practice emerge around what it means to do systems analysis or of reforms in the education sector would be really useful. I think there is a definition of systems here, which I put in a footnote because I thought it was pedantic. But it's a collection of entities, such as a curriculum wing, a teacher training wing, a EMIS wing, a assessment wing, that all have mandates, all have control and information flows and feedback loops, and that either have an explicit objective function or produce results as an emergent property of the set of rules. So, and you can therefore, you can describe a framework where that is highlighted, and I think that's one of the steps that RISE is doing next, is to define a framework that helps you then analyze why is a system failing. If you have a framework for what a sort of good system looks like, so you could analyze system failure on that. And the last point that I would make is that, in my experience, some of these systems have implicit rules of the game, which is why, if you look at the conditional variance of outcomes by income group in most countries, it's much higher among the poor than among the rich. So the rich, in a way, have ways of self-protecting through the evolution of implicit standards that they, as clients, impose on the system. But the poor don't. So absolutely right. There are certain parts of the system where the system actually works reasonably well, and certain parts of systems where it doesn't, because you need more explicit rules of the game that are perhaps a little bit along the long route of accountability, or at least the long route helping out the short route by designing ways of accountability at the base of the pyramid.
All right. Thank you very much. All right, we're going to abuse the audience here a little bit. We're going to roll directly in to our final panel conversation, which Jacobus is going to chair, and we're going to work on pulling up chairs here. Why don't you introduce the speakers?
All of you for still being here 8 hours later. I really appreciate it. Since this is a research program on basic education, I will treat you all like children for the next 20 seconds and ask you all to stand up and get awake, because this is going to be the most exciting bit of the whole day. Great. No, do the stretching. No, you don't have to do that. Great. So I want to introduce you the final 3 panelists for today. We only have 1 hour left, and then we can have some drinks afterwards. So we have quite a diverse group of panelists who have their own set of expertise, and we're quite lucky to have all of them here today. So the first panelist here is Stephen Taylor, who wears 2 hats. The first hat he wears is as a researcher and academic evaluating programs within South Africa, and as a second hat he is actually working for government. So when we talk about implementing reform and evaluating reform, he's doing both of them. So maybe all the panelists can just come sit down, please. And then we also have David Evans. You can all sit down now, by the way. You were all very good children. You all had a great education. Great. So in the middle we have David Evans. So David Evans is senior economist at the World Bank. He has a lot of experience in the operations side. But at the same time, he's played a very active role in doing research and also to try and get the research out to the policymakers. Most recently, he is famous or infamous for doing the systematic review of systematic reviews, and where you found out none of them say the same thing. But he's probably the one person who knows everything about all the studies in education. So he's going to share some insights on what works and what doesn't work. He knows everything there is about education. And then right next to me we have Vicky Colbert, who is from Colombia, and she started a pedagogical model called Escuela Nueva. And she has a lot of experience in implementing reform, but at the same time, she wears a lot of hats because she was also Deputy Minister for Education at Colombia, so also understands a lot about the role of reform inside of government as well as outside of government. So I think we've got a really good panel here. So one reason why I'm excited about this panel is, of course, we don't only care about education systems for itself. We want to change education systems in order to improve learning outcomes. And through the process of doing research in the next 8 years, we might also be changing policy in the process of doing that. So getting some input from that will be very useful. So I'm going to give all of you 15 minutes to talk, 15 minutes each, up to 15 minutes. And then I'll just open up the audience to ask any questions. So let me start with, I'm going to start with Dave, if you don't mind.
I don't mind. Thank you. So I'm going to talk briefly about this recent research that we've done. Anna Popova, who's here in the back, and I looking across something of the whole playing field of one class of education research. I'm going to talk briefly about that and kind of what we've taken away from that, and then how I see that relating to this systems research that we're talking about, that we've been talking about in the course of today and tomorrow. So briefly, this review that we did, we noticed over the last couple of years that there had been at least 6 systematic reviews of one sort or another that were all essentially presenting very similar strategies. They were all trying to review all the evidence on improving student learning. There are a number of other reviews that look at, improving access, and we stepped away from those just for, to define a thing. We haven't seen Luis's paper yet, so we'll read the paper, Luis, not just the presentation. All right, so the striking thing that we found is across 6 of these reviews, and it's not like these are written by people in different universes. I mean, these are all like, I don't know, half of them are at Harvard, and there are a lot of people, they all know each other, but they've done these separate reviews, and one of the striking things is that they actually recommend quite different things. And so one of the plus, if you want to hire me for consulting, whatever you want to recommend in education, I can find a review that will tell you that is what the consensus in the education evidence shows. And so if what you really want are to provide desks, then there's a review that will show that. Or if what you really feel is important is pedagogy, then we have a great review that will show that. And the list actually goes on. Computers. A lot of like Yaquiba said, I've worked in operations. A lot of you have worked in educational operations. Governments are also often very excited about ICT interventions. We have a systematic review that says the best learning outcomes come from ICT interventions. And so you have this whole array. So we looked at the underlying studies. There are about 220 studies underlying these 6 reviews. Out of those 227 studies, the number of studies that are included in all 6 of the reviews is 3. So all of these sort of, okay, we're surveying all the evidence, right? I mean, so it's not surprising perhaps that you wouldn't have 227 across all, because some of the reviews only look at randomized trials, one of them only looks at Africa, so we say, okay. Well, how many of these reviews, how many of these underlying studies are included in the majority of the reviews, right? So, because all of these reviews are looking at learning outcomes in primary education in low and middle income countries. There's a lot of overlap. There are 13 studies that are in at least 4 of the reviews, right? So essentially, these 6 reviews have wildly different outcomes largely because they're looking at whole different classes of information. So if you see a review, accepting, I'm sure, Luis's recent study, but if you see a review, look at it with caution, because in general, people are looking across very different groups. Now, we do see some convergence. Now, this is different. What we didn't do is a meta-analysis of the 220 reviews. We're definitely going to do that, and we'll come back at the closing session for RISE 8 years from now and present that. But you do see some convergence. One of the things is something that Luis mentioned in his presentation, which is pedagogy at the right level of the student. So this is something that comes up over and over again in different kinds of reviews. Some forms of tracking students' viability, that doesn't always work, but some forms of doing that, or pulling students out for special sessions where it's focused at their particular level of learning, those have been very effective. Where computers have been effective, so this Patrick McEwen has this systematic review that says ICT interventions are the best. Well, in fact, if you look at the ICT interventions, they're also the worst. So you've got a lot of you've got total duds in there. But the place where you have some great ICT interventions are where they're doing this same thing, which is helping governments, helping teachers and schools target education to the specific level of the student. So that's part of the same. So teacher training, a couple people have talked this morning about how bad teacher training is. And from my operational experience, I suspect that's true with most teacher training. There is some evidence across a number of evaluations that there are certain kinds of in-service teacher training that actually can make a real difference. In school, in class, where teachers get observed in class and they get real-time feedback about how to improve, that this can actually make a difference. This isn't the thing. My mom was a public school teacher, and every 2 weeks or every once a month she'd go for a day and participate in something. I think she was a very good teacher, but I don't think that those in-service trainings actually made any difference. And that's what a lot of the in-service training looks like in a lot of the countries that we work in. The third area where there's a little bit of convergence is on these accountability measures. But to be honest, there's just much less on that. And there's a lot of heterogeneity. And these come in a lot of different shapes, right? So you've got, report cards, and you've got the classic Uganda study where you just publish in the paper how much money they're supposed to be getting, these kinds of things. Some of those have been really effective, but I think that literature is a lot more nascent. So we decided, we thought, well, how many of these actually do some sort of systems research? And so we took a random sample of these 200 and some studies, and we said, okay, we looked through these different studies, what do they do? So the answer was, we have no idea because we weren't really sure what systems research was. And so, and what that brought us to is there are a number of different potential characteristics here, right? So when systems research if that's holistic research, right, there's some interventions in here that do combinations of results. Karthik mentioned this morning his study with Isaac Mbiti where they combined teacher incentives together with, what was it, with teacher incentives with what? With school grants, right? And Musa talked this afternoon about work combining school grants with some management training, these kinds of things. But the vast majority of these studies are single interventions. And the ones that are multiple interventions tend to be exactly like these 2 examples I gave, like 2, right? And so, 2 things put together, and that's great. I think we learn from that. But in terms of understanding, systems, it seems like that's the vast majority of the research is not towards that. And I think there are, researchers have strong incentives towards, well-identified, being able to parse out, this is exactly what's doing what. I think one of the things that's encouraging is that we do have counterexamples, right? So Isaac's work on the introduction of free schooling, which is in Kenya, which is a major reform. Oh, excuse me, right. That was joint, right? Yeah. I'm sorry. Excuse me. Right. Sorry. Anyone who's a co-author on anything that I didn't mention, I apologize. You're right there. But that, that came out in a very good journal. It's a good piece of work. There is a taste for sort of reform research when it's done carefully and well done. Another way we might think about systems research is scalability, right? So we didn't look at this with our 220, but Patrick McEwen in his study of 76 randomized trials of educational research found that just 20% of those are implemented by government, within government systems. When you look at the non-randomized trial literature, that number goes up a little bit, but probably not too much. And this is one of the key questions, right? Is this scalable? I think we all have like pet interventions that, this worked amazingly, but it was an NGO and they did it in 3 schools, but they randomized at the student level, and so, I think there's a proof of concept idea that comes out of that, but until we've implemented with government systems and experimented with that, we don't have a great sense. Another is this iterative research model that we've heard a couple of examples of today, whether that's systems research. So, I think there's a temptation to kind of come away from this with, one of the Supreme Court justices from the U.S. from times of old said, I won't define pornography, but I know it when I see it. And it's a little tempting to say that with systems research. Well, I can't really define it, but when I see it, I know that this thing that Karthik's doing in, more schools than, whatever country he chooses to pick on that day has people. I know that's systems research. And so I think, what may make sense is to say, okay, systems research may be a number of different things. And what we want to do is we want to lay out a number of characteristics, and systems research has at least some of these characteristics. And there are different forms that capture this. One last thing I'll just say, which is, when we look across these interventions, what do we know more about and what do we know less about? So again, looking at a sample of this research, we actually have relatively more evidence on some of these financing models, studies about public funding to private schools, vouchers. Doesn't mean there isn't more to learn about those financing systems, but we actually have a fair amount of evidence on those. Likewise with nutrition programs and deworming programs, this kind of work. Again, there's still more to learn. This has come up before today, but we saw this when we looked at our collection of studies. Like the evidence on specific different pedagogical interventions is just much more limited. There is evidence, like there are great studies on early learning programs, some scripted learning programs, other things like that show that they work. But in fact, that's an area where we know where the evidence base is much less, especially from experimental and quasi-experimental studies. And likewise, school management and system management. We just know very little. Musa presented some work on that this afternoon, and there is some other work, but that's another area which feeds right into when we think about school systems. Part of this is how these systems are run. We have very little evidence on that, and so that's a space that could at least partly be filled within the research that people are doing in RISE. So, thanks.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Dave. We'll keep the applause till the end. I know you all want applause for that, but we'll keep it to the end. It might be embarrassing, if everybody claps for Dave and nobody else. So a couple of key takeaway points is that with the review of reviews, it's a lot of incremental, piecemeal RCTs that don't tell you about the system as a whole. We've covered that. More interesting is that often it is not implemented by government, so it's run by NGOs that are doing it perfectly. We don't know if it works at scale. And the third outcome is that we actually don't know a lot about pedagogical interventions, maybe because economists have a bias when we do these evaluations. So we're going to have 2 more stories. We're going to end with a good story about pedagogical interventions that worked. But before that, we're going to have a more nuanced story about somebody who works for government trying to implement a pedagogical intervention with government and trying to evaluate it at the same time. We have some insights about the sort of challenges and also opportunities of doing research and reform within government. Stephen.
Great, thank you, Jacobus. Yeah, so that specific program you mentioned will form a small part of the story. So it is a bit more of a story and reflection on my experiences. It involves a little bit about research I'm doing, looking at systemic or system-wide reforms or programs, and then also some thoughts on like how to, through research, influence systemic reform. And at the back of my mind, I'm aware that we've got the RISE program coming up, so there might be some lessons. So a little bit about my role. I've been working in South African government Ministry of Education for just about 4 years now. I am an economist. I try and straddle the policy sphere and still do academic work. And actually, I find I've had a great opportunity where I've been able to do that as part of my job. And actually, there's a lot of benefits through doing that in government: access to data, ability to leverage sort of where, like program allocation in a couple of instances. And so yeah, a few reflections on that. Maybe also part of the background is just a bit about the economics of education work that's been done in South Africa. There were people, Louise Crouch, I know, did quite a bit of that, spent several years doing something similar to me, I think, working in the Department of Basic Education in South Africa. And so I'm sure he would tell similar stories. I think the work that's been done in the last sort of 5 to 10 years has actually had some influence on systemic reforms. There's obviously no way of proving that the research caused the reform. But if I think of the current minister, who's been there now for about 6 years, when she came in, I would say there were 3 main reforms which she implemented. There was curriculum reform, so a substantial kind of revision and simplification of the curriculum and assessment policy statements. Then there were a new system of what we call workbooks, which are essentially kind of a combination of textbooks and exercise books. So it's trying to get writing and exercises to actually happen on a daily basis. And the third reform was a system of annual national assessments, so systemic testing throughout the primary school grades. And I think that each one of those kind of flowed out of a lot of the research that was coming out 5 to 8 years ago. There was a lot of research on largely the failings of the previous curriculum policy, and the need for things to be a lot more clear for teachers, a lot more simplified. With respect to the workbooks coming in, there was a lot of research pointing to just a lack of exercises, like a lack of paragraph length writing happening in exercise books, a lack of complex math sums that get done. A lot of that came out of surveys of learner workbooks. And then thirdly, the annual national assessments came out of a bunch of research which I think was showing very weak assessment practices in schools. So comparing school-based assessments to independently assessed tests and showing the very weak correlations, very lenient assessment practices, leading to a lottery of grade progression where schools themselves didn't seem to have good information upon which to base grade progression policies. And so it seems like somehow those messages from research sort of affected the policymakers. And my sort of impression of it is that it's not because the policymakers were reading systematic reviews, but it was more through a few relationships, maybe with people who were more aware of the research and were actively doing the research. And so there are a few individuals actually in the South African context. Luis was one of those when he was there, and then there are 1 or 2 others I can think of who over time have built up relationships with senior people in government and have become sort of trusted advisors and sources. And I think that that's often one of the better ways in which policy reform happens. There's obviously a lot of other ways in which policy reform happens on a whim or in response to political initiatives. But that is one way in which I think sort of research does influence policy. Although, and maybe just to speak a little about the one of those policy reforms, the annual national assessments, because I think that's one of the more interesting recent reforms that's happened in South Africa. Previously, there was no assessment data except for the final secondary school leaving exam, it's an interesting case. I think that in a country like South Africa with very weak learning outcomes, it's had the benefit of simply raising the attention to learning outcomes. So I think that throughout the system, there's an awareness that primary schools need to produce certain learning outcomes. And again, there's no way to prove that that is the effect it's had, but that's again my impression, although it does have a lot of problems. One of the other benefits of, as sort of a side benefit of having these annual national assessments, is that it provides us with a source of outcomes data, administrative data for all schools. And then when working within government, that's often been something, well, since I've got access to it, it can come in useful for doing little evaluations of specific government programs and things that get done. So I think there's a lot more that can be done with that. Two examples of that are, we did an evaluation of the language of instruction. So what we could do was we could look at test score data for grades 4, 5, and 6 students, and we could then link that to the language of instruction that schools had used in their grades 1, 2, and 3. And obviously the debate here is around mother tongue instruction versus kind of a straight for English approach. And then the use of having data available at different points in time and for different grades allows you to insert things like school fixed effects and to deal with a lot of the unobservables that exist when comparing across those parts of the system. Another case was an impact evaluation of our grade R program, our kind of preschool program. Again, having data that varies within a school across the grades turned out to be very useful for getting closer to a causal estimate. And there's perhaps more that can be done with that. So I think one of the points I'm making here is that working within government allows one to get access to data as well as to also actually determine some of the program allocation, which you can then, if you can combine those two things, you can do some of the interesting evaluations. Right, let me talk a little bit about the project that Jacobus referred to at the start, which is, it is an RCT focused on reading, early grade reading. It's, I think, novel in the South African case where we haven't done an RCT at this scale in the education sector before. And it hasn't been easy to get going. It took a lot of kind of championing, a lot of effort, which I'd prefer to have in some ways done directed to research, a lot of fundraising efforts. But I think through being in government, it was easier to get it going. Like, it was easier to muster support for that because it's not something that's part of the culture there already. That project focuses on also pedagogical reforms, but there's a kind of an awareness of the system-wide of systemic factors in doing this. So what the interventions are is essentially a kind of providing all the scaffolding for effective home language literacy instruction. So it's scripted lesson plans as one way to try and help teachers to enact the curriculum on a daily basis. There's some additional reading materials in the home language at the appropriate progression. And then we're playing with different ways of actually supporting the teachers and training them to use those materials and that set of instructional infrastructure. And that's part of what so the experiment is looking at, can one deliver impacts over an extended period of time? The program's going to go on for 2 years, and we'll hopefully track impacts on multiple outcomes in subsequent years. But can we, through this kind of package of instructional infrastructure, create better outcomes? And then, are there differences in the way we support teachers? So the one method is the very traditional model of kind of short in-service workshops, which is what we do a lot of in South Africa. And a lot of people, whenever they identify a problem, that's the sort of obvious solution. Well, let's do teacher training on that issue. But a lot of people are very skeptical as to whether that's effective, whether there's any accountability in that. So then we're comparing that to the same set of instructional infrastructure, the same lesson plans, but ongoing on-site support from reading coaches who come to the school once a month. So there's different kind of motivation around that. It gets at the implementation issues a bit more, because one of the problems when you just train teachers is that it's very hard to guarantee that they're going to go back and and change anything in the way they enact their lessons. So it's trying to get also at this issue that as researchers and policymakers looking at especially South Africa, we grapple with is that we've got nice policies and we may have good ideas, but implementation is always the challenge. And I think as central government, people feel that quite strongly, where you have a policy, but it's just so difficult to implement the thing and make change happen in 25,000 schools. Leading to sometimes temptations to want to centralize things, which isn't actually always the answer, sometimes makes things worse. But nonetheless, so we're doing this RCT focusing on one strategic issue, which is early grade literacy in the home language. Hopefully it's going to help unpack some of the sort of system-wide, some of the systemic aspects to it. Hopefully just by doing something like this and with one or two other evaluations I've been part of, I think one can influence the culture and the thinking around evaluation, the thinking around that there are outcomes that need to be achieved, that those outcomes are often not achieved even with well-designed programs. I think that can be a bit of a shock to people. I think a lot of times we assume that if the inputs are happening, if things are well-designed, they must be contributing to some good, but the reality is, I think it's quite healthy for policymakers and education researchers actually in South Africa to see zero impacts on things that looked quite good if you were just announcing the inputs that went into it. So I think that's one of the benefits in the system to doing impact evaluations. You obviously can't do an RCT on everything because there's just too many different programs going on. But if you can do a few good ones and you can disseminate those findings and build them into routine processes, I think you can change the culture, which will help other programs in when they're even being designed, thinking through theories of change and so on. So a few closing remarks with RISE in mind. I think that one of the things that sometimes as governments we're on the receiving end of with big initiatives from overseas, like the bank or UNESCO, we sometimes get put through like a little program. Some of you have been involved in this, where we need to sort of do some sort of system diagnosis, come up with solutions and so on. And often, actually, how that works is you may have a sort of a talk shop where you invite various officials in government, middle managers attend, rather than the really senior people. You talk a lot for 2 days, and then sort of nothing really happens for about 6 months. And then 6 months later, someone sends an email and there needs to be a report sometime soon on the process, and then a technical person writes the report. And nothing really gets done. So a lot of these things, that's the one option. The other option is that it gets politicized, and people want to throw a lot of support at, say, one district, and it's sort of all sorts of different things, and then in the end you don't know what really went into that district. There was no impact evaluation of the mechanisms or the overall impact. So what I think might be one aspect to consider here is learning from my experience, where I think working closely within government for a period of time, building relationships, building some trust with access to data, with building relationships with program managers who can then have the power to determine allocation of programs, or even just tell you exactly when things reach different recipients. I think there's benefits to doing that. Obviously, you're not going to be able to positively influence everything, but I think there's quite a bit that can be done through having a person. It could be one resource person or a few resource persons that maybe would accompany each country that gets selected, and work there and build relationships over time. Put in some work on helping on the data systems, potentially. Quite a lot of work on capacity building, and maybe even in that way you can sort of slightly influence the designs of reform. So as I think was mentioned earlier, we don't want to just try and impose reforms that no one there is coming up with. But maybe you can then, through working with government over time, building those relationships, you'll spot opportunities where there are some new reforms sort of coming in. You might be able to influence the design somewhat. You might be able to influence the allocations with evaluation in mind. And you might get access to the data you need as well. I think that might be something worth looking into for RISE as part of it. That's quite a lot, quite a mishmash there. There's more that one could talk about, but maybe I'll leave it at that for now.
I think that's good for now. Thank you very much, Stephen. So relationships rather than workshops work better. And Stephen also has a lot of anecdotes about how the objective function of the government is not always consistent with improving learning outcomes. And one story is trying to make sort of evidence-based policy. There was a report that was slightly problematic for government, and the result was it would be irresponsible to make this publicly available in the election here. So that says very much what the objective function is of government. So on my right we have somebody who is responsible and who takes the responsibility of the child seriously, and whose objective function is consistent with the learning of the child. So the final and most important session for today, we have Vicky to talk about her experience in Colombia. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please excuse my voice. I'm not in the best shape today. Well, first of all, and I want to quote Barbara Brooms, I think Escuela Nueva is one of the longest bottom-up running innovations of the developing world that's still being sustained. I think we've been holding the baby from all sectors, from government, first initially starting the innovation, then from government making it a national policy, and then creating an NGO to sustain it. So I've been holding the baby from all my professional spheres. And I think that's one of the crucial aspects. It started as a local innovation in Colombia. It became a national policy reaching like 20,000 schools. Once the World Bank selected it in 1989, as one of the 3 innovations that had successfully impacted national policies, we got a lot of countries coming into Colombia, and we inspired a lot of educational reforms. Escola Activa in Brazil, with my friend, in Guatemala through USAID, sending Colombian teachers with USAID to Guatemala, to Nicaragua. Vietnam, we started the reform in Vietnam in 2010, and most recently in Zambia. Because it took me 2 years to start looking for the right partner on the ground in Africa, because I felt that only working with governments was difficult. So I partnered with CAMFID, Campaign for Girls' Education, which is financed by DFID, by the way, and Cotton. So it's been spreading out in different countries. When we started, I think it's interesting to highlight this. There were so many difficulties because we started working with the most invisible schools where there were the most problems, the multi-grade schools, which is still an existent word in most faculties of education. At least in Colombia, no faculty of education knows about the word multi-grade, and those are 60% of the schools. So it shows a huge gap between what's learned at the universities and faculties of education and what's really happening on the ground. So we started with these schools, but we were forced, there were so many problems, no results, ineffective teacher training, low teacher morale, no learning materials, traditional methodologies, no school community relationships, all the problems together. But this was good because it forced us to think, I don't know if that's systemically, but we couldn't tackle each one in isolation. We had to think of them all together. And I think this was good because it forced us to think systemically from the outset. And another thing that was important was that anything we did had to be viable technically, that any teacher without having a PhD in the middle of the jungle could make changes in their classroom, that it could be technically feasible, politically feasible because we work with unions, and that's an issue, and financially feasible. One thing is to design a project for 10 schools, another thing was to think about 34,000 schools. So I think these were our 3 criteria, to think of something that was easily replicable, scalable, cost-effective. And I think one of the most important things is we had to transform complexity into simple, manageable action. I mean, in education, there's so many variables. Pedagogues, it's such big speeches on pedagogues, and in Latin America, you know it more, Luis. But we had to say, how can we give concrete instruments for the teachers so that they can start making changes themselves? So we took the school as the unit of change. And this was, I think this was one of the most crucial things when teachers themselves started making simple changes at this classroom level. For example, we had to compensate for what teacher training was not doing in the country, teachers' colleges or faculties of education. First, we had to make sure that teachers were trained with the same methodology they were going to be using with their students. Here, everybody wants the teacher to make the change, but if they're not exposed to active learning methodologies themselves, how can they make the change? So very simple things. Another thing was to have demonstration schools, because you change attitudes through visual images. So we had to show teachers so that they could start saying, we can do this. It's a demand-driven approach on the teachers, not top-down. And the third thing was not leave them alone. And now we know that the collective dimension of teachers, according to Michael Fullan and all these recent things, is one of the most crucial things. And we started all this because of necessity. So in a way, we sort of had put all the elements that are right now identified as crucial things for successful reforms. So I think I can say there were 5 or 6 takeaways from all this more than 30 years experience. And I don't blush anymore. First of all, yes, we can improve quality education in developing countries. Yes, it is possible. Escuela Nueva demonstrated that. When our rural schools outperform urban schools, that's significant. When we adapted the model to displace children caused by armed conflict, because this is something we have done with our NGO, these children are beyond the national mean. So yes, it is possible to have results in developing countries in low-income schools. But for us, a second dimension, a second takeaway, and here I look at Luis, more of the same is not enough. We need a paradigm shift in pedagogies. I mean, we know the theory for 100 years of child-centered learning and new role of the teacher for the 21st century, self-paced learning, cooperative learning, we know all these things. But these things happen only in elite schools, but not in the poorest of the poor. And what we did was put it in a simple way so that we could have results. So more of the same is not enough. We need a paradigm shift from transmission of knowledge to social construction of knowledge. And this was said 100 years ago. A little bit of Montessori, a little bit of Dewey, and all these things that we can put it together in a simple way. Third, first of all, yes, it can be done. More of the same is not enough. But from the outset, one has to think systemically. If we want to make changes with the children, we want a more child-centered education, a more participatory child that's learning to learn, that's discovering, that's his self-esteem is improved, we also have to change the way of working with the teachers. And we have to change the way of working with the parents. And we have to change the way of working with the administrators. So I think this was important from the outset. We had to think of all these dimensions from the outset. And last but not least, we had to have always research behind. This was crucial, and I think this is one of the reasons, in addition to our persistence and my team persistence, we had to create this NGO to continue pushing things forward. But in addition to that is that one of the reasons why Escuela Nueva is still running around, is because there's still evidence, and we continue to have evidence. And I think this is one of the crucial messages to reinforce the things that U.S. researchers already know. But I think that's been a crucial dimension in Escuela Nueva. And I think that's the last thing I can mention. But one of the last things is, you need to work with governments to have impact and coverage. But you need the role of the public, of the private sector and civil society for quality and sustainability. If the coffee growers had not come into the picture to give some oxygen to Escuela Nueva when the government forgot about it, if we had not created our small NGO, Fundación is an NGO, not a foundation, as in the American connotation. If we had not continued innovating and developing new things, Escuela Nueva was just, it was a nice program. It ended up in the 90s. It's a shame it's not back. But I think it's so important to learn that you have to work with governments to impact national policy, but you need public-private partnerships and the role of civil society for quality and sustainability.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Now we can all have a... Thank you very much, Vicky. So that's a great example of looking at the interconnectedness when designing a program, but I lost my mic. But also looking at the interconnectedness between the government and the non-state sector. So that was a fantastic example. Thank you very much. So now we can open up for questions, questions or comments.
Amazingly, knowing that the only thing between them and whatever's coming next are questions. People aren't itching to.
Nobody can leave until somebody has asked a question.
There's one over here.
Yes, question down there.
Highlight two things that I heard. I'm going to skip what Dave said, no offense, because it's we need a review of systematic reviews to really understand that. But I think the two things that I think are important for RISE to consider are what Stephen was emphasizing about. It's more than good quality research, as important as it is. It's also building a long-term relationship for researchers. I'm sorry, to build a long-term relationship with. That's what I was afraid of. Okay. So it's also critically important for researchers, both national and international RISE researchers, for example, to build that longer-term commitment and relationship with government counterparts, so that they're available at the politically opportune moments to respond and influence. And then Vicky, I think you're very modest about your commitment over decades. Well, I don't want to exaggerate because you're in my age group, so it's only a couple of years. Long-term commitment to building, sustaining, supporting, and being creative about collective leadership, your own leadership and collective leadership. So is there, I think, just a question for the panel on what RISE can do to stay the course, to build long-term relationships, not just develop excellent research, but also use the research in a way that the researchers are able to build those relationships. And then, of course, working with individual countries. It's not global research, it's national research, working on national issues with national counterparts. How do you do that in such a way that you're able to sustain that and support that in politically opportune ways?
So who was that question directed at?
I think mainly Stephen and Vicky. Or Dave, of course, can respond.
Thank you.
I agree. I think you're to some extent reiterating what I was saying. How when the relationship is there, there are the moments that come up, and you actually take those moments. Like there've been a couple of basic studies that turned out from my side and impact evaluations we did, which arose because of kind of corridor talk. A program manager who spoke to me at the right time, where we could say, okay, well, if we phase it in this way, we could do an impact evaluation, because a lot of people only think of evaluation after a program, if at all, and also because those are opportunities that wouldn't have happened otherwise. It's not as if evaluations are always built into the processes. In fact, often there's resistance to it. It's really not in people's objective function a lot of the time to do an impact evaluation. It's much more strategic to sort of just report on inputs. We trained 100,000 teachers this year. Is much nicer and less risky than an impact evaluation on that training. So there are all sorts of reasons why if there's a bit of a relationship of trust in place, from a timing point of view, the opportunity itself, it makes a lot of sense. I think there are a lot of opportunities, and if RISE is looking at a 4 to 6 year time horizon, I think, so there's time to build some relationship there. It might not all happen at once. And I think your question was sort of like, how do we build those relationships? I guess you could have sort of institutional links where you build it through an institution. But I think if you can provide a person, like a human resource or two, who would work there on a fairly long-term, fairly permanent basis, that would probably help, because there isn't really a quick substitute, I guess, to relationship. And I think that it sounds like that's what I'm saying in the end, is it feels like kind of not what I usually say at research presentations, but we need to build relationships.
I don't know if I understood your question, but all I know is just, playing the system. It's education results don't coincide with political moments, and I think this is one of the big problems. The results come after there's been a change of the ministers and everything. So for us, a crucial aspect, as we have talked with Barbara, is always having some evaluation and monitoring permanently. But I think in our situation was, ministers would say, oh, here comes Vicky again with the Escuela Nueva and the rural multi-grade schools and this. No, and then I take out and I say, no, we have innovations. We've done Escuela Activa Urbana. We done it in the urban areas. And we've done it with elite schools. And now we're talking about peace and democracy. Look what the University of London just published on the impact of Escuela Nueva on peaceful behavior and coming out of Colombia. So it was going beyond the initial, starting point to the rural isolated multi-grade schools. So it's always innovating to continue to, and that unfortunately in the ministries, innovation is not the core. So I think this is where the role of civil society comes in, So here I can say, look, we're working on financial education and entrepreneurship education. Look at the results. Look at the results on peaceful behavior of children. So, they say there's always something coming out new of Escuela Nueva. It's not the same thing we heard about many years ago. It's the same chassis, but adapted to different contexts. So I think one of the crucial things is to continue innovation, and not only in the ministries, but beyond. And this is, I think, one of the importance of civil society. And for example, showing that this is not second-rate education for second-rate citizens. So for example, at this moment, we're going to probably be having elite schools with Escuela Nueva. Why not? And even in the US, why not? There was an article on the New York Times on the 28th of February. So we're going to start working in Los Angeles, probably. No, so I mean, just to show that this is not second-rate education for second-rate citizens. And in this way, governments in our countries, they start paying a little bit more attention to it.
Thank you very much.
Learning how to survive.
Thank you very much, Vicky. There's one question from Beth.
Yeah, thank you, Vicky. So when you talk to the different governments you've talked to about Escuela Nueva, what do you tell them they need to change around the environment so that the Escuela Nueva program will work?
Well, the first thing that is the toughest thing, Elizabeth, is that to show governments that they should take political decisions based on empirical research and evidence. So here we have to show them that type of evidence. Many times it's not very political for them. This is the point. But to also show them some innovation and results. So I think for us it's been crucial to demonstrate that this can take place in other contexts. I don't know if I understood your question, beyond the rural schools, okay? So I think this, and also to sort of use their own language, and build on what the things they're using. Now the Minister of Education in Colombia is saying, we want to strengthen skills in math and language. Okay, so I don't have to talk about Escuela Nueva, coming with Escuela Nueva. I just have to show the results in language and in math that we've had. So I mean, it's just trying to see how we can use data and empirical evidence so that ministers can take the right decisions. Barbara, I don't know if I answered your question.
Well, a little bit following on Beth's question, I just want to push you a little bit. I mean, it seems a little bit paradoxical to me that you can show a minister this innovation raises this program, we've already working in 20,000 schools, raises student learning outcomes. And you, minister, need to keep raising student learning outcomes. What's the pushback? What's the objective function of the minister not to want to embrace that and expand it further? Is it that it wasn't invented by them? Is it that it has another political stamp on it?
It's not political. People have to, ministers want to give their own flavor to things. Something that's been around for so many years. Well, don't let it die. But they should see new dimensions. For example, in our case, well, look at if they're talking about they want to create a subject for peace now in the conflict dimension of Colombia, well, we already have results on impact on peaceful behavior and democratic behavior. So it's trying to show the different dimensions, multifaceted, I don't know how you say it in English, but it's just they need
so
new
they have
dimensions
to have
because
something
it's not
that they can put their
for them.
political stamp on.
It's not political.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions? Great. Oh, there's one more question. No. One more question.
It's not a question, it's just a comment. Hi, I'm Aparna, and I'm from Observer Research Foundation, Mumbai, and I'm coming from India. So I have very similar experience with the government in Maharashtra, which is the state where I'm from. And it's actually about, so on the one level, there are ministers and there are bureaucrats, and they keep changing. And then the other level, there are these program managers who are mostly constant. So I think it's also very important to make sure that you're in connect with them. I think that's also another important keyword. And you need to also keep knowing what is it that they need. So for instance, how we kind of help them with different proposals, and then that kind of builds a trust. So then when they have a new project, they eventually trust us to help them with it. And that's how it works. I just wanted to say I resonate.
I agree. There's definitely a bit of give and take, like knowing what they need, whether it's a piece for the newspapers or a bit of data analysis for them. That's the kind of thing that needs to be built up. Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you very much. So I'm going to wrap now. And one sentence summary. We just had a great experience of a very successful child-focused program that looked at the sort of holistic, systems-wide component in designing the program. We learned many things from Dave. The one thing we learned that we haven't really been evaluating programs implemented by government at scale. And then we learned that actually we need to build a relationship with government if we actually do want to have influence at government. And on that note, we can be building a lot of relationships outside with reception afterwards. Thank you very much, everybody, for being here up to now.